Call of Duty Mobile World Championship is back with Stage 4, the regional playoffs, starting right now. Watch as the best teams from all across the globe battle it out for a shot at a more than $2 million prize pool and a spot in the World Championship Finals. After 3 grueling stages of competitive play, every one of these players and teams is battle-tested and ready to rumble as they compete in a double elimination bracket for Call of Duty Mobile Glory. Win and move on to the next round. Lose and go down to the lower bracket. Lose again and you're eliminated. Only the best of the best will earn a spot in the 5th and ultimate stage, the World Championship Finals. 5 regions, the fiercest Call of Duty mobile competition on the planet. Who will prevail? Find out right here, right now, as the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships continue live.
Godlike's able to get both! Louis comes in behind everybody and just drops him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, and I'm going to be running the ship as the desk host. My name is Veli, and I am so excited, and the reason why I'm excited, we're kicking off Stage 4. Yes, you heard right, the regional playoffs, and the regions that's going to be representing today are going to be South Asia and the Middle East regions. I am so excited. Yes, this month we're going to be running through all the regions to see who exactly is the best of the best, and I can't wait. But you know what? I'm not going to be the only one on screen right now, because without her, I don't know what I would do. Beef Mommy, it is so good to see you today. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling so great. Thank you so much for that awesome introduction. Honestly, we've been waiting for 2 years for this moment, and finally, Stage 4 is about to happen, and we are going to be starting off here at South Asia and Middle East, the first out of 5. Now, I'm so excited to see what is going to happen.
Now, talking about what we're excited to see, let's take a look at the schedule to see what's all going down today. We have some amazing matchups, and the first matchup of the day, Beef Mommy, we're blessed. What do we have?
Honestly, this is probably the most exciting part that I really want to see here, just because Team Vitality versus Team NS. We already know the name of Team Vitality is absolutely popular in their region, and Team NS, they're not going to disappoint, because I want this to be a David and Goliath situation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, these aren't the only matches that are happening today. We actually have extra coverage of more matches, and we'll drop in on them from time to time. Now, with us being in Stage 4 now, doesn't it feel good for us to reach this point of Call of Duty Mobile?
We've seen everything. We've reached to this point where we have so many amazing and talented teams. And to be honest, I've been across the globe, and finally reaching here into the studio, it feels great to actually look at someone while I'm casting.
You're telling me. You know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, matter of fact. Now, Beef Mommy, I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to have to put you in the hot seat. Looking at all of these amazing teams, when it comes to predictions, who do you think is going to pull out to the end?
Honestly, I have like top 4 teams I really want to look out for. I've been doing my homework and really doing my research. So the first team would probably be Team Vitality, obviously, and it's going to be Godlike, Insidious, and also for the side of the Middle Eastern region, 3RBA. A lot of these squads have made it up to this point, and I know a lot of these teams really want to pull through, but I really want to be surprised at the very end.
Okay, all right. Hopefully we see some upsets, because you know what? I love them. But these teams, they're not just playing to make it to the end. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they're playing for a part of the $2 million overall prize pool. And you see that? You got that right. First place walking away with $15,000. Let me say that again. 15 grand. Beef Mommy, what would you do if you walked away with that much money?
Honestly, I'm already calculating it and converting it into the peso, but you know what? I'm probably going to buy 11.5 Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III. 11.5. We did the math before we actually went live, and obviously 11 is going to go to me, and half. I'm pretty sure the half is going to go to you, Veli.
You know what? I can't even hate, because just touching this phone alone makes me happy. But you know what? We heard about the phone from you, and I'm going to be honest. I looked at the features, and it's amazing. The 4K, the heat prevention is something that is incredible. But let's go ahead and check out a nice piece of content to see what this phone is all about.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
Do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another
me
one!
now?
Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Sony's Xperia Mark III, and this phone is incredible. But you know what, Beef Mommy? You were able to have a chance to put your hands on this phone. What do you think about it?
It's an honor, to be honest, to actually hold this phone. It's so light, guys. Like, honestly, I was trying to play Call of Duty over here, but I wasn't able to because time restrictions, obviously. But for sure, after this show, I'm going to be able to play here. Not only that, 140 refresh rate. That is amazing, especially for a game like Call of Duty Mobile. It's a heavy hitter. We already know as gamers of Call of Duty Mobile that your phone can be a little bit on the bad side, but this phone definitely will not disappoint.
Yes, now, you know what? It's about that time to lock into the matches. But before we do, I'd like to introduce two amazing people, by the way. A great friend of mine, God Blaze, and the one and only Bobby Blaze. How you doing? Bobby Blaze, excuse me. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I've been waiting so long for Stage 4, especially with us not getting to see Stage 5 last year. Just really waiting for some of this top-tier Call of Duty mobile action, and we know that the South Asia region is going to bring it today.
Yeah, they're definitely going to bring it, indeed, you know, and it's awesome having you guys here. But, folks, we are about to head into our first series of the day. Welcome here to the regional playoffs. It is super excited to get this one kicked off and kicked off, Bobby. We got a chance to watch that awesome intro by Beef Mommy and Veli over here off the start, and now they have got us set up here for Vitality versus Team NS, two teams who have done so much to make it to this point of our competition. Bobby, how you feeling so far about this matchup to start?
I'm super excited. Obviously, Vitality is going to be one of the favorites. Super well known. They've been really dominating, or at least in one of those top spots for the South Asia region for a really long time. And right now, NS is kind of an underdog, so I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. But first, folks, as we know, when it comes down to the Middle Eastern and South Asian region, there's a lot of players out here that we don't know too much about for now, but now is the perfect time for us to get acclimated with them. And let's head on over towards Team Vitality, because I want to hear from one of the better players here out in the Middle East. Let's see what Monk has to say.
Hey guys, I'm Monk. I'm the captain of Team Vitality. We're competing in Stage 4 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship from the South Asia and Middle East region. So I started with Call of Duty as a franchise in 2010 with Black Ops 1. Started playing COD Mobile in March of 2020 when a friend suggested it to me, and never looked back since then. We are having this conversation today. It used to be just chilling and, having fun, winning ranked matches. And now it's all about competition. So if you ask me today what is the best thing about playing Call of Duty, it's winning, right? And it's gone from just beating people in public matches to now, making sure that you win for your fans and everybody else. So that's my favorite thing at this point. Going into something like Stage 4, we don't have a set list of teams that, would be a threat to us. I think every single team would be an equal threat to us. We have to treat every single team as the same threat. So I won't name one, but yeah, all 7 we'll watch out for, and they should do the same, I think. I think a lot of people misinterpret grinding to just playing the game again and again and thinking that, I'll just become a pro player out of this. The best of the best, I feel, in every game, not only COD Mobile, they really enjoy what they're doing, and that's when they turn into a pro player. And that's what I try to live by. So yeah, that'll be my advice for everyone, always.
Hey, I love that from Monk. Make sure you're doing what you love. But, you know, Bobby, the one thing that I took from that interview that he said is that they're going to be treating every team equal across the board, because he says, you know what? I don't feel like we have one threat against us that we have to worry about. Instead, I took that as him saying, you know what, we got to worry about ourselves, make sure we're playing our game, make sure we don't lose this tournament for each other, and just treat everyone equally across the board. And I think that's going to be something they have to do up against Team NS, being one of the later teams to enter into our bracket.
Yeah, I think there's something that a lot of the top teams do is get intel on the teams they're going to be going up against, and it wasn't up until recently that Vitality knew that they were going to be going up against NS.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really big challenge. They're not going to know the play style they need going into these matches, and I think it's a good thing that they're going to treat each and every one of these matchups as equally as they possibly can so that they don't get upset.
Yeah, and absolutely right here, okay? Because, folks, this is the regional playoffs, and when it comes down to this is stage 4 when it comes down into the championship. This is not where you drop the ball, okay? You've done so much work practicing to get into this point. You have to play to perfection. Here's our map layout to kick off this series. Map number 1, we're going to standoff on Hardpoint, followed by Summit, Search and Destroy. The domination, it's going to be on Crossfire for map number 3. And maps 4 and 5 will be on Firing Range and Takeoff if we do go the distance, which is rare around here in the Call of Duty mobile scene. But locking in on our first 3 maps, Bobby, how you feeling about the series?
I'm super excited. Standoff Hardpoint, definitely one of the all-time great maps. You can't really go wrong with that. Summit, I feel like is a super underrated map that a lot of people don't really appreciate. Crossfire domination can get super crazy, and obviously the map 4 and 5 going to be really exciting to watch as well. Firing Range, my favorite map of all time, so I'm super pumped for that one.
Yeah, I'm super pumped for it as well. I love Fire Range. You know, throughout the Mobile Masters Series, we got to see some of the best snipers in the world go at it, and we know how crucial those plays are going to be in every single game mode. But map number 1, standoff on Hardpoint. All right, let's lock it in here, because NS, they got their hands full up against Vitality, but what are some of the characteristics that you and your squad need to be a successful standoff Hardpoint squad and contesting for that P1 and P2 off the start?
I think one thing that a lot of people, especially in the Call of Duty mobile scene, underestimate is the importance of team chemistry. I think a lot of people just fixate on kill-death ratio, winning your gunfights, and while that is super important, especially once you get to this level of the competition, that's only a small fraction of what you actually have to do in order to make it at that top level. It's so crucial to, number 1, listen to your IGL, but also just be constantly communicating, understanding what your strategy is, getting ahead on those hardpoint rotations, and really just trusting your teammates.
And, you know, when it comes down to our game modes, I personally feel like Hardpoint is going to be that mode where you can showcase all of those skill sets, okay? They all come together in Hardpoint. And some of our best Hardpoint teams out there have that consistency across domination and search and destroy as well. Listening to the IGL, the early rotations, having that foresight on what your opponent's moves are going to be, it all plays a crucial factor, folks. And we're about to see how both of these 2 squads are about to battle it out and match up against each other. We're hopping into the game, folks. It is map number 1, standoff on Hardpoint to kick off our regional playoffs. Team Vitality versus Team NS. Bobby, let's kick this one off.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. This is my first time ever casting, like looking at the big screen, standing up. I'm so pumped for this, and I know that these teams are not going to disappoint. So, as you can see, we are underway, and it is going to be Team Vitality. Wow, dominating off the start. We got shotguns in play, we got Fenix, and it is going to be a 17-0 start right here, as they have definitely brought their A game coming into this.
Oh yeah, they definitely brought the A game to kick this one off. Vitality having control over P1 to kick this one off, but when it comes down to it, Mommy called this a David and Goliath style matchup. David being the side of Team NS, as they are one of the newest teams to kind of enter our bracket. Their hands will be full here, but they're going to get some points on the board for now. This setup here that Vitality has on P1, pretty much unbreakable for now. Will be contested here towards the middle, but Bobby, a solid hold for Vitality to kick this map off. We're going to start seeing some rotation here to P2 soon.
I'm pretty impressed by the discipline that we're seeing right now from the opposing team is, you can see they're already perfectly set up for the rotation P2 right here. It's going to be our man Monk sliding on out of the hard point right there. 2 crucial kills for them. But it's really going back and forth right now, and it's actually going to be an uncontested hard point right now. Neither team on their Vitality finally going to get a little bit of time on the hill, as we do see them getting the contestant right here. Gravity spike's going to be crucial. Just like that, they're able to get the break.
And just like that. And that was a solid break, because I felt like when it came down to it, NS had the spawns in which they needed to contest this hill. But Bobby, when it comes down to the minimap, which spawns would you rather have when it comes down towards contesting P2?
I mean, the thing about the recent change in the hardpoint spawns in Call of Duty Mobile is it's a lot more difficult to control spawns than it was previously.
Okay.
So it can flip very, very easily. There's a lot more tendency to spawn in close to the hardpoint. So much of it does come down to those early rotations and having players on the hill to get that early setup. Otherwise, you're going to be in a really big hole. But obviously, that's not been the case so far for Vitality. Winning the gunfights, getting the push in with the shorty right there. Not able to make it a 2-piece. That is going to be huge for NS, as they do have early control.
Oh man, he wasn't able to get that kill on Born to kill there. And you see NS come in to be able to clean house. But this P3 hill is still going to be contested by both these squads. NS finally getting on the board here for a bit. But Vitality trying to break through here towards the back alley, trying to climb up these windows, get in, contest here, top hotel. The score streaks come through, but Jokos and Monk able to lock the hill in for this squad, about to break this 100-point marker momentarily. And so far, so good for Vitality.
Yeah, that's the thing about the way the hardpoint spawns work. Even if you have those early rotations, so much of it still does come down to gun skill. And right now, it looks like that's going the way of Vitality. Death, 13 kills on the board already. We've seen some really good attempts to get that early control from Team NS, but they just haven't really been able to find any really solid holes. They got some time there on P3, but they're going to need to do a lot better than that, especially with only 41 seconds needed for Vitality to close out this game 1.
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, Vitality has been playing really well, rotating early. They have a great flow. They're slaying out. The team chemistry is there. We can see the comms on the minimap in their gameplay. Hell, the comms is showing in a score right now, as they are already 25 points here from victory in map number 1. So far, so good here. And as they are defending P4, we may not even make it to a second rotation in heals, Bobby, because Team NS, they can't get in. They can't break it. 15 on the clock. They need to get in now.
Yeah, it just looks like NS is running out of time, but they get the break. That's going to be huge for them right there. And Sam's, just like that, turning things around, getting the return break for Vitality. Players trying to push in for NS. He's waiting there with a shotgun. There's not going to be a whole lot of opportunity for them. That is going to be a dominant game number 1 for Team Vitality.
Woo-wee. Dominant indeed. Folks, Vitality, they kicked the playoffs right. They're letting everyone know that we are a team in which you need to watch out for. We are a team in which you cannot sleep on. Def leading this kill feed there, when it comes down to his performance in game number 1. And hey, that's exactly what Vitality needed here. Something to really just get warmed up, get comfortable here, get all the jitters to kick off the championships.
Yeah, that was definitely what they needed, and that's what people have come to expect from Vitality. This is a team that has been around the competitive scene for a really long time. Yeah. They've dominated for a long time, obviously NS being the underdog. But another thing you got to keep in mind is, especially in Call of Duty Mobile, if there's going to be a map where the underdog can take one, it's going to be the S&D, especially with the importance. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at some highlights before we do hop into the search and destroy. Obviously, a lot of these going to be for Team Vitality.
Yeah, a lot of these highlights are going to be in favor of Team Vitality. We didn't even get towards that second rotation of heals. Vitality wants to come out here and prove a point in game number 1 towards Team NS. And that point was that there is levels to this, folks, okay? Especially when it comes down to playing in a championship. But now, as we talk about Team's NS story just a little bit more, Bobby, they are the underdogs here. And as you said, if you're going to come out here and make a statement, your best option may be on a search and destroy, especially with them kind of coming into the tournament a little bit later here and playing against this Team Vitality squad. When it comes down to the S&D and when it comes down to being an underdog in this tournament, how does that feel here? Do you have any advantages being an underdog?
I think to a certain degree there is. Unfortunately for them, we did see Monk talking about the fact that they're going to treat each and every team as equals. They're not really going to view anybody as one match easier than the other. So to a certain degree, that's going to hurt NS even more. But we do know that snipers can really, really pop off in the search and destroy. If there's a dominant sniper over on NS, he's got potential to make big plays, but I've seen some crazy snipes out of Monk previously as well. That's not going to be easy to contest.
Yeah, it ain't going to be easy to contest whatsoever. And as Vitality said in a player profile piece, we're treating everybody like you're a first seed, okay? So you better bring that energy. Now on the flip end, the individual plays in search and destroy are going to have to come through for Team NS. Hell, we'll rather see the team plays come through, but if not, in search and destroy, individual players have that ability to be able to rise to the top and take over for their squad and really just shift momentum back in their favor. And when it comes down towards the side of Team NS, I think they need a player to really rise up and be that guy. Any ideas on who that may be?
Honestly, at this point, I have no idea. This is a very, very new scene, or a new team in the competitive scene. So we saw some players making some big plays. It seemed like their discipline was really, really good in the hard point. They were on point with their rotations. They were where they needed to be, and it felt like a lot of it did just come down to gun skill, where Vitality was just winning the majority of the gunfights. So that's the nice thing about Search and Destroy, is it's so much more about strategy than the gun skill. And if you're in the right positioning, even if you don't have that gun skill to match the other team, you can still find a way to get the kills.
Definitely can. Folks, this is the championships, and this is not our only game that is currently being played. We're going to be giving you coverage on every single series in which we can possibly, bring you guys the eyes on. Now, coming up next is going to be 3BA versus Godlike. As we get map number 2 set up for Vitality and NS, we get a chance to peek in for a bit, Bobby. And in map number 1, we got ourselves a close little series.
Yeah, this is two absolute powerhouses. 3RB, considered by most people to be the #1 team in the Middle East region. Godlike, definitely one of the top South Asia teams. Even though they didn't necessarily get the seeding that would indicate that, these guys are going to be at the top and right there at that same level with Team Vitality. So, as you can see, this match has not disappointed so far. We are tied up 3 hard points into it. Absolute chaos here on P3. The death machine's coming out. Everybody getting slayed, and right now there is no control inside.
No control whatsoever. Those scored streaks are not going to be able to lock this hill down fully, but we are seeing 3RB pick up on a good amount of time for now, trying to pull away as much as they can with this lead, but here comes the boys. Here comes the boys of Godlike, as you're going to start to see 1 kill getting picked up. A double comes through here for Prism as well. With the 2-man advantage, this is a prime opportunity for Godlike to get in and take down his hill. But as you can see, the score streaks locking down a lot of key choke points currently, Bobby. And this may not be an easy hill for Godlike to get in. With 8 seconds left, they need to start thinking about next.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we're still seeing the contest there. As you can see, a couple players already setting up back on P1. Part of the difficult thing is P1 is so difficult to hold control of here on a map like Takeoff, where you have a million different entry points. You have nades coming in from all angles. It's just really tough to hold. And Dante, actually, interestingly enough, using the RPD, it's not a gun that is really ever seen in the competitive scene outside of India, but these guys have really found a way to make it work, and he's trying to see if he can maybe get his team a break there on P1, and just like that, we see it go in.
Multiple kills on the kill feed coming out here for 3RB, but as you see, as they're going to have this hill locked in control, their opponents will be spawning a little bit closer towards P2, but that isn't their focus right now with 24 seconds left on this hill. And when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile, we play to 150. When it comes down to CDL and Challengers, they'll play to 250 when it comes down towards the hard point. So these games can go by a little bit quicker. On the flip end, Godlike picking up some key kills here towards mid-map. They're going to have about 5 seconds of scrap time left to get, but now they have to rotate back a little bit towards P2. And as you guys can already see from the mini-map, 3RB will be set up and they're going to end up having this airport locked in.
Yeah, there was one player for Godlike that was already on the rotation, but he ended up making a push out and ended up paying for it big time. Fortunately for him, his teammates got his back, and like we talked about, that is one of the most crucial parts of this. We see the sentry gun set up on the hard point, but immediately shut down by Godlike. One of those death machines
Vortex coming
for
with
the
it.
count as well, and this is absolute chaos here on P2. Both teams contesting, both teams fragging out. It's going to be Godlike getting a little bit of time, just like that. Contest on contest on contest.
Okay.
When they go in this way, these teams are really going to need to focus on getting that rotation of P3 as well.
Oh, what a great effort here from Godlike, and Dante comes in with a big double kill. They're going to be able to get a good amount of time off of P2. We're in our second rotation. Buff is going to get knocked down, but shots clearing out the outside. He's going to start rotating over towards P3. We're going to have to start asking ourselves the score streaks. Does Godlike have what they need to get a solid hold here? So far in the second rotations, Bobby, off that P2 hill, they've gotten themselves back into this matchup, but I think it's going to come down to this last fight.
Yeah, really unfortunate for 3RB. Looking at the mini-map, they had the players set up, but not looking at the right angles, just like that. Godlike, able to enter in, gets the break right here. They're trying to hold. Once again, there's 4 entry points for this hard point, so it's not going to be easy one to hold. You got to make sure you got people in that top story to prevent people coming down those stairs, but Godlike holding it down right now. It looks like the comeback might be possible when you got a Holger LMG staring at that doorway. Not a whole lot of opportunity for 3RB. The death machine gets shut down. There's a contest, but I don't know if it's going to be for long enough. And it's Godlike coming out on top in game number 1.
Talk about a comeback from Godlike there. I'm so happy we got a chance to really look in that one and see how both those squads were doing, because 3RB, one of the better teams in our tournament, looking a little shaky when it comes down to closing out maps. But folks, we got to hop back on over towards the first series in which we kicked off on. It's Team Vitality versus Team NS. We are in the search and destroy, and as you guys can see, it is going to be 1-1 for now. Actually, 1-0 up for Team NS as they kick this one off, Bobby.
Yeah, we knew the underdog. If there's going to be a shot for them to win, search and destroy is going to be where that comes through, and we do see round number 1 comes on it. I mean, that's the nice thing. There's not really any snowball effect in search and destroy. So, the Colette! Monk hits the Colette onto Brokey and 2 kill. That's going to be huge to turn things around early on for Vitality.
I think you've spoken into existence, Bobby, because you're talking about how good of a sniper he was, but talk about a comeback round after losing that round number 1. But on screen, it's a 4v2 here for Vitality. They're going to be looking for Greedy and Protons as they will be outside of top wood. They have bomb in hand. What is going to be their play? I'm thinking that A could be the better bomb site for them to play for, but we see them rotating back here towards B a little bit.
Yeah, there's a really strong setup over on B for Vitality, and it's really tough to get any type of control when you don't have any information on where people are, just like that. Moon's going to find Greedy Gaming. Proton's all by himself right now. Kind of a hopeless situation with Death just kind of looming up above him right there. Nearly lost the gunfight, but he comes out on top, and he's got 4 kills through the first 2 rounds.
All right, we're all tied up 1-1. We hope you guys are having a fantastic time as we kick off our Stage 4 championship weekend. And so far, it has been a great start. Late over here for us in the States, but early for you guys in South Asia and the Middle East. Hope breakfast is great. Hope dinner is good. But as we are here in round number 2, First Blood goes by way of Vitality.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you've got a double threat for Team Vitality, when you got Moon and Monk that can both really slay out with the sniper, it's just really tough to contend with, especially on a map with long angles like we have here on firing range. So we'll see. It looked like a solid defensive setup, but defensive setups don't necessarily always go your way whenever you're on offense.
Yeah.
So NS is going to need to find a way to get a little bit aggressive here. Obviously, it's tough, but you've got utility. You got Smokes players right next to each other. Death.
This is it.
Gaming. It's Death. It's Death coming out on top once again, and that's part of it. Just the gunfight's constantly going the way of Vitality.
And then we see Monk. He picks up another big snipe as well as he'll start to push out of the B site with the rest of his squad mates. They know that they have a clear advantage in this round. Gonna angle out Smokey towards the back bathrooms, and it's only a matter of time unless Smokey goes huge. Instead, he gets smoked out there. Vitality, they get on the board once again, but the one thing that you talked about in that last round, you know, defensive setups, they can look good on paper on a mini-map, but you need a little bit of aggression right there, and I love how Def played that pressed up against front wood, searching for a kill, hunting, and not planting his feet and just being too defensive in that round. But a 5-man rush to A, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this. I would love to see NS focus a little bit more on their utility usage. We saw pretty much every player either throwing a tactical or a lethal off the start right there, and that's just going to limit you so much in the later rounds. We do see Barham with the MX-9 in hand. One of the newest guns. He had an opportunity right there, but he runs out of ammo. Big miss for him. If you're going to take out a absolute giant like Vitality, you cannot be missing those shots.
You can't at all. And if he had a few extra bullets, that's a possible double kill to come through as he was in 10 there. But in the end, we will be heading on over towards the next round, towards this round, the last defensive round for Vitality. And with them getting off to a 3-1 start, hey, I think that's really good. If NS is able to get 2 rounds on Vitality's defense, that'd be huge for them as they convert on over towards their defensive side. 4v4 on the map currently. NS, not sure where they want to go, but as you see, Sam's is able to pick up a kill. The bomb's under pressure here towards mid-map, and it will be lost.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 players remaining once again. They just haven't been able to find those entry frags, and they actually had a pretty good approach right there. I like the unorthodox strategy, making that push through mid, because Vitality was definitely not expecting it, but couldn't really capitalize. They had a player that could maybe play some sneaky angles, get spotted out as well. Barham still chilling over on the A site, and they are able to find a frag right there, but we do have the bomb down over by 10, and especially with the 2 players for Vitality set up right outside that tower, right in the top of 10 as well. It is going to be next to impossible for one of these players to push in. They might be able to make it happen with a sniper in hand. That's your best shot.
That could be it, and you probably want to go under 10 and maybe try to get in through that way, but or the angle. Oh, he saw him last second. Doesn't take the shot, but the intel is there. It's a snipe battle, okay? It's going to be Monk. It's going to be Protons. Can Protons make the play? Him and Barham did a good job making it a 2v2, but the nade comes out. They're not going to be able to connect. The bomb's going to be picked up, but here comes Sam. He drops in. Shotty to the body. He will be able to pick up round number 5, and that's going to be a 4-1-1/2 on defense for Vitality.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was such a good opportunity for NS to get around right there. They had a 2v1 situation. They didn't know that he was up in that corner, but ran out of ammo. There's not really any excuse to not win that gunfight. They just couldn't identify him quickly enough, and just like that, Moon with another first blood. Time and time again, he's been finding those for Team Vitality, showing that Monk is not the only sniper on the team. He's going to find one with the LMG as well, and just like that, only 2 players alive. Vitality looking a lot more confident with their offensive strategy.
Yeah, Moon and Monk are doing fantastic with the double snipes here on the map, showing that they can get it done, and they're going to lock in round number 6 as well. Vitality is absolutely running away with this one, and you know, it doesn't feel like it was such a blowout before that last round, because NS took round number 1, and it was about 2 other rounds in that first half in which they could have pulled away with it, but they need to stop this bleeding now if they want a chance at coming back into it. But with that being said, the pressure coming in here from mid-map, getting first blood for Vitality, is looking like they are going to be able to prioritize an A site and get the bomb down. NS, they need to get something done now.
Yeah, the experience is showing itself, but a big kill and the major assist gonna go in for Vitality, and just like that, we are gonna find ourselves at the end of game number 2 as the experienced veterans take that one pretty easily.
Yeah, man, 2 games in on our first series, and Vitality, folks, they're not playing around. They're kicking our stream off just right, but we gotta hop back on over to 3RB versus Godlike. We got a chance to see an epic map number 1 between these 2 squads, and 3RB, Bobby, they let that first map slip away. I credit a beautiful clutch up to Godlike on those last 2 hard points. We'll see if they're bringing some of that energy on over towards map number 2, because they're going to need it against 3RB, because they're one of the favorites in the region.
Yeah, without a doubt. That was, I mean, I was not expecting a matchup like that this early on. We do see 2-1 lead right now for Godlike, and they're trying to get the plant down. 2 players remain for 3RB. Prism going to be able to get it down. Wolf on the rotation, trying to find the planter, but he's not going to be able to find it. It's going to make it that much more difficult. It's going to be GL9. Finds Vortex, and just like that, it's a 2v2. More shots going in. Wow, 3RB looking super solid at the retake right here. 2 kills go in, both of them for GL9. And that is going to be a big round to tie things up 2-2.
And that's going to be a defensive round needed here for 3RB. They've already lost 2 rounds in their defense. They're going to have to at least pull this one away with a 3-2 in the first half of this map. Don't want to go... You don't want to put yourself in the... So let me ask you this question, Bobby. When it comes down towards this map, would you say that defense is going to be a little bit stronger on search and destroy? Because I know some maps can be more offensive heavy. What would you say here?
I would definitely say this is a more defensive-oriented map. There's definitely a lot of opportunities to get setups, especially on the A site. You're not going to see a whole lot of teams make that push for B. If they do, it's probably going to be a last resort, so it's relatively predictable. But as you can see right there, 3RB finding those early frags once again. Shots overextending off the start right here. He's missed a lot of shots, but he still comes out on top right there. Godlike going to be tied up 2-2 with bunches and bunches of kills coming in right there. Those are going to be crucial. GL9 found so many early on, but he's going to drop as well. It's going to be RZ all by himself, and he's actually making his way up to the bomb site. He's going to get spotted out. That's going to be another easy kill for Shots.
You know what? I got to say, beautiful patience there from Shots. For him to be able to clutch up on a 1v1, he spots his opponent. Then from there, he just gives call-outs to Vortex and let him know that, hey, take this 2v1. Come help me. Let's take a quick 2v1. Take another. Let's lock this round in. And on offense, that was a beautiful half for Godlike. If you ask me, they have full control over the series. Well, at least the majority of the momentum in their favor. But with the sides flipped, we are currently watching 3RB on their offense to see if they can have a similar half.
Yeah, and they're taking a little bit of a different strategy. They're not going to push for the A side, at least not yet. They're trying to get some information. You can see the solid utility usage, kind of waiting, see if they get any hit markers. Nothing going to go through, so 35 seconds in, not going to find any first bloods. They're going to now make that counter rotation on back to A right here, and you can see Godlike is waiting. They've set up. They get a hit marker right there. That's going to make the push a lot easier. They don't know Prism's on the backside of Bomb, and that could potentially make things really difficult, but they get rid of the trophy system. That means they can use that much more utility to try to get that entry on in. It's going to be Prism getting first blood, but another player going to drop, and it's going to be a 4v4 as Godlike tries to defend against this A push.
Yeah, they're going to have to use that intel from their nades after that trophy system goes away to get that intel for entry, as I'll say. But as you currently, Godlike, solid setup at A. We see the bomb on the mini-map rotating towards back B. We'll see where 3RB can find their opening. Wolf with a snipe in hand. Can he make a connection? Can he find an opening for his team? Give them that man advantage. Dante has the flank covered, and we're going to see Godlike completely stacked over here towards the A side. Multiple kills come through for Godlike. The defense is in. It's all up to Wolf. He's in a 1v3, and now the Wolf is being hunted. It's going to be a 4-2 lead on the side of Godlike.
Yeah, 3RB, I think, took a little bit too long on that attempted push. It seemed like pretty good utility usage, but it got to the point where once time started to press down on them, they kind of gave up on their strategy. And yeah, it was very, very apparent they were making the A push, and it was just such a good setup from Godlike. They didn't really stand a chance right there. So you can see, once again, pretty evenly distributed about the map. We got players for Godlike in that back alley area. They got them in Delhi. They got them set up on A, everywhere that you need to have your team. And right now, 3RB just kind of trying to guess and hope that they can get a wall bang, but none of them going to go through. They are going to get the first blood onto Prism right there, so that's going to make the push that much easier. And that's going to soften up that A site where if they use a little bit more utility, they can probably get an easy plant.
We'll see with the intel in which they got towards the early portions of this round. How does the boys of 3RB want to convert that? A lot of intel being gathered over here towards mid-map in the A site. We're seeing composure from the side of Godlike, knowing that they have a 2-round lead, and they don't have to do too much. They just got to find a pick. They don't have to force it. they know that they got some pressure here towards this back alley. We'll see in the end, where does 3RB want to prioritize their attack? And here's a push into and towards the A side. We got some trophy systems going down. We got the bomb being planted. Godlike is getting his intel. Shots was able to peek it, and see the bomb going down. But kills being traded off. Man advantage here for 3RB. But you're going to see Dante. He has something to say about that.
Yeah, Wolf finds a huge kill right there, so that's going to be a man advantage for 3RB. I love the patience out of them. I would not have had that amount of patience, but they waited for the right timing, get the entry frag. It's going to be Vortex pushing in with that shotgun, and that's crucial. He might be able to ninja defuse right here, but I think he's going to get spotted out. That's definitely not going to be the move. It's going to be a 1v1 right here. 3RB only has to defend for like a second more. I don't see any way Godlike clutches this up. Perfectly played by GL9 to get the kill, brings things closer at 3-4.
A good job using the clock there towards the later portions of that map to make sure that you can lock in that round. But folks, we got to get back towards our match of the day to kick it off here. It's Vitality versus NS, the one that we started on stream. And so far in the first half of this domination as we join, Vitality, they made it quick, 75-4.
Yeah, that's what I call domination and domination. I don't think I've ever seen a more lopsided first half. 4 points? Four, like, domination is the
3
one
points. It's 3 hills on the map.
Yeah, domination is the one game mode where even if you're the underdog, like, there's no reason for you to not at least get, like, maybe half
Your
the other
home
team
hill
points.
gives you more than 4 points off the start. Like, look at it. They already got 7. So how did their home hill get absolutely captured in the first half? I don't know, but hey, we're here now in the second half, and Vitality is picking up where they left off. But folks, it is time for an Xperia dial-in with Team Vitality. Let's hear what these boys got to say on the comms.
Yellow bottom. बी उठाओ जल्दी
टिकट से मार रहा है
Enemy has
टिकट डेड
friendly sentry gun deployed.
दो डे
Tango down. Enemy in
Friendly predator missile inbound.
ए
भाई इसकी प्रॉब्लम क्या है
एक सी पे फोन फ्लिप उसी के लिए जा रहे हैं मुन ए पे पुश अप कर
स्पैरो
पीछे स्पॉन
Killer drone deployed.
मार लो उसको
मैं एकदम रेड स्पॉन हो रहा है
एक और स्पॉन मारा मैं जो
Predator missile.
तीन है रेड स्पॉन ले एक स्पॉन रेड
सी पे दो
Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
enemy down.
रेड
क्लीन कर मैं ही जा रहा हूं
Enemy in
Friendly
sight.
predator missile.
ए पे रेड एक और ए पे
डेड
लो बॉटम
Enemy down. I'm hurt.
रेड वन
मैंने सी पे ऐसे डाल दी
कहां पे कॉल हो रहे
Squad.
हमने डाले क्या पता इसी पे जा रहे डाल रहा मैं
Friendly airstrike incoming.
We absolutely watched Sam's put on the clinic there, Bobby. I think he went on a 7 streak, Monks on a 4 streak, all 3 hills in favor of Vitality, and they are trying to prove a statement to everyone watching. Hey, we're the team to beat. That's going to be a 3-0 victory in their first series of the day to progress on to the semifinals. Congrats to Vitality, because what a dominant start.
Yeah, that was not what I expected. I thought NS was going to put up maybe a little bit more of a fight. We are going to go ahead and take a look at the finish of that game, and it looks like it is going to be wrapping up right now. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is Godlike coming out on top. They already had 4 rounds whenever we hopped over to the other game. So that is going to be a 2-0 lead for them, the series.
Wow, Godlike going up 2-0 up against 3RB. And then Vitality 3-0ing in S. man, it seemed like things haven't changed too much from when we was casting Masters here. We're set up for a lot of 3-0s, but when those 3-0s happen, there is at least one team in there that we are not expecting to not really put up a fight. Well, there's a team that we're expecting to really kind of contest and not make it a 3-0. And what I'm saying is that 3RB, where are they right now, okay? Because going up against this Godlike team, would you have expected that?
No, definitely not. I mean, these are both super skilled teams. So not to take any credit away from Godlike, but 3RB really skilled. We are going to take a look at some of those match highlights from our main match, and that's going to be Vitality versus NS. And once again, most of this is going to be Team Vitality. Absolute domination from start to finish. It looked like things might be looking up for NS when it was in the search and destroy, but Vitality shut it down real quick, and they were just absolutely especially that domination. Yeah. I don't think I saw a single time that an NS player actually won a gunfight.
Yeah, it was very few, especially in that late game when we got a chance to kind of lock into it. But when we came into the map 3, we joined it. It was 75-4. You held your home hill for 4 seconds to start the game. What player rushed you on your squad and cleared house to be able to cap your A hill? I don't know, man, but Vitality, they proved something there to kick off that map number 3, and they finished it off strongly. So, with that being said, they're moving on over towards the semifinals, and we're going to have to see who they go up against a little bit later. But, you know, what a great way to kick off the tournament for them.
Yeah, that was definitely a big sigh of relief for anybody that was rooting for them, and I think that was what people expected, but you know, you got kind of an underdog, somebody people don't really know about, could come in and surprise some people. Definitely no surprise there. If anything, the surprise was the final score of that game of domination.
Yeah, it really was, but taking a look at our series layout, map number 1, standoff hardpoint, 150-32, dominated. Summit Search and Destroy, 6-1, dominated. Crossfire domination, domination within domination, 150-27. Vitality, boy, I can't wait to see them play up in the semifinals, whoever they play up against. But we'll have the desk to break down a bracket a little bit later. We're gonna have to take a look here on Godlike and 3RB in just a second, because why not? That third map is going to be loading up here momentarily, and we need to see if 3RB is going to come back swinging, because they're getting beat right now. And you know what? I don't want to use the word that they're getting beat, just because the fact is that these maps have been close with them too, right? The first map we watched after the first half of the hard point, it was relatively tight there, and 3RB could have taken that one towards the end. Then on the flip side for the Search and Destroy, it was a 6-3 victory, but the first half was still close between both these squads. It just seems that 3RB can't really close out these maps.
Yeah, I've got a feeling this one's going to go to more than 3 games. I think 3RB still has a lot up their sleeve. I don't think they're going to get shut down. If anything, it's going to be a super tight game of domination right here as we do get ready to hop into Hackney Yard. And this is one that can get kind of lopsided depending on what side you're starting on. So that A side definitely going to be where teams want to be in the second half starting off. But if you're able to get that A flip when you start out on the C side, you can start to see things snowball really quickly. That's what 3RB is going to be looking to do.
Yeah, it definitely can snowball really quickly there. And when we get into the map, we'll make sure we break that down for you guys. But there is a strong side on Hackney Yard. And so if you lose that early on, and if you cannot capitalize on your strong side, as Bobby said, this will snowball quickly in map number 3. 3RB, they're going to have to stay composed. They're going to have to, the comms are going to be on point. Shots are going to have to be hitting, because they do not want to fall into the losers bracket this early in the tournament, because here in day number 1, 2 teams will be getting eliminated. So with that being said, there's no room for error, folks, okay? You got to you got to tighten it up.
Yeah, they definitely showed some bright spots. I really think they should have been able to close out the hard point, or taking a look at that comeback. I mean, taking a look, 133-100, and in a game to 150, that's so winnable. You only need 16 points. Godlike just showed the clutch gene, but ultimately 3RB's got to be able to close out in those situations. They did seem like, for the most part, the stronger respawn team. And a lot of times, even if a Respawn team makes a couple mistakes, they lose the hard point, more than likely they're going to bounce back in the domination. I think that's what we're going to see from them right here.
All right, yeah, because we're going to have to see it because there are going to be some teams out there who will be better when it comes down towards the single life game modes and the Respawn modes as well. But when it comes down towards our series layout and our best of 5, you will have 3 Respawn game modes, the 2 hard points, and the domination. So if that's you and your team's skill set, if that's what you guys thrive in, you got a little bit of leg up in these layouts in these series, but that's only a little bit, okay? You got to win your search and destroys, and honestly, I think search and destroys win tournaments, okay? Because that's what you're gonna have in game number 5. That's really gonna, set the pace in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, I think that's where 3RB really is going to struggle. They didn't look super confident in their search and destroy. So even if they're able to clutch up in the domination, even if they get the win in the hard point, that's going to be the real testing factor for them, is whether or not they can really show out in search and destroy. And a lot of times that can depend on the map. A lot of times there are teams that are way stronger on one map than another when it comes to the search and destroy. Maybe we'll see that from them if we do go to a game 5.
Yeah. Maybe we will see it, all right? So, folks, we're about to be heading on over towards, it's going to be standoff on domination, I believe it is. It is on map number 2. I'm sorry, on map number 3. But as we head into that domination, 3RB, man, we'll see who's going to be stepping up here for this squad to really kind of get these guys through, because they're gonna need everything they can get. They're gonna need one player on this team to step up, to be a hero, to say that enough is enough. We will not be going out in a 3-0 fashion to Godlike. We want to show the entire bracket, our entire region of South Asia and Middle East, that we are here to compete, that we want to win. Now is the time to do just that. I know you can have a little jitters and nerves in the first series of the day, but if you want to be a champion, if you want to be the best, this is where you need to perform. Let's see if Godlike will close this series out in a 3-0 fashion, or 3RB, can they come back? Because they're going to need 3 to win this series now.
Yep, sounds like we are underway right here and getting ready to hop into the action. I hear lots and lots. We do see right there, it is going to be an early B cap going in for Godlike, and that's always going to be crucial in a game of domination. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they're actually on weak side, so a little bit shocked to see that happening that early.
Okay.
We are going to see Godlike taking it back, but definitely a really, really good start for 3RB.
A really good start for 3RB, indeed. Especially, so Godlike did start off Godlike started off on the bad side, but they just flipped and took A, I want to say. Because I want to say they started off on C, and they came back and got it. Maybe I'm mistaken on how we saw it, but we do know one thing. It is Godlike with the A hill towards their back in the respawn, and as they're fighting for B, and they're going to have the good side on this map, but we'll see how they get contested here in a bit.
Yep, and as long as you can hold that B flag, it's going to be tough to flip, especially when you are on the A side. We do see Dante set up with that Holger. It is such a laser beam in the mid to long range. I don't know how he hasn't gotten spotted out yet, but he's just content to sit on that head glitch and laser. Godlike building on that lead that they already had, and you can see they have complete control of this warehouse. Wolf's going to win a crucial gunfight up top. 3 straight go in for 3RB, but just like that, Prism trades them out, goes ahead, clears off B right there. It's going to be Boff jumping off from the top side, but the concussion nade slowing things down for them. 2 players in there. We'll see if they can spot out the player at the top. 1 gunfight, not going to be able to make it a second, and that would have been huge. And it actually is going to be huge.
Yeah,
3RB still taking that B flag, but not sure how long that's going to last.
And that's off the back of GL9 being able to pick up 3 kills in quick succession there to allow Boff to get the decap and allow his team to get in and get set up. But now they need to hold it. As you see, they are getting swarmed by Godlike. It was about 4 players in the hill. They were able to get the decap and recap back in their favor and continue to build on their lead. But this one may end in... It's going to be a close half between both these squads, and, you know, I think a 75 to 60 scoreline is going to be great, especially with you starting off on your bad side there. And we'll see Godlike close this one up momentarily. Spawns coming in down low for 3RB. This is, okay, we're about to see 3RB have to turn up. All right, folks? It's just as simple as that. If they do not want to get 3-0, this is the half in which they have to show us something special. We'll see if they can do it.
And we are going to see them taking the strong side right here. So that is going to be absolutely massive. All they really had to do was minimize the impact of the weak side, make sure they didn't allow it to snowball too much. You're going to see 5 players, I think, for Godlike pushing up, one on the flank to try to flip for A. They might be able to take B off the start, but you got to keep in mind, it's not going to be in anything if they can't get that A control. We see a sentry gun coming in for Dante, wins a couple crucial gunfights down there on the bottom side. 3RB set up top. They're going to be able to shut down that sentry gun, and just like that, looks like they're probably going to be able to flip back B.
Yeah, and they got 3R. So Godlike had a lot of pressure there towards mid-map, and they're trying to flip these spawns. Player 1 is at the A hill. Prism did a fantastic job going through middle, getting some flanks, causing a distraction at B, but he's finally cleaned up, and 3RB knows that their back will be cleared, and now they're clearing out a lot of players in their front as well. They'll have the setup in which they want at B and A, and a little bit more forward positioning as well. Being aggressive, and I think they have to be aggressive here in this situation because Godlike has a lot of confidence against them. They've been winning a lot of big gunfights, and 3RB are just trying to slow them down.
Yeah, this has been absolute perfection from 3RB. This is what they needed to have a shot in this match right now. We see Vortex up on the top side trying to win a gunfight, but he can't really find anybody. He and Zisha are playing peekaboo right now, and it's actually going to be Zisha coming out on top as well. As long as he can hold that top side with an LMG, you get so much information. You know Boff's already ready for them to make that entry. He's got the Fennec in hand. Wolf goes to the top side. Death Machine getting those kills. Mino going to run out of shots right there. Pulls out the shorty, but there's nobody there. Not going to be able to make anything out of it, and just like that, the lead's going to flip sides. 3RB now on top with no real sight of Godlike turning this around as they've not been able to get any progress over toward A.
Yeah, and there's not much time left in this map as well. Godlike, if they want to win this in a 3-0 fashion, they're going to have to turn it around soon. They're going to have to find an opening to get into B. And if you take a look at the mini-map, multiple players rotating down low, still trying to get this A flip in the last portions of this game, trying to possibly flip the spawns and get their opponent in a spawn trap. But when it comes down to 3RB, they're having such a great lead where they're able to back up just a bit more, work as a unit, take some of these long-range sight lines, and the clock is about to work out in their favor.
Yeah, and right now, if you're 3RB, all you have to do is watch A. You can tell everybody for Godlike trying to push for that A flip. That's what you need. That's what it comes down to for Hackney Art. You have A in second half, you win the game. They have C right now. They got to do something to change it. They got Vortex on it, but 2 players for 3RB making that push in. He's going to get shut down immediately. And now we're in triple cap territory, or very, very close to it if you are Godlike. Even if they win a huge amount of gunfights, they're going to need an absolute miracle to pull this off.
And, you know, that's the one thing about domination. And when it comes down towards the later portions of this map, if you and your squad have those two hills and you know, you got the time in your favor, that gives you a lot of confidence. You know, some situations, there's not a chance in hell that your opponent's going to be able to come back and take this map. So they're cleaning up a few kills, 4 points needed, and they will get them. And this series, folks, will continue. We will not have 2 3-0s to kick off our broadcast, and that makes me extremely happy here that 3RB will take map number 3, and they will stay in this series.
Yeah, that's what I expected from them. This is a really solid team. They play their fundamentals. They know the spawns that they need, and they know when they need to make those big plays, especially in a game of domination. So they played that about as well as they possibly could have, and because of that, we've got ourselves our first game 4.
Ah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And, you know, I think they play Hackney Yard great. They made sure that they capitalized off their advantages that the map gave them, worked together, and they didn't play for too much, right? Because some squads will want to come through here because it's going to want to trip cap dominate you, take some risky fights, but on the flip end, 3RB knew that this was not the time, okay? They were in the trenches. They were already down 0-2 in this series, and they had to play damn near perfect, and we kind of saw that in map number 3 for them to be able to get that one locked in. On the side of 3RB, who really stepped it up for you that you felt like made the biggest impact here for the squad?
I mean, really every single one of them was in prime position to play that well. I think we saw Boff making some big plays here and there, especially whenever it came to that contest over on B. He got some crucial kills, as you can see right there with the Death Machine. But there is nobody that I felt like was a crazy breakout player. It was just them really playing solidly as a team. Obviously, GL9 always going to be one of the players that you got to watch out for them. He's making plays in every single game mode, and he showed up there as well.
Yeah, he really did show up there. We watched him, especially in the first half, pick up some big multi-kills just to allow his team to keep the first half as close as it was, all right? It was about, you know, a 55 to 75 finish as they were going over to their good side, and I think that's what you need there, playing off your bad side to kick off Hackney Yard. But folks, we got to head on over towards Crossfire on Hardpoint for map number 4 to see if 3RB can push this towards a map number 5. Now, when it comes down to Hardpoint, Bobby, what are you going to be looking for from both these squads here to really, you know, show who's going to be the most successful team to kind of kick off this map?
I mean, the thing about Crossfire Hardpoint is, with the exception of P1, every hill is a money hill.
Okay.
Every hill can be held to a full 60 seconds if you get an early rotation, just because there's so few entry points, and they're also so far away from each other, which means if you don't get that early control, you're going to be spawning in a super open, exposed area. So this is going to be all about the rotations. I'm not going to say gun skill doesn't matter, but rotations are 10 times more important in this map.
You know what? And me personally as a fan, I love that. I love watching teams, you know, because we know that at this level, okay, all these players can shoot, okay? We got 40 of the best players in the world, especially in the Middle East and Asia and South Asia region competing today. So we know that they got that in play. But when it comes down to strategy, discipline, composure, you're going to need all of that if you want to be a champion. And I know one thing is, the one player on the side of Godlike that I'm looking to take over on this map is going to have to be Mino. We know he's going to be the IGL here for this team. And when you talk about rotations, when you talk about just the entire squad being on the same page, you need a super talented IGL just to get the boys on track.
Yeah, that's so crucial, especially in a map like this where team chemistry is just the #1 most important thing. So we'll see if that is enough for Godlike to come out on top here. It does seem like when they don't mess up at the last second that 3RB can be absolutely lethal in the respawn. So we'll see what they've got right here, but we do see early time on the hill coming in for Godlike right there. Prism going to shut down one. Vortex finds another with the FHJ in hand. And definitely some crucial P1 time, especially given this is not an easy hill to get time on.
All right, as we see, we kicked it off there with Prism. We got first blood in the map. But when it comes down to P1, it is going to be 3RB currently set up in the hill, but this is going to be a battle for control. And I think when it comes down towards this first hard point, it's really a 50-50 toss-up on who can win their gunfights, get in, get set up. But we see the players on the side of Godlike kind of spawning out from this hill towards the top portion of the map. They're going to have to move in soon. But when it comes down to Crossroad, look at all the open area of the mid-map to be able to transition from hill to hill. As Bobby said before, some of these hills, you just got to rotate early. If not, you're going to be clocked in the back of the head by Dante with the shotty in hand. He's on a 5 streak. He finally gets taken out.
Yup, that's the power of the shorty. I think we're going to see that come out a lot through these Stage 4 playoffs, but it is going to be Godlike. We saw that early setup. Just like that, I think we may have actually had a break, or at least able to clear out for a little bit. Godlike with pretty much everybody on or near the point. Like Boff being an absolute pain with that LMG in hand. You can wallbang everything right there. So even though 3RB is not getting any time here on P2, they're still able to clear everything out. And just like that, they're actually able to get the break because of that big setup with the LMG on that top side.
Yo, that was a beautiful break from 3RB. You know, I will give credit from Godlike. They only contested P1, maybe 1 or 2 team fights off the initial, then they rotated early to P2. They got to win that first fight at P2. They cannot allow 3RB to get in as easily as they did, because once it's all said and done, 3RB, they're going to be able to rack up some more time. But the lead is not too far out of control. It's just a 20-point lead on the side of 3RB. And Godlike will rotate once again towards next. We got multiple score streaks out as well. Wolf will not be able to clean up a kill there when it comes down to, he was trying to take out shots there with the drone. In the end, Godlike, they're set up, they're defending this hill, and their back's up against the wall.
And honestly, right now, Zisha is playing a huge role because he's distracting the entire Godlike team. So they're trying to find him, they're trying to wallbang. Meanwhile, his teammates are getting shot in the back. So even though he's only able to find 1, maybe 2 kills up there in that top area, it's going to result in his teammates getting a whole lot. He shuts down a death machine as well. Just like that, 3RB getting another break, which is not easy to do at all on this map. But do you see Dante? He's got a Hunter Killer in his hand. Could potentially pull that out. He's going to turn, and he is loving that shorty. 14 kills on the board. GL9 going to slide through. 15, make it 16 to his name. Prism absolutely beamed over top of the cart heady. And it's going to be Godlike set up, but an early contest right here for 3RB.
And that's been indicative of the last 3 hills in which we saw. And Zisha was a big factor in breaking those hills early, being a nuisance, and allowing his team to get in and get set up and just being a distraction to help them find some key gunfights. But with the death machine in hand, Vortex doing a fantastic job holding the hill, being able to pick up 3. Godlike in the great spot currently in this position. They need the lead change now, and I think they're finally going to get their first lead change of the game, because as they've rotated towards these last 3 hills a little bit earlier, they haven't been able to win the team fights in which they needed to rack up a lot of time.
And I'm a little bit surprised to see 3RB contesting here, but they're able to get the break. Unfortunately, player on hill is a little bit too weak, not going to be able to win the gunfight just like that. Back in control for Godlike, and you do see the entire 3RB team. They said, I am done with this. I don't want to be here anymore. RZ is going to call in his Pred missile. He gets some intel on their rotations, and nobody in a spot to make a push right now for Godlike. Definitely a fight you would like to win if you are ours right there, but his teammates set up on the hill, and they are ready to go, trying to get in position to hold this. Nobody on the hill right now. And
not yet.
Actually, a big flush out right there. They're still getting spawns, which is good for them, but they need to get a player on that hill to soak up that time, and they're just not able to make the cross.
And GO9 is not able to get over there in time to really put himself in position to help clean up the kills and contest this hill. Instead, you see Godlike slowly move in, and they flip the spawns, and now they're in the power position. And I felt like 3RB, they have rotated to this hill a little bit earlier. You saw, we talked about it. They left 10 years ago, but when it comes down to them focusing on the same player in their team fire, it just wasn't on point there. Now Godlike seeing, they got the death machine, they got the sentry turret as well, and plenty of score streaks to close out this series. 3-1, 20 more points needed for them.
And if you're 3RB, there's no reason for you to get no time on that hill. You invested so much, gave up hard point time, and still ended up losing. Wolf trying to do everything he can to get his team back in it. He's trying to find a sentry gun that's a mile away, and it's not even playing a factor right now. You can see they do get that early control, and they were able to hold it pretty well on that first P1 rotation. And we are going to see, it is going to be them holding it down for now, but the break going to go in just like that for Godlike.
Yeah, it is. Godlike, they're feeling comfortable, folks. This hill is pretty much locked in for them. 5 more points for Godlike to move on towards the semifinals. Will this hill get contested? It definitely will not. 3RB, they get knocked down towards the losers bracket, as Godlike will be our second team moving on forward towards the semifinals.
Yeah, I was not expecting that coming into this. 3RB was actually the higher seed, but with that being said, Godlike, definitely known as one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the South Asia region. So you can't mess around with them. It felt like there were times where 3RB kind of messed with their food, especially in that first hard point. Came back to bite them.
Yeah, man, you can't sleep on your opponents, folks, okay? We heard it from Monk kicking off the broadcast. He said it. You got to treat everyone equally, okay? If you start getting a little bit too cocky, too overzealous, you know, the vibes are maybe too high, you can absolutely get stomped, okay? Just do not underestimate your opponent, folks. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In the end, you know, 3RB, they had a tough opponent in Godlike, and it was a hard-fought battle between both these teams. Let's not understate that whatsoever. In the end, just Godlike wanted it more.
Yeah, and it really comes down to that P5 rotation. It feels like if a couple of gunfights had gone a different way, 3RB actually gets time on that. If they get a full 60 there, I think they win the game.
Yeah, they could.
They just couldn't find a way to make it happen. I'm not really sure what happened, but it seems like Godlike had the perfect break.
Yeah, they did, but G09, he had a height advantage here towards mid-map. He was on one of the top of those buildings, but as his squad was falling down around him, I felt like at that point he had to pick up some of those kills in a rotation coming down mid-street for Godlike as they were trying to break through that hill. Instead, he took a longer rotation, a safer rotation, as I would say, to get back there with his squad, but by that time, they were already taken care of, and Godlike were taking those fights, taking their numbers during the rotation to be able to get their back on P5 and just focus there towards the front to win that map. So good job to them. If I'm looking at 3RB, if I had to give them any criticism there, just being on the same page. It's the teamwork there. And they had to go up against a talented IGL there in Mino, and we can see how he led his troops.
Yeah, and we've heard him talk about the importance of their teamwork and being on the same page. It seems like team chemistry was a lot of what that came down to, and whether that's 3RB not being together as long or maybe needing a stronger IGL, you definitely have to know exactly what your strategy is going to be, especially in a game mode like Hardpoint when things can turn on their head so quickly and a giant lead can disappear in a heartbeat.
It definitely can disappear in a heartbeat there, folks, you know. And when it comes down to tournaments like these, okay, you want to come in, you want to be able to play your best, but sometimes it don't always work out that way, okay? Now, on the side of 3RB, I know these guys they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, okay? Yeah, they took a devastating loss right there, but they're just going to have to rewind time, go back and look over that footage, all right?
Yep.
Be able to check in, ask themselves, what did we do wrong? Clip it, okay? Yeah, I didn't make the rotation. Rewind time. Show that one back to me. Folks, when you got the Sony's Xperia Mark III, you can definitely use this phone to get your team better in the moment, all right? And I think that's a beautiful feature in which you can use in tournament situations just like this one.
Yeah, definitely super cool, the ability to actually just capture clips after they happen. I think that's one thing that people don't want to put a million files on their phone, but if you can go back and get it afterwards, it makes it so much easier and just saves time.
Exactly, right? Hey, rather if it's you grabbing your collateral snipe clip like we saw earlier today from Monk to show your friends and post on Twitter, or if it's just you grabbing clips for your teammates to get better and talk about it, the rewind time feature is definitely one for you. And in the series layout, you saw it. It was a close one, but a 3-1 victory on the side of Godlike, and they progress on over towards the semifinals, man. What a start to our day.
Yeah, that was an absolute blast to watch. Super excited to see what else they're bringing to the table, and I don't think that's going to be the end of the road for 3RB either.
No, I don't think it is as well, okay? But, you know, hey, I'll tell you one thing, you know, when it comes down to breaking down this matchup, I can't think of no better people than our host on the desk.
Thank you so much, Bobby and Blaze. And, you know, we called it out at the beginning, Mommy. I said, you know what? I would love to see an upset. And for the second seed in 3RB to lose like that, it went down to the wire, but that was insane.
It honestly started over into that hardpoint matchup. They almost got that, but then the quick turnaround was absolutely nuts. They were able to actually get a lot of the points in the beginning, but then Godlike just absolutely swept them from under the rug. And after that, they just didn't have the rhythm anymore.
Right, and you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see how things have unfolded so far. 2 games have been completed, and I'm going to say it now. Team Vitality, they look so dominant. You know what? I'm not good at math, but I did some. And in both of the Respawn games, do you know that they went 300-59 against NS?
Oh, that was actually so impressive to me, especially in that domination matchup. Vitality and Team NS, they had such a great matchup, but obviously Vitality was the stronger team. And I really want to talk about that domination matchup. I know we went in there like halfway, right? It's going to be 75-4. So a lot of people are asking, how come it was a 4-point in round number 1? That's the reason why he did probably rush towards BRC. They didn't cap their home flag.
It is insane. Let's take a look at the losers bracket as well. Team NS and 3RB, I'm expecting them to make a statement. These teams, they did not want to end up here, but you know what? They still have a fighting chance to make it to the end.
Definitely a fighting chance just because they have another shot. But it's not going to be easy just because the losers round number 1, they're going to be going up against another hungry team. But we're going to be seeing that in a little bit. 3RBA again, that's going to be so impressive to see.
So coming up next, we actually have a really good matchup. So for those of you at home, you know what? Go ahead, grab something to drink, but don't stay away for too long because coming up next, we actually have Revenant versus True Rippers, and I can't wait. We'll see you guys shortly. With Season 6 coming right up, I can't wait. And right here on the desk, as usual, I'm your host, Willie, and I'm here with my man, Guy Blaze. Good to see you again, man.
Man, us back on the desk again. Who would have thought, right?
It was good. But from what we just saw right there, how excited are you to see the Undead Siege mode and also the fact that we're going to be playing on the streets of Panama for Season 6?
Man, we're going to the streets of Panama, guys, all right? And also, we got the new map in Slums dropping as well, the new map stack also, and it's going to be one in which you guys don't want to miss out. You know Call of Duty Mobile always does it big when it comes down towards the seasons, and the last few, they have not disappointed. So make sure you guys don't miss out on Season 6.
And also, the beauty about COD Mobile is that you're going to get action-packed content every single month. So stay tuned. You might see something that you might like, but I'm going to be honest. I love Slums, and one thing that I love more than Slums is the gameplay that we've been seeing so far. So you just got done commentating. So what are your thoughts so far? Because the action is there, and the competition is there, but when it comes to vitality, those boys are dominant.
They are so dominant, folks, okay? If you guys followed us throughout the Call of Duty Mobile Masters series, we saw a lot of the best teams in the world and some of the best gameplay that we saw in Call of Duty Mobile, but I think that this tournament right here can definitely trump that. And Vitality, hey, man, they set the pace for the day. We'll see if our next group of teams can match them.
Now, talking about the next group of teams, actually, the next series that are coming up will actually be Revenant versus True Rippers. Now, I can't wait. But if you want to make a statement right now, Blaze, the thing is, we saw Vitality start off hot. But when it comes to Revenant and True Rippers, it would be nice to go ahead and follow their footsteps and just dominate this team to just strike fear throughout the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, it would be nice, but we know it ain't going to be that easy, okay? Because you got to wake up and you got to be ready to play. And let's see if these two teams are ready to put on a show.
Now, talking about these two teams, I can't wait to see these two casters put in work. And I'm so excited to toss this over to Bobby and Beef Mommy. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm super excited to watch this matchup. These are two, I feel like, very evenly matched teams. I think it's probably going to be pretty similar to what we saw in 3RB and Godlike. So I'm really, really pumped to watch these guys. Beef Mommy, what's your expectations?
Absolutely, Bobby. I have the same sentiments as you, just because we already know that True Rippers are going to really take it. Revenant, on the other hand, we'll see if they can actually take it to the next level. All of these teams here so far have been an absolutely amazing job. So let's see what is going to happen in the next few matchups.
Yeah, before we hop into the matchup, we actually had the opportunity to talk to one of the players from Revenant Esports. So we're going to see what he's got to say about today's matchup and his expectations for his team.
Hello, I'm Abyss from Team Revenant Esports, and I'm representing India in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. I started playing Call of Duty Mobile when the open beta came out. Ever since then, I've just been dedicating my time to Call of Duty Mobile. In the beginning, I guess, we were all very nervous because these teams, they had players that we used to look up to. These were the people that we learned from, But then now, we've gotten over it when we play more and more with them. We studied the greatest, and I feel like we're the greatest right now. It's no more just a game, the people that you meet through the game, they're no more just friends. They've become like a part of our family. We play with them every day, we talk to them every day, and we share everything with them. And I guess the other biggest thing that Call of Duty has helped me with is probably with my education, as surprising as it would sound, because I'm using the winnings that I earn from the game to fund my education and in a way to ease pressure off of my parents. They just thought I was wasting my time. I mean, not necessarily wasting my time, because my parents have always been very supportive of me playing the game. It was like a promise that I made, like, I'll top the class and you let me do whatever I want. And what I want is to play the game. But then as majors came, we moved to a boot camp, and then a lot of things happened. We won, we lost, a lot of emotions. So at that point, they kind of understood like how much the game meant to me. And now when I tell them about the World Championship, and they're like, yeah, come on, get it. You have to win this, and I know you're gonna win it. Keep cheering for us, and we won't let you down, and we're here to win this World Championship.
Yeah, that is so awesome to see Call of Duty Mobile actually changing lives, the ability to actually pay for your education with what he's earning from the competitive scene. Beef Mommy, watching that, I don't think you can do anything but be inspired.
Absolutely. I'm getting goosebumps actually right now to just hearing that story. Gaming has come such a long way. Call of Duty, definitely for mobile gaming, has been the game to actually go and have amazing matchups.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think we actually had the opportunity to talk to one of the players from True Rippers as well. So before we hop into the matchup, we're going to see what they've got to say.
Hi everyone, I'm Vivan, also known as TR Fakes. I play for True Rippers Esports in the region of South Asia and the Middle East, and we were one of the first teams to qualify for the Stage 4 of the Godlike World Championship 2021. I've been playing the game for over a year now. I started the game pretty late compared to my other teammates and everyone in the scene. I started in the season 3 of the rank. Basically, I started for fun in the starting, but then everyone got pretty serious, so we were like, let's give comp a try. And then by the end of season 5, our team was like one of the teams which joined the comp very late, and they're like still in stage 4. So what makes us different is like we use little to no less strategies sometimes, and still we are able to get good results out of it. And we majorly just use the strats for the major games in like the major rounds. So I think somehow we are pretty good with the gunfights compared to the teams who are playing since the beta, and that's what has kept us going till now. Outside of the game, since I was a very introvert kind of a person, it has helped me build relationships outside the game with my teammates and with the other teams and all. So it has helped me develop my character outside the game, as in making friends with other people, opening up with other people. So I just say keep grinding and the opportunity will find you.
I mean, that's just another amazing story about what Call of Duty Mobile can do for people. To me, it's a little bit embarrassing because I've been playing the game since before the beta, and it seems like even though he started in Season 3, he's already better than me, so I don't know what to do with myself, but I guess that's why I'm here talking about it, and he's there playing it. So, Beef Mommy, looking at the maps, what do you think we've got in store for us, and which of these are you looking forward to?
I'm excited for Summit Hardpoint just because it's such a small map and the rotation needs to be tight. That control and top control room is absolutely key. Firing range search and destroy though, very classic map. You already know it's going to be that double sniper that's going to be absolutely blazing here. Standoff domination on the other hand, a very classic map, and it's really up to that rotations as well.
Yeah, I don't really see any maps here that I'm not excited to watch. So, like I said, I think Summit's a super underrated map. I always love watching it on Hardpoint, and that's what we've got in store today for game number 1. It's going to be Revenant versus True Rippers. Who will come out on top? Guess we'll have to wait and see as we hop into game 1.
It's all about the power positions over here, and a very quick start. It's going to be very interesting how we're going to be seeing the control room number 2 take over, and it seems to be like Revenant's going to be having a takeover.
Yep, contest early on. It is going to be True Rippers getting the break here early. I got a lot of players setting up in that bottom side. We see the MX-9 coming into play. Definitely incredibly powerful in the close range, especially with so many variations of attachments that you can use to make it really effective for hipfire, all those things. True Rippers making their best use of it in a pretty much Fennec-dominated game that we've seen so far.
It's all about the close range guns that you're going to be able to use, and the Fennec is definitely going to be abused. And it's going to be top control yet again right now for the side of True. It's going to be interesting how they're going to be able to go and rotate to the next hardpoint just because there's only 9 seconds left on the clock. They need to go in for that solid push, but then that's going to be very interesting how they actually still went in for that P1 with just 2 seconds left.
I mean, True Rippers is looking phenomenal off the start. I believe we saw one player already with full score streaks, and he hasn't even had to use any of them yet. You can see they're already getting that rotation on into P2 right there. It is going to be a break going in for Revenant, but wow, a lot of gunfights going the way of True Rippers. That Pred missile going to come on in as well. Despite that, is Revenant in control of the hardpoint, and as I say that, it gets immediately broken. And broken back, and broken back, and broken back, and now it's Revenant.
A very strong response for the side of Revenant. Just keep on being broken back right now. That Predator missile for the side of True wasn't really that smart. I feel like they actually should have placed it within the inner circle of that particular P2. But then the rotation needs to come through. Very, very early rotation. And the spawn is probably going to be in the favor right now of Revenant.
Yep, that's another big gunfight going in for them, but regardless, Revenant in control of the lead right now. They're in control of the hard point as well. Abyss, we saw an interview with him, perfectly set up with that death machine. Nobody coming through that side alleyway, and he's going to be able to go ahead and clear out the hard point. He's got a sentry gun. He's got a Pred missile. Concussion's going to hit, but he is still standing. And right now, Revenant in control despite the strong start for True Rippers.
Oh, the setup is just absolutely beautiful. You can see heavy, heavy defense right now. Sentry gun into play, and also the operator skills as well. A very great combination combination here for P3. It's going to be a money hill for them, as you can see here. They're not going to be able to go and infiltrate such a strong defense for the side of Revenant.
Yeah, it's so impressive the way they've been able to turn this around, especially despite the killing power that we saw from True Rippers off the start. Big time struggles for Fakes right now. He's only got 3 kills on the board, tries to make the push in, immediately shut down by Abyss, and it's just gunfight after gunfight going over toward Revenant. We see True Rippers now making that rotation on over to P4 right here, but they're giving up a lot of time in the meantime. I don't know if this is the right timing for it, and especially with the way they're getting shut down already. You can see 18 seconds of free time going in for Revenant. The early rotation doesn't even mean a thing.
That early rotation was just wasted, and even there's going to be a sentry gun right there, but it doesn't really matter. The infiltration right now for the side of Revenant was so key, was so perfect. Not only that, they were able to actually get those scrap points into P3. Oh, but look at that. It's going to be an X1 Goliath right now for this side right now, True Rippers. That's going to be absolutely key.
Yeah, you can hear the Goliath coming in. True Rippers trying to make their way up there. They're going to need kind of a line of trophy systems in order to not get completely obliterated. And you can see the Death Machine going to try to shut it down right there. Already lost a lot of HP, but it looks like they're going to be able to make their way on in. They shut down the sentry gun and prolonged the game just a little bit longer, but with only 10 seconds needed for Revenant right now, I don't know if True Rippers has what it takes to completely turn around this game.
True Rippers, I know you can do it. If they can bring that Goliath all the way into P1, they probably have a chance to actually go in for that turnaround. It's going to be a very solid hold here, but then the rotation needs to come through. They need to leave that Goliath and head over to P1.
I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen much FHJ usage out of Revenant to try to take this out. You can see they finally get it right there, and I would expect probably a lot of the reason for that is that most of these players are running the shorty instead of the FHJ, so Goliath able to get a little bit more utility, but we do see a contest back here on P1. It is Revenant winning the gunfights once again. They've got that control, and it looks like probably a matter of time unless True Rippers can pull off a miracle. They get the contest right there. Not a whole lot of time to work with. They get the break somehow, and they're keeping it alive.
3 points left here, and it's going to be so close. If they let this go at this moment, that's going to be absolutely crazy turnaround. It's going to be possible, though. They just need to be tight. Every single point, every single kill matters here. It's a battle here in control room number 2, but it seems to be like the contest is still coming through.
This is I can't. This is the longest contest I've ever seen in Call of Duty Mobile. They finally get the break in the contest again. It's 149. Finally, Revenant comes out on top right there, and they do get the win in game number 1.
That was just crazy. And just like that, I actually thought it was going to be such a close game, but Revenant is going to be so nice with their rotations, with the kills, the gunfights. Not only that, it's actually in that P3 hold where they were able to shine.
Yeah, that was just a really good combination of early rotations, gun skill. Even with so many kills going in, you saw a bunch of score streaks for True Rippers off the start, but after that, it was all Revenant. You saw the 1 score streak going into that P4 rotation, but once it shut down, it was pretty much game over.
The XS1 Goliath into play, that was really nice. That was supposed to be the time for them to actually go and pull through all of those points, but sadly, they weren't able to actually bring it into P1.
All right, well, we actually have another matchup that's happening right now, and one of these teams is probably a fan favorite to win the event, Insidious versus Unbroken, happening right now. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that one that is already underway, and you can see Insidious, as expected, already taking the lead.
The lead is not going to be that easy, though. Again, another Summit hardpoint here, just like the matchup we saw a while ago. Insidious, though, going to be the strongest team in India, one of the strongest, really going up against a team like Vitality, but it's going to be Unbroken that's going to try to break into the defense right now of Insidious.
Yeah, and Unbroken not having a whole lot of luck breaking right here, as we do see the LMGs coming into play. Neutrino, bottom side, finds one on the top side, and if you look at the kill feed, it is all Insidious all the way. Surprise, going to be able to get a 2-piece right there, but they don't get any time on the hill out of it, and when it comes down to it, that is what matters. You can see Learn in the top side getting a couple as well. It is Insidious already set up on P2, and they are big chillin' as those score streaks start to come in.
Ice Cream Extreme chilling over here in Summit as the cold is going to be heated up just because of the matchup that we are going to be seeing here. P2. It's a very strong hold for the side of Insidious, and you can see here it's going to be 0-63 still. I think they want to keep it that way.
I think Insidious is trying to go for the 150-0 just to make a statement right here. We know this is a team that has won some of the biggest tournaments in India so far. I believe they were the winners of Stage 4 last year for the region as well. So they've definitely looked to defend their name right here. We do finally see a break going in for Unbroken, and definitely could not have come at a better time as it looked like things were starting to snowball out of control. We'll see if maybe they can even things up as we rotate into P3.
That rotation going back into P2 was not the smartest move for the side right now of the Unbroken, just because they should have had that. They had the spawn already going into P3, but yet they still went in there for the scrap points. And now it's going to be another solid hold here. Even though the spawn is at the favor of Unbroken, you already know that's going to be that solid defense yet again. The sentry gun makes its appearance, and it's going to be very troublesome for them to break the hill.
And unfortunately for Insidious, those spawns are going to be pesky, but they've really just got them in a spawn trap right now. And I think that's where they want them. So the thing is, even if you have hardpoint control, you can still spawn in the backside of this farthest spawn, which is definitely just an absolute pain for Unbroken right now. As you can see, the death machines start to come out. You got the head glitch to work with over on the forklift, and they're just getting absolutely obliterated.
If you want to actually heavily defend the hardpoint, it's going to be P3. Bring out all of your operators, bring out all of your sentries. This is the kill to actually get, and they are taking every single point. 103-23, that is going to be absolutely dominating. They have to go in for the rotation, though. You can see the operation is going to be FBM.
Yep, definitely looking really, really good for Insidious, but we're going to go ahead and hop on back to our other matchup. Team Revenant versus True Rippers. We are hopping into Search and Destroy over on firing range. As you can see, the plant going in here, and it looks like round number one, not going to go the way of True Rippers, at least off the start right there. They actually do have a man advantage, and especially with the bomb down, looking pretty good, and that's going to be a huge snipe. It's going to be Zyro all by himself. Got that mythic Rytech in hand, trying to make some crazy plays. He doesn't know Kevin's on the lurk over in that mid area, and that's going to be a snipe for him. That is round number one going on in for True Rippers.
Firing Rangers and Destroy, you need to have strong snipers here. You need to have that strong sniper presence. Not only that, you need to have that double sniper if you really want to pull through. If you're confident enough in your teammates to actually pull through with that double, you're definitely going to have that upper hand. Now, it's going to be a very heavy push, really aggressive push going into that A-bomb site. But then one person is going to be lurking from behind.
Yep, and no first blood right here. A little bit surprised at how soft the defense is for Revenant. Zyro's going to have to back up down to like 5 HP right there, and especially as you spray through that smoke, Reaction going to be able to get a little bit of intel, but Bones with the push on in, jeez, you got to hit that snipe. Such an easy opportunity, misses the follow-up as well. That's definitely going to come back to bite True Rippers as Techno now waiting, lurking in that little sandbag corner. Kevin trying to find an angle to hit a snipe. Reckless right down below. He has no idea right now. This could potentially be an easy kill for Revenant if they're able to get a little bit of an angle out, but he's going to chill there, and right now just trying to get that information.
True Rippers with a reluctance. They actually should have had that in the bag into that A-bomb site. And the defense wasn't actually that solid for the side of Revenant. They didn't even have sight and armory. And that was probably their demise. They didn't push through. And now the rotation is going to be coming into that Bravo site. They're going to be able to spot one, though. Trying to get one, but there's going to be too much. It's going to be two people right in there.
And just like that, only 2 players remain for True Rippers. It's going to be a 1v5 for Kevin. Finds 1. Can he make it 2? Not going to happen right there. He's going to get shut down. I believe I just noticed he's using Hardline. It's Search and Destroy when you could be using Dead Silence. I'm just going to go ahead and say that's not the move. You don't need to be playing for score streaks in Search and Destroy, but you know what? Maybe he has some information that I don't. Definitely saw some snipes right there. Oh, and Kevin gets a hit marker. Not going to be able to get the kill shot. Has the angle, the jiggle peek, going to be able to evade. And really, really missing some crucial shots for multiple players on True Rippers.
That would have been such a big kill. That information coming into that top 10 was absolutely crucial. But then they're going to be playing a little bit more of a passive approach, which is going to be very good. Just I feel like it's going to be better for them to be passive because they tried to go on the aggression, but they keep backing away for some reason. The information needs to pull through. They need to play for picks. Get one. Once the information gets to you, go for the play.
Yeah, Zyro's going to find first blood with the Rytech right there, so it finally looks like Revenant taking control of this one. True Rippers just playing really, really passive, and I think a lot of this is just coming down to a lack of confidence in their snipers. You got to be able to hit those snipes whenever that player's directly in your crosshair multiple times. You just got to make it happen. And especially at this level of competition, the people you're going up against are not going to be missing those shots. Super, super crucial as Techno makes his way on up to the B site right here. The Holger's trying to hit the wall bang. Nothing going in quite yet, but one player shut down. It is Techno in a nice spot right here. He hears the shots to the side, but he's going to play it patiently and gets the kill right there. Big opportunity as his teammate peeks the wall. Not gonna. No, he is able to get the kill. Just like that, True Rippers. It's a 2v2.
Oh, big kills. They were patient there. They waited right there in that corner, and they were able to pull through. Now, oh no, it's not going to be good. But then he does get the kill. It's a 2v1 situation. It's still very doable. He needs to go and pick up the bomb. They have sights on Bravo, though. But then with 15 seconds left on the clock, it's not going to happen as Syro finishes the job and finally getting that 2-1 here. Firing range is a very tricky map if you don't have a really powerful sniper.
Yep, that's one of the big upsides of the Rytech is it actually has a way faster rate of fire than most of the bolt actions. It's relatively similar to the Arctic 50 in that capacity, but it has a bigger lethal zone. So a lot of upsides for that. You can see True Rippers getting real aggressive over here on the A site, and it looks like they're going to be able to take control. Nobody really there to defend. Big first blood goes in for Fakes, and another one going to fall for Revenant. This is a huge opportunity that True Rippers needs to capitalize on, but they got to be hitting those snipes, and especially with the way Zyro's been playing, they really need to keep an eye out for him. Another big frag goes in for reaction. It's going to be Zyro all by himself, left to try to 1v5, backing up from that American building, and not going to be able to spot anybody yet. I believe Fakes lurking on that backside. He spotted him, but just caught timing at its best. Reaction gonna win the gunfight. Big round for True Rippers to tie things up.
That was impossible to clutch up. That defense was just solid. And for the side of Revenants, they actually over-pushed into that backside into bathroom, and that's why they lost those two players. They need to go in for the information. The defense seems to be like they're having a very hard time just because they're going in there, having the defense very heavily contested. But no, you can see here a bad read. They're actually going to be heavily stacking A, but the rotation has been coming through B. No one is going to be guarding Bravo.
Yeah, I'm shocked they did not send a single player to the B side. Like, I will say, True Rippers has been relatively readable for the most part, but to send not a single, like, you don't even have anybody getting information. You do see players going on the counter rotation right there. Reckless gonna slide in the corner, wins a big gunfight. Even with the bad read, it's not gonna matter. They win 2 gunfights right there. Cheese gonna be able to get the shorty kill, but Zyro with that Rytech, he is the one making the big plays with the sniper so far, and another True Rippers player shut down. Fakes all by himself, spotted out. That is not the situation where you want to be using an LMG, and that's round number 5 going the way of Revenant.
Even though the True Rippers had the advantage of actually going into Bravo without any contest, that was crazy how they were able to pull through. Revenant was having that great read. They didn't see anyone at A, knowing very well that no one was at Bravo. That was very lucky for them, and that was a really good read. But then they should actually have at least one person in every site. But then the bomb does go down.
Yep, it's a man advantage for Revenant again. True Rippers wins a big gunfight, 3v3 right here. Fakes might have gotten faked out. It looks like he doesn't think there's anybody over on the A site, but that is where the entire team is if you are True Rippers. So they're going to be able to get the plant down right here. Fakes peeks the corner, nobody waiting for him on the inside of trailer. A little bit surprised, nobody for Revenant trying to play that, and that's going to be crucial positioning. Could potentially get the pinch here onto Reckless. I think Reaction probably going to spot him right there as 2 True Rippers players make their way into trailer. And it looks like this is kind of the game plan for Revenant. I've got a feeling they probably have a sniper set up and ready to go for the retake. And oh my gosh, Reckless finds the 2-piece right there. Can he make it 3? Cheese going to be able to win it, but not a whole lot of time to work with. Got the Holger, not going to be able to hit those shots. He hits it. He gets the kill right there. I don't know if he has enough time. Even if he does, they should be there to get the kill, and a little bit of a risky play from Cheese as he doesn't take the shots, but the bomb gonna blow him up at the last second anyway.
Revenant, great play for time, but that setup was actually very impressive. It was all up to reaction to get that kill, but sadly he lost the gunfight, essentially leaving the two people in trailer vulnerable. They weren't able to make the push and eventually leading to that 1-2 clutch. Not be able to really go for that bomb though, but then you can see here, big opener right now from Abyss.
Yeah, it seems like Revenant is just the more confident team. We see two players traded off the start right there. Ripper Snipers finally starting to hit some of their shots, but it's going to actually snowball right there. Cheese finds one with the Holger as well. They are, despite that, down to 2 players. It's going to be a 2v2 right here. Correction. 3v2 right here. One of the players was just regenning. My bad. Rytech shot not going to land for Zyro right there. 3 players trying to push their way in. This is Reckless' favorite spot, and he's making the most of it. They're going to peek the corners. He can't get a 2-piece like last time. It is going to be a huge shot for Zyro right there with Fakes. Gets the trade just in time. They're going to be able to get the defuse. An absolutely massive round going in for True Rippers, as that would have put them at 5-2, which would have made the comeback next to impossible.
That must have felt good for the side of True Rippers. That was crazy. They were at a disadvantage, but they don't care. This is what I look for in a team. When even though they are going to be one man down, it doesn't matter. We can see individual gunfights absolutely blazing through. It's going to be a very passive approach here. Revenants are going to be a little bit quiet. They're going to be sitting really quietly here in the side of wood. They need to do that just because they lost the last round. That confidence might boost up for the side of True Rippers.
And you can see True Rippers playing this pretty evenly spread across the map right now. No real heavy push toward one side or another. That was one mistake that we saw Revenant make when they were on the defensive side, is they full sent to A and the entire opposing team went to B. So it seems like the defensive strategy is there for True Rippers. Do you think they got a chance at this comeback?
Most definitely. Their defense is solid. They're better in that defensive strategies. We've seen it already. They're going to have a hard time on the offense. They need to go in there. Have that control in armory. That is the eyes that they need to see. But here we go. The information is probably going to come in through Kevin. They need to go into the rotation. It's going to be a little bit too late. They don't actually see it. 4 and 1 need to go into the rotation into A.
Yeah, it looks like both teams kind of making some mistakes right there as Kevin misses the shot, but the pre-fire ends a little bit early for Revenant, and the push coming up from Techno, that's a huge 3-piece for them. 1 player left alive in Oil. He's a 1v5, only 2 kills through the first 8 rounds. Seems relatively unlikely that we'll see the 1v5 right here, and Fake's gonna shut it down real quick. Just like that, we are tied up at 4-4.
This is the confidence that I've been telling you guys. This is what you need. One big play to really boost you up. The defensive side is going to be very solid for the side of True Rippers. But then, that was a very faulty match for both of these teams. We should have seen an early rotation for the side of True Rippers and as well as for the side of Revenant. But here we go. It's going to be an aggressive push into A.
And Techno gonna be able to win 1, can't make it 2. That's going to be 2 players down for each team right there. And as you saw from the scoreboard just a second ago, the snipers dominating this as Kevin has made big play after big play with the sniper in hand. Fake's going to try to go for the flank right here. Abyss trying to find a way out of this. Clean movement right there, going to keep him alive. Zyro holding those angles with the sniper. If he can hit one right here, it'll be huge. He should be able to spot Fakes, but he's going to miss one there as well. Those are the shots that you have got to hit if your team is going to come out on top at this level of the competition.
You're absolutely right. Zyro had an easy shot, and it's going to be the defusal. That was such a strong ride for True Rippers. And even though they had that late rotation, they went in for the flank instead, eventually getting rid of 2 players here in Bathroom. Now we are at match point. Game point, 5 and 4. 1 more win for the side True Rippers. How many matches, how many rounds did they win? I'm pretty sure it was like 3 straight rounds into the defensive side.
Yeah, we were at 4-2, and they finally won a big round. They have not lost since then. They have definitely taken this game by storm, and Revenant gonna get first-blooded again. Time after time, it's the snipers from True Rippers making the plays, and that's gonna soften up that defense a lot. You got Bones up in tower right here. That's gonna be huge for Revenant, and that could get the first blood that they need to make this game a little bit longer. I think that Bones sees the gun peeking right around the corner from the inside of trailer, but not going to risk anything and take the shot. Zyro hoping somebody peeks mid, see if he can find one. Actually swapping from the Rytech to the DLQ, maybe a little bit more of a comfort weapon as it's been around longer. And Bones going to find one onto Kevin. That's going to be man advantage for Revenant, and That's going to make this push that much more difficult for True Rippers.
Big kill for Bones, but then the flank is going to ensue here. This is going to be very tricky, but then they spot him. Good needs to win that gunfight, but loses it. That's going to be so hard for them to actually pull through. Big kills yet again. It was going to be a 1v3 situation. Trailer control is key. Reaction can still probably win this if he actually can able to pick that one person, Reckless, into that trailer. Yes, doesn't quite get it though. Reckless, that was a great push.
Yeah, he had the right idea with the slide peek, but just did not hit the shots, and that's really what it comes down to. So now we have ourselves a round 11. Both of these teams going down to the wire right here, obviously flipping sides. So True Rippers going to be back on offense where they didn't really look all that strong for the majority of the game, but we do see 2 of the first kills going to be absolutely crucial. They're ready for Revenant to make that push on the backside of trailer as well. Major assist goes in. It's a 2-man advantage right here, but 2 come in. Revenant making the plays, but it's reaction on the inside. It's a 3v1. The AS Val gonna find 1 for Oil. He hasn't had a whole lot of luck all game, but he finds 2. I don't understand how he made it happen. We're in a 1v1. Techno's over on bomb. Oil waiting, trying to find a little bit of sound right here. He's not gonna spot anybody around the corner. Techno on the bomb. He's playing that head glitch. You get the contact from enemies, audio cue, and he now knows he needs to make that push in. Trophy system gonna shut down the nade. Slowly making his way in. It's going to be tough to contest, but he's got the head glitch to work with. Could potentially win the gunfight. Techno might have waited too long. He's going to take the shots, but he doesn't have an angle. Oil gets the defuse and they come out on top.
What an absolutely crazy round, Bobby. That was great. I was like, is he going to defuse? Is he actually going to defuse this? And this is a true testament. Pros don't fake. That was amazing. True Rippers really went in there 4 straight rounds. They were able to pull through. Lost that 5th round, but then you know what? It doesn't really matter.
I cannot believe what I just saw. He struggled all game long, gets the 2-piece, perfectly positions himself right behind the bomb, and it was a little bit of an overextension on the inside of trailer. By the time he realized his mistake, I think he wanted to go for a wrap, but it was too late. Just absolutely perfect execution right there for Revenant to somehow pull out the win.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted True Rippers to actually go and pull through for a second there. I really thought they had it in the bag, but no, Revenant was just absolutely crazy. And we're going to be seeing here such amazing gameplay, not only from both of these teams, but individually. They did such amazing individual gunfights. This is what you need to do. As a team, though, that communication is absolutely key. We can see a very heavy push going into that Bravo site all the time, and I think it was just that lack of rotation going into that Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, that was... The entire second half of the game looked like it was all True Rippers all the way. They had 3 players alive, the bomb down, and just completely fell apart there at the end. And you can see the plays from the middle of the game as well as, man, such a good mid-game and just a really unfortunate final round.
That was so great. Round 11 to really just pull it out with a 1v1 with a faking. That wasn't a fake. That was absolutely crazy. They were able to actually go in there, have the gunfights really ensue. Reaction really had a great reaction time into that last matchup, just because he was able to actually clutch up that 2v1, but no, that wasn't really enough. And it's going to be just that 1v1 that we really like to see with that not fake defusal that we like to see here.
Yeah, I mean, watching this back, I still can't believe that it happened. It just seemed like at every point, Oil was in a position to lose the gunfight. When he made his way up to the bomb site, I was like, okay, he might have a shot at this, but really, all that True Rippers had to do was peek out a trailer, and you can see he realizes his mistake as he tries to exit trailer. He hears the audio cue, but by that point, it's too late. The defuse goes in, and what a clutch for Revenant right there. If you're True Rippers, is there any way you bounce back from that in game number 3?
They had the confidence. They really had the confidence, really evening things out. But then after that clutch, it's very hard to come from that. But then this is a really great test to a team, whether they're going to be able to pull through with those 2 losses. Standoff domination, though, that's going to be a completely different story. This map is going to be amazing for domination. You need to really hold those power positions. That's going to be Granny's House, 2F in blue, and also in Statue.
Yeah, and this is one of the more balanced domination maps in the map pool, so I'm really excited to watch this one. I think these teams are really going to give it their all. I mean, if you are true Rippers, you can go two ways with this. You can just be absolutely mentally shattered and just give up, or you can have that motivation of knowing we should have won that last match and let that carry you through. So they did look pretty weak in their first respawn. It looks like they've gotten warmed up a little bit more. We'll see if they can bring their A game here in game number 3.
It's a new game, it's a new map, so they shouldn't just forget the past and really look into the future and really pull through as a team. They can really do it. Both of these team leaders, we already know how strong they are. The communication needs to be key. They've gone through so much to go up to this point, but it's not going to be the very end though. I really want to see a match number 4 just because of standoff domination. You can see a lot of clutches here. I want to see a 149 and 150.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Most of our domination matches have not really been all that close just because we've had a lot of maps where it can start to snowball pretty quickly, or in the case of our takeoff domination, it can snowball from the start and you only get 4 points in the first half. I don't anticipate that we're going to see that from these two teams. Even though it was a little bit lopsided in the first respawn, I think that True Rippers is warmed up and ready to go for game 3.
It is definitely going to be warming up. Standoff is going to be the map that we really want to see, and it's our first domination here in this map. So I want to see what is going to be pulling through for both of these teams, knowing very well that True Rippers is going to have a hard time and that pressure to pull 1 point to really bring this into a game number 4.
Yep. And it looks like our teams are hopping into the standoff map, so there's not really, would you consider there to be a strong side on this one?
Well, I actually really like to have that side of the alpha flag just because you have that 2F in blue. You have a faster side from Grandma, but no, you can see here, it's going to be a fast reaction over here for the side of True Rippers. They're going to be capping B really quickly.
Yeah, they get a lot of progress right there. I think they're going to go a fraction of a second away. That could actually be disastrous, especially with 4 players pushing up. But Reaction solo pushes. They don't see him making the push right there. Oil going to be right there with the RPD. And really, a lot of this is probably going to be players holding those power positions with LMGs. You do see Revenant clears it off, and immediately they're able to take that B flag. And especially with the way they're winning gunfights right now, that is not a good sign for True Rippers. They need to win this one, or they're heading down to the losers bracket. And it looks like the triple cap is actually underway. True Rippers looking to flip for A right there, but Reckless 2 can't make it 3. Let's see if he has it. He does. Not in time to save the A flag, but his teammates are there as well, and they are coming out crying.
Big 3-piece made them have that triple cap, but then I feel like that Predator missile should have come in right now so that they can actually go ahead and really just take Charlie, but no, they were able to really just do that in the spawn in that gas station where everyone else is going to be spawning off. Really great start for the side of Revenant, and even though they tried to go for C, they were able to have that alpha flag just because of one person. Now what they need to do is to have that set up into the statue and also into that 2F Granny's house.
We do see some of the smoke start to come out as True Rippers tries to get a little bit of pressure up there on B, but they just immediately get shut down. Too many Revenant players and too many key points. We do see Abyss on another gunfight right there. Not really a super strong game for him, but you know, as the IGL, he's just looking to help his teammates make the plays. So it's not necessarily always about getting the most kills, but making sure that you're playing your role, and he's doing that to perfection. Zyro hasn't really found a ton either, but as you can see, it's not showing on the scoreboard, and Abyss gonna lose that gunfight. That's actually a 3-piece going in for True Rippers. Might have an opportunity to get B right here, but Zyro gonna win that one with the shorty right there. And 2 players in danger. We see 1 get shut down. Will it be 2? It is. Zyro making the big plays over on A.
Beautiful distraction gameplay from Reaction and Techno, really having that long rotation through back alley, going into Alpha, and eventually sending 2 people over here in Bravo, but then they're not going to be able to actually take it for such a long time. But then the shutdown does happen in Bravo.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of that progress probably going to get wiped away for True Rippers. You can see they're able to hop onto both B and C, but since they couldn't get it concentrated onto one flag, it's just really going to waste. And Zyro hopping back on it immediately retakes the B flag right there. All this progress, all these big opportunities, True Rippers just not able to capitalize on.
Great plays from both of these teams. You have a counterplay after counterplay from both of these teams. It's going to be 74 and 57. That is not a very comfortable lead for the side of Revenant, just because you have going to be so many places here where you can actually go in. Back alley is going to be key. If you are going to be on the side of Revenant, you need to go into back alley and sneakily go into that alpha flag, because obviously B is going to be such a heavily defended area.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm a little bit surprised the score is as close as it is. It feels like Revenant has dominated, but some of those timely B flips have turned out in favor of True Rippers. You're going to see them pushing for Broken Wall right there. Abyss shuts down one player right behind the car. He's getting a little cheeky with it. Makes it a two-piece right there for Kevin. He's made a lot of big plays for them and trying to make it happen once again. He's going to be able to save the B flag right there. Reckless going to be able to trade, and another big kill going in. A lot of progress on B, but the biggest issue for True Ripper is going to be the LMG in the top of market. You've got to take that out if you're going to have a shot at getting B.
Absolutely. Fakes needs to go down because he's providing so much pressure for the side of that Bravo capture, but then Abyss, big kills. They need to go in there. They need to go in, but yes, there you go. Cyro's going to be able to actually take out Fakes with a shorty.
Ooh, and it looks like we might have a triple cap right here. Cheese trying to get the progress onto B, but Solo, I just don't think this is a move right here. So many angles you can get killed from. He's going to drop again, and just a lot of missed opportunities right there. And that's why team chemistry is so crucial. Your teammates have to know that exact moment you're going to pounce on B flag. At this level of competition, a solo cap's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, solo capture is not going to cut it, but then we keep seeing that solo pushes. They need to really move as a team. Oil actually could have had that kill over in C, really just prolonging that triple cap, but sadly he really just lost that engagement. Bravo, though, is not going to be safe for both of these teams. They need to go in for the cleanup. Revenant's going to be able to do that, but then the shutdown does happen for the side of Bones. He's going to be able to pull through, but then just a little bit more points. They can actually do this, but the setup is just too heavily defended right now for the side of Revenant.
And right now, True Rippers is just getting really, really tunnel vision, and Bones is feasting because of it. He's just sitting there, LMG, Death Machine, spray, 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 all the free kills that you want. 23 on the board, probably more at this point. Absolutely frying, and we are now in triple cap territory for True Rippers as they are very much in danger of getting 3-0'd right here. Bones frying once again, 28 kills on the board, just doing whatever he wants with that Holger, and it's only a matter of time before Revenant closes this one out.
And this is why we can see the Holger 26 is absolutely used here, and not only in pro, but also in rank. This is probably one of my favorite guns, and actually it's going to be very unique to see the RPD here. But here we go. Very quick cap here, but then just loses that gunfight as Cyro is going to be able to actually finish the job. They keep struggling. They keep trying to go for that Bravo push, but you can see the overextension right now for the side of the... Oh, that was a big kill. Revenant was actually able to stop that push. They're going to be able to go for that spawn trap.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough time for True Rippers right here. That's going to be the end of the road for them, at least as far as the winner bracket goes. But we've actually got another game going on right now, Insidious versus Unbroken. So we're going to go ahead and hop on over to that one and see what's going on there as we get ready to hop into Crossfire Domination.
Crossfire Domination. Now, a lot of people actually really hate this map, especially in this particular game mode, just because of how heavily one-sided it is. You really want to get that Charlie flag, and the Special Forces base really is going to be very contested. If you are going to be spawning off in Alpha, you need to make sure that you are going to be going through Butchers and going into that Charlie flag if it's not going to be heavily defended, which it most probably will.
Yeah, as you can see, Insidious up to a 2-0 lead right here, so they're looking to close this one out, and based on the current score, I don't anticipate that's going to be too difficult, especially given they have strong side in the second half. Anytime you're able to come out of weak side, doubling up on the other team, typically going to be a pretty good sign. Immediately gets the B cap right there. They're winning the gunfights. Trunks has a sentry gun. He can set up wherever he wants to. Does get shut down by surprise. Maybe a little bit longer range than you want to take with the Fennec, but not really going to matter at this point in the game as they have complete control of that B building. Surprise, not going to be able to win the gunfight, and Vegas just chilling up that top side.
They're just going to be so confident to the fact that they over-pushed with a Fennec. I would probably just send a Holger there, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. But you can see here, it's going to be a very early push into Bravo. It's going to be Saw all by himself, but with the assist of his teammates, surprised, but finally gets the cap. They weren't going to be able to see it. They're probably blindsided, but they're also getting those kills.
Yeah, miss on the gravity spikes right there. Both players able to dodge that for Unbroken. So they've still got an opportunity right here. This is not going to be easy to hold by any means. And honestly, if you're Unbroken, you probably want to try to push for the C flip. That's what's going to be your best opportunity to actually maintaining this. You're going to see Trunks right there, finds one, see if he can make it two. Some of those operators and score streaks going to start to come in. And once Insidious starts to invest that, it's going to be really, really tough for Unbroken to maintain that B control.
Insidious is having a hard time, and Charlie, that is very surprising to me. Such a solid push, but then here we go. The pinch coming in from the side of superiority from the side of Insidious. But it's not going to be that easy. As you can see here, the sentry gun comes into play. Big score streak play here for the side right now of Unbroken. Unbroken teamwork, that is definitely amazing.
Yeah, we saw one player actually making the push for C, which I like to see from Unbroken right here, especially for a team as experienced as Insidious. I'm surprised by what I'm seeing, but Surprise is actually there to get the kill as well, and it is finally going to be Insidious making that push. They got 3 players, and like I said, once you start to invest some of that big-time utility, the score streaks, the operators, that's when it gets really, really tough to hold that B flag. We do see Unbroken getting a little bit of time, but they just don't have enough. They've used up too much of what they had. And at this point, it's going to be really tough, as it looks like Insidious actually going to be looking to triple cap. I'm surprised that they leave the C flag right here. So crucial to hold that, but we are in triple cap territory for Unbroken anyway. Not a whole lot for them to work with.
That was impressive to me. It's 97 and 131. It's still actually very doable, but no, it's actually going to be that Predator missile that stops the push. And you know what, Bobby? You were actually correct with what you said a while ago. They heavily invested into that early round 2, and in return, they're not going to be able to go and push through. Loses that gunfight, but then 2 of these teammates actually able to go in for that defense, is going to be able to actually get that Bravo. They need to go in here, use everything in their arsenal to really have that heavy defense.
Yep, and we do see a lot of players just getting absolutely beamed there off of B. Insidious in complete control right now. Trunks, shotgun shot, shotgun shot. I believe that was a 3-piece with the shorty. That's a secondary, by the way. They're going to be able to close out game 3 as well. And it looks like we're going to have ourselves yet another 3-0 as we do get past round number 1 for today's matches.
An unsurprising 3-0 for Insidious and Unbroken. Insidious is going to be that top team in India, really wanting to have that spot in the World Championships. They were able to do so last year, but they need to earn it again this year. The competition is going to be stiff, though.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the likes of Godlike, Vitality. All 3 of those teams looking super, super impressive, especially with the level at which they dominated the competition. So I'm excited to see these guys go up against each other in the second round, which obviously is going to be a part of our action today.
Absolutely. Now, that was a very impressive run from Insidious, really dominating every single matchup. But will they be able to actually pull through in the next series with more evenly matched plays? Not quite sure, though, but we already know that's going to be Insidious, especially for Learn and Search and Destroy. I'm really looking out for that kid, just how impressive he is with that sniper.
Yeah, and there's not really a whole lot of surprises. I think the one surprise that we did have was 3RB getting knocked down to the lower bracket, but I think we'll see more from them. We are going to go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from Insidious and Unbroken. And obviously, the scoreboard tells most of it. Insidious dominated the majority of the time. And Learn, do I see Learn with is that a 40 bomb? I believe that's what I'm seeing right there. Absolute crazy numbers for him as he was just hitting shot after shot after shot.
Imagine getting a 40 bomb in this competition. I mean, it's already hard enough in ranked, but to get it here against talented teams that went up against hundreds of teams, that is very impressive. And I'm really excited to see for the side of Unbroken, they actually really gave me a great time in that domination round, really getting into that A and B push.
Yeah, they put up a really good fight right there, and that's just the tough part of that map is even if you do end up getting that B control, it's tough to maintain once the other team starts to get some of those score streaks and operators that they can invest in it. So they put up a really good fight, and especially given the fact that they were on weak side in the second half, for it to be that close following how lopsided it was in the first half is honestly pretty impressive going up against what a lot of people would consider to be the #1 team in India.
Yeah, that was very impressive. And Unbroken really just showed how they can do well in certain situations where they would be at a disadvantage. Being in that A flag doesn't really matter. They're still going to be able to cap that B. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't even pull through with a Predator missile or any of those score streaks to really stop that and possibly even making it into a game number 4. But then it's going to be so impressive for everyone else. Revenant and True Rippers though, Bobby, such a very impressive matchup, and we already know that they've been a little bit more evenly matched.
Yeah, that was just a heartbreaker for True Rippers, thinking back to the Search and Destroy. You've got 3v1 at the end of it. You get the bomb going down. Doesn't look like there's going to be any opportunity for you to win it, and somehow Revenant coming out on top right there. Just an absolute miracle play, and one of the crazier plays that we've seen in the COD Mobile Championships.
That was an up and down. Probably the wildest Search and Destroy game that I've seen here so far. And we're only in our 4th matchup. There's going to be so much more plays, so many amazing clutches that we still have yet to see. And speaking of amazing plays, we're going to be seeing Abyss here with the Spawn Trap again, with the Sentry Gun, that dominating hardpoint matchup.
Yeah, that one got out of control pretty quickly, and I think that really showed what Revenant is able to do. I'm excited to see how they play up against some of the other winners bracket teams. Obviously, no disrespect to True Rippers, but I think they're going to see their toughest competition in the road ahead, and I think they're really going to have to get their Search and Destroy down if they're going to be able to take out some of those top teams. Definitely a lot of mistakes that we saw them make. They were able to come out on top, but they're going to need to solidify those if they're going to beat the means and likes of Insidious and Revenant.
Revenant, they had amazing plays, but a lot of questionable plays as well. Like what you said, they need to really pull through just because they're going to be going up against Vitality, Insidious, the top teams. Not only that, it's going to be 3BR as well. So they need to go and step on. Yeah, even though they were able to pull through that 3-0, it wasn't in a very smooth fashion.
Yeah, definitely was not a pretty one, but you know what? Sometimes you got to go through the rough ones to make it to the good ones. So we'll see if that ends up being the case for them as they do move on to the next round. Obviously, we got lots more matches coming at you guys today, so make sure not to go anywhere. But we got a couple more guys to break it down, and they've probably got some good insights for us on the games as well.
Listen, from jumping headshots with the sniper rifle down to ninja diffuses to win it all. Blaze, it has been crazy. But welcome back to the desk, and I'm the host, Veli, here, my man's guy, Blaze. This has been insane so far.
Yo, man, the True Rippers and Revenant matchup, my God. Like they said, it was the Search and Destroy, one of the best Search and Destroys in which we've seen throughout the day. Hell, since I've been working in Call of Duty Mobile, because it was such a back and forth battle between those two squads, and we saw it all. We saw Revenant have a strong defense to kick that one off, but then they were a little bit too overzealous on their defense, pushing when it wasn't supposed to, and then it was like the attacking team became the defensive squad with certain moments for True Rippers to get back in that series. Then they showed us great defensive plays. It looked like they were going to tie it all up 1-1, but then the 1v3 clutch. We talked about it so much already. To the Ninja Diffuse, just beautiful plays across the board there from Revenant for a 3-0 finish in that matchup. And we got a chance to see 2 3-0s here and get our last 2 teams going into the semifinals for the bracket.
And talking about the bracket and semifinals, let's take a look at the winner's side of the bracket. This has been a crazy contest so far, but take a look at this. Team Vitality playing against Revenant, and then right under that is our next match coming right up. Godlike versus Insidious. Guy Blaze, the competition is heating up, but the loser side of the bracket is going to be even better. It's going to be completely fired because these teams, they're fighting for their second chance to make it to the end and win that $15,000 grand prize.
And this is, folks, it's important, okay, because we are about to have our first round of elimination matchups coming up next. One of these squads, their tournament life is about to be over, and they're going to have to play damn near perfect if they want to progress on through the bracket. So many more exciting matches coming up, and after getting a chance to see really all our teams play to kick off our regional playoffs, we know that everyone is warmed up. They know exactly what they got to do. Either they're building off gameplay going into the semifinals, or they're building off those last matchups to survive elimination. Regardless of where they are in their bracket, they got to perform.
God Blaze and I, we've been here before, and we know that these teams, they're going to bring the heat and all the action in order to try to make it to the grand finals once again for $15,000 $1,000 first place prize. But so far, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships hasn't disappointed. It's been amazing so far. But coming up next, we're going to have Godlike versus Insidious, and I can't wait. We'll see you guys soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk where the competition has been crazier than ever here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. My name is Billy and I'm here with, you've been tearing it up by the way. This is my man Bobby and you've been casting like crazy. How much fun have you had so far throughout this entire event?
It's been so much fun. I'm a little bit worried that I'm getting so loud that I might lose my voice before the end of the event, but it'll be completely worth it because these teams are absolutely playing their hearts out.
Yes, but you know what else is really cool? That video we just saw. Let's talk about the Battle Pass for a second. What are some things we can expect right now?
So there's a lot of really cool character skins in the Battle Pass. The Rosa skin that's brand new is actually in there on top of a really cool MX-9 skin. There's just a lot of cool stuff in there. That is without a doubt the best bang for your buck that you're going to get in Call of Duty Mobile. $5 and you get a buttload of content.
Hey, Bobby guarantees it. But now coming up to the matchup at hand, we're going to have Godlike versus Insidious. We're talking about the 3rd seeded team versus the 7th seed. What are our expectations so far?
I mean, that 7th seed definitely does not play like a 7th seed. And that's part of it is that you can't take too much out of the seeding of this just because there are so many different factors that went into stage 3. But they're definitely bringing their A game, and this could potentially be one of the best matchups of the day, if not the entire weekend, because Godlike was absolutely godlike.
He built it up better than I ever could, but you know who else can do better than us? It's going to be the 2 casters that I'm so happy to toss this to. Mommy with the big smile and God Blaze, you guys have a good matchup on your hands.
Yes, Veli, we do have a great matchup on our hands because Mommy, as they said, is Godlike versus Insidious. And, you know, both these 2 teams kicking off our tournament absolutely put on a show for us today. But I think when it comes down towards results so far, Godlike may have surprised us just a little bit more in their first matchup of the day.
Most definitely. It's because Insidious is such a strong matchup that they might actually have a hard time really beating them. Yes, they were able to pull through in that last matchup, but that is a team that wasn't really that amazing. Just because they were at that 5th seed. But you know what? That's what we said. 7th seed versus that top 2 seed. It's going to be crazy.
It is going to be crazy. And Bobby said, hey, man, that 7th seed ain't really playing like a 7th seed today. But, folks, when it comes down to both these squads, more so on the side of Insidious, we want to learn a little bit more about this team. So we got a team profile piece in which we want to show you guys.
Hey, guys. I'm Learn from Insidious Esports. I've been playing Call of Duty as a franchise from like 3 years and Call of Duty Mobile from more than 1.5 years. Stage 4 is kind of a competition for us, but in the end it's always about Stage 5. Represent your country and showcase your skills. My region personally is very good at everything. I would say that it loves to play aggressive as well as play passive, and we always keep learning from other regions, which is the best fact about my region. It takes a lot of responsibility because I have to be updated with the metas, I have to be updated with all the other regions, all the other competitions, and giving my team proper motivation. I have to give all the calls perfectly at the perfect time, so it's all on me. My favorite moment was to win Stage 4 last time, but this year I would say I personally won India Cup, a regional event in my country. That was the most precious moment for me. God Mobile is actively giving you more and more updates, so I would say start learning from everyone, start grinding, and always prefer smart grind over hard grind because you gotta keep improving what your mistakes. Keep supporting us because your support gives us a lot of motivation.
That was a great piece, and the big thing that I took away from him, he says you have to study every single region, understand the meta, stay up to date if you want to become a world champion.
You gotta study your competitors, and that is the biggest thing you need to do. And honestly, they have their eyes on the prize. They're looking into stage 5. They're probably gonna be going into stage 4 with the breeze, and it's very important that they actually really study other regions because that's who they're going to be able to match up in that stage 5.
Yeah, they definitely do, and it's one of the most important qualities in which you can have for an IGL, and we saw how he is getting Insidious ready to play for this tournament and how they've been preparing. But on the flip end for Godlike, how is their IGL Mino preparing his squad for this tournament? Well, let's find out.
Hey there, I'm Mino from Godlike Esports and I'm the IGL of my team. I like COD. It was one of my first game to begin with. In COD Mobile, like it's so fast, but it's fun to play and it takes a lot of skills to do that. As soon as we joined Godlike Esports, it changed my life. We used to play for fun and stuff, but then we started earning and we started making name for ourselves. So parents started supporting and it changed my life a lot. I think my team can do well in respawn modes because we have better positioning and we focus mainly in a communication because I know that individually my players are good. So we mainly focus on a communication and synergy, which gives us an edge than other teams. I think greatest threat will be Insidious Esports. They are tough to play against and they have been on mobile for a very long time. They are our main focus right now. As of now, like we want to beat every team out there and get that upper bracket and just end it. I will say just don't give up, keep grinding. Everyone in the community was a pro player right now, started out as a random and an underdog. Just keep grinding and you'll make it there.
All right, we heard from Mino there, and he says, hey, guys, just keep grinding. You will make it there. Put in the time there with your squad. And something else that he said that kind of stood out to me, he says, hey, I know my boys can shoot, okay? We've got to this point because of our gun skill, but in this tournament, we're primarily just want to focus on our communication, our chemistry, making sure we're on the same page, and I think that's a great quality coming from IGL because especially in 5v5, you need someone to help, kind of make it through that chaos of everything that could be happening on the map.
You need someone to tell you what to do. And in really certain moments of high pressure, you need someone in your ear. And even though they've been wiped out, they will have your back. They actually said a while ago, Minho said their biggest competition is Insidious.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing it right now. And with their performance here so far, both of these teams absolutely slated.
Yeah, they absolutely did slay it. So now let's take a look at our series layout and see how this one will be stacking up. We just came off a crossfire on domination, but we get to kick this series off with a crossfire on hardpoint from map number 1, followed by raid, search and destroy in map number 2, fire range domination in map 3. Well, we don't see too often. Hackney Yard hardpoint map number 4 and standoff search and destroy when we go the distance. Godlike talked about how his squad is one of the better hardpoint teams out there in the world. How do you feel like they're stacking up against Insidious in his crossfire hardpoint to kick it off?
Absolutely believe that. I've seen a VOD, I've really studied these teams, and Godlike was actually able to beat Vitality on what? Hardpoint. And we're going to be in crossfire where everything can just snowball all the way down. You can have a lot of your hardpoints at the beginning, but just end it at the very second half.
Yeah, you're going to have to play consistent there on this hard point. You're going to have to make sure that you're rotating early, listening to your IGL. We know it's going to be Mino. And, listen to those call-outs and keep on moving forward. Now, we'll see if they can get it done, because I would be so excited to see Vitality and Godlike play at a certain point, but they have to get past Insidious. And we know, as Mino said, this is going to be a team in which is going to match up with them very, very well, Mommy.
Insidious is going to be such a feat to defeat, but then it's going to be very, very difficult to actually pull through.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult to pull through, but hey, they definitely got a great opportunity here. We watched both these teams play in the quarterfinals. Now, you saw both their matchups. Did one impress you a little bit more than the other?
Well, honestly, I really like to see Godlike pull through here, not just because they've been having a very rocky start, yes, but also for Team Insidious as well. You can see here from the brackets itself, Revenant and True Rippers. Now, that was a very interesting start for me, especially for Team Vitality. That's honestly like no surprise, but a very interesting pick here for 3RBA. Godlike was able to get into that matchup number 4, which I didn't expect. I actually expected a sweep.
Did you expect a sweep for Godlike over 3RB?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, when it comes down to the squads of 3RB, why do you think they got off to such a slow start today?
They had a really, really tough time, especially going into those respawns. And yes, they were able to pull through. But no, in terms of like that search and destroy matchup, that's when they actually kind of had that communication, but they weren't really able to pull through though.
Yeah, they wasn't able to pull it through, but we'll see how they fare towards the loser side of the bracket, because that's where we know 3RB is playing. And there's a lot of teams in that lower side of the bracket that has it absolutely stacked. But let's bring it back towards our matchup that we're about to head into, our first semi, folks. And just to make sure you guys are up to date, we are about to head in with Godlike versus Insidious. On the top side, as you already saw in the bracket, it is going to be Vitality up there playing in that side of the semifinals. But what I really want you guys to know, on the lower side, one team is going home. At some point during this matchup, when we get a chance to check in on that lower side of the bracket, one team's tournament life is going to be over here soon.
I'm going to be so sad to actually see one team go home for today, just because all of these teams have tried so hard, so many hours of practice, so many hours of just giving up whatever you needed to do just to be here for your passion. And Minho said it himself. He was able to actually pull through with the help of his parents to really go in here for the tournament.
Yeah, now you see the loser bracket. Team NS versus True Rippers. 3RB versus Unbroken as well. If I had to take a high-level prediction on that one, you know, I think the favorites in those are going to be True Rippers and 3RB to kind of progress on and move forward. Team NS and Unbroken, this is where they got to give it everything that they got. We know NS kind of joined in a little bit late into the competition, but now you're here today. You are playing in the tournament. You just have to figure out a way to get focused up and reach that next level if you can, so you don't have to wait towards the next season, towards the 2022 season, folks. But our matchup is underway. It's going to be Insidious versus Godlike. We're here on Crossroads Hardpoint. Mommy, let's kick it off.
It is going to be crossfire here, and P1 is going to be so hard to pull through. I keep saying that, pulling through, just because all of these teams have tried so hard, and this is already a very great feat to be part of this competition. But then they need to actually go in here and get Butcher to get that power position to get rid of everyone going into P1.
Well, multiple kills coming through for both these units here. Now you're going to start to see there's going to be side of Insidious with the capture here towards the top side of the hill. Godlike trying to break it in towards the backside, but multiple kills coming through on the side of it, Insidious. And in this moment right here, they're going to have this 36-0, racking up plenty of time, and Godlike cannot break this setup. Where did they get off to a bad start to kick this one?
Neutrino with the RPD, and that's honestly just so hard to see nowadays, but then we really get to see here in South Asia and the Middle Eastern region. You usually get to see that Holger just because you have like that faster ADS and you really get to move really fast, but then it's going to be that fight and rotation into that P2.
All right, now watching Mino with the shorty in hand, misses the first shot, connects with the second, but he's quickly turned on there. You're gonna see the boys of Insidious getting over towards that early rotation at P2, and they're doing a fantastic job at holding back Godlike. They haven't been able to hit their early rotation on the map. They're not winning their gunfights. We see shots. He's going to be able to win a big one there. Would that be the opening for his teammates to be able to flood through, give him the support in which he needs? We're starting to see some score streaks coming on the side of Insidious as well from them getting off to such a great start.
Yeah, they're going to be heavily defending this P2. Now, that's going to be very crucial, but then the rotation needs to come into P3. 22 seconds left on the clock, and we're going to be seeing an early rotation, but then the shutdown. Trunks is actually going to be able to get rid of it. That's going to be so difficult. Not only that, they're actually going to be able to get even the scrap points in P2.
Yeah, those scrap points is gonna actually at this point it's like insult to injury, okay? Because those scrap points need to be going in favor of the side of Godlike. But at this level of gameplay, even they know they need to have a better back half of this map. They need to be able to rotate early, and on P3 and P4 get into a better setup. And with the early rotation coming through, the hill's contested. The shorty's in the hands here.
Top laundry. You need to get that. We've seen it before. It's going to be, especially with that death machine, it's going to be so vital getting a lot of these kills. And Neutrino is going to be so formidable. I don't know how many kills he actually has, but I'm really curious to see. But then Godlike's going to be able to actually get a lot of those points right now from this particular hill. Laundry is going to be a point of contention. 30 seconds left on the clock, and actually for the side of Insidious, they can actually go in for the rotation into P4.
Yeah, they can, and that's exactly what Insidious is going to do. Just make sure they can start rotating early. They did the hard part, and that was getting themselves off to a comfortable lead off the start and having a great initial into this map. Because they did that, on the map here, like Crossfire, they are able to rotate early for each one of these points here towards the back end of the game to get the remaining 33 points in which they need to close out this map. So far, so good. All the pressure is on Godlike in the moment. Can they break through? We are on board. We're learning. He's going to teach us a little something here as he's able to pick up one, finds the second as well. Death Machine comes out, and he's just going to air out this alleyway. No one from Godlike can get through this Crossfire here on Crossfire, but Dante with the shorty gives him one to the chest, and that's a big kill for Godlike. Let's see what they can do with it.
We can end it here in P4. This is the money hill. You're supposed to go in here, have that early rotation. For the side of Godlike, they should have went to that early rotation and really gotten this point, but then no, sadly, they're not going to be able to get Taylor Shop, and just like that, 150 and 47 Blaze. That is dominating.
Map number 1 going in favor of Insidious. What a great start to them. And you know what? After the way that Godlike had played their series, I did not expect for them to get 100. Well, they didn't get 100-point club, but I did not expect Insidious to break that 100-point marker before Godlike even broke 10.
They didn't even make it to P5. It's just that interesting. Insidious is just proving to be like they are the competition to beat. And I know what Minho said. It was like Godlike. Yeah, probably Insidious is their biggest competition, but it doesn't seem like for Insidious that Godlike is their biggest competition.
They don't feel the same way that they did. And maybe Insidious heard them say that, like, oh, you guys are respecting us that much? Well, let's show you why you're actually right, okay? And they did that in that map number 1. Now, as we go back and we reflect on that, if you can name one thing that Godlike could have did different in that map, what would you say it could have been?
Early rotations. It was always down to that early rotations. And yes, the gunfights was going to be up to that individual, but then they weren't able even to get the power position that they needed to get. The corner building into P2, that's what they needed to get. And yes, they had it for a while, but they weren't able to get that. They had 3 players in corner building, and none was actually going in for that contest.
Oh, and you got to be able to get a foot in that hill. You got to be able to slow down your opponent, put them off kilter, put some pressure on them. And Insidious just never felt that pressure, point after point after point. Even in a one hill in which I want to say Godlike rotated a little bit earlier. I think that was P3. They got a little bit of earlier rotation in that one, but they still lost the gunfight and the team fight, and that was that. So map number 1 is locked in for Insidious. Now we have to talk about map number 2. I believe we're going to raid as well with both these squads. How are you feeling about the search and destroy gameplay with both these teams?
Raid is a very tricky map to actually master. Yes, it's going to be a classic map, but it's going to be hard, especially if you're going up against Insidious. They have learned as a sniper, and not only that, you're going to be having a shorty up in your face as well. So not only can he do long range, he can also do that short range as well.
And we've seen how powerful that shorty has been all tournament long, controlling multiple choke points. Hey, on Crossfire was a great example in that map. Those stairways with the shorty, as you're swinging that corner, you better be ready to be able to shoot your shot. And we even saw the shorty take out the death machine. He says, I don't give a damn about this death machine. I got a shorty. Went in, but in the end, Godlike, the shorty didn't play too much of a factor for him. It wasn't even about the weapons. It was more than that. It was deeper than that, folks, okay? But as you guys see, we got Raid loading up now. Woo! Godlike, they got to step it up, folks, okay? Chat, give them your energy because they absolutely need it. Luckily for them, this is the semifinals. This is not going to be where their tournament can potentially end. They still have a chance towards the lower side, but we won't get ahead of ourselves, folks. We're in map number 2. It's Godlike versus Insidious, and we're kicking this one off with Prism, but Trunks, learn from downtown. You talked about it, Mommy. He gets the first pick to open up this map.
It's all about the snipes, and you're always going to have that one person in alpha. They went in there. That was Godlike, not at its finest. They didn't even get to check who was there. They just barged in there without knocking. If you are going to be going in for that rush push, might as well throw a stun there. Maybe have like a stun check. You really have to read the room.
All right, now it's going to be a 4v2 in favor of Insidious. Learn finds another snipe. Learns brings out that shorty as well. We didn't see it on screen, but he picks up 3 kills in that round for Insidious. And Mommy, you called it. Now we just need to give this man the camera so he can put on a show for the fans.
The shorty needs to be nerfed, especially at the hands of Learn. You give such a talented player like Learn a really powerful shotgun like that, it's going to be absolutely crazy. But then another very aggressive push going into A, but then it's going to be bomb first. This is something you don't want to do, is go in there, but yes, they win the gunfights.
The gunfights are coming through, but Vegas, Learn, they pick up 3 of their own just when you thought it was going to be a great initial here for Godlike getting that first blood. Insidious quickly rebuttals, and now it's going to be 1 player remaining. That's Dante, and we'll see if he can be. First, he needs to get bomb. He needs to find a few kills. Now, he has a minute and 20 on the clock to work with, but he has to isolate the 1v1. I think he was just spotted out here. He didn't get the intel that he needed. He will find one. The timing of that! 2 players run behind him. He's on the flank. He takes out out one, and now he can get the bomb. Players 1 and 2 just absolutely missed them there. The COD timing almost worked out for him, but in the end, he will be taken out.
I love COD timing. That always happens to me. And we get to see it through the screen, through the walls, and just it's so hilarious to see how 2 players just missed him. Dante with the patience. Now that is key. I don't see a lot of players actually pull through with that kind of gameplay just because of how hard it is, especially with a fast pace like this.
The nade, the snipe, Insidious, just too disgusting here in this search and destroy. Imagine being the offensive squad and you're coming out trying to find his first blood. You're coming out with this aggression and really set the pace of this round. And then the defenders, they shut you down before you even get out of spot and says, hey, it's not going to be that sweet for you. It's not going to be that easy. In the end, Insidious, they're sitting pretty. It's a 5v3 on the map. They have all sites covered. Let's see what can Godlike do to possibly get this bomb down.
Godlike needs to play passively because so far they've been playing it as if it was a team deathmatch, especially rushing into that alpha flag. That is not going to be very nice, especially knowing that there's going to be heavy defense. But then they actually even it up. It's going to be a 3v3 situation.
Now, but does Godlike want to push on through, possibly keep rotating this map, go to B, expecting their opponents to, possibly rotate to them at A? Instead, they will be able to get that bomb down. They clear it out, they set up, and now they will be the defensive team in a situation. The defenders of Insidious, now the attackers, they rotated around the map. Players 3 and 4 looking to come approach the basketball court from the lower end. But as we're watching Mino, the IGL here of Godlike, he'll be able to find one, gets the call out towards his teammates, but he has to cut back. The timing doesn't work out for him. His teammates are getting flanked, and now it's all up to him. He needs to take Learn down now, wins the gunfight, but he runs straight down into the 1v2, and he is taken out. Maybe just a little bit more patience on that play to work the clock.
I was about to say that. There was only 13 seconds left on the clock. He was able to take out Learn. Probably should have gone back up the stairs and hid, because that is going to apply that pressure from the side of Insidious. Neutrino had that really great play of just being behind him, backing up Learn, and eventually getting that defuse.
All right, here. Kicking this one off of Vortex. We're going to start to see a different initial strategy come out here for Godlike. They're going to be prioritizing the B side of Raid. Multiple smokes come through. But with those smokes being out so early, I'm pretty sure Insidious has all the intel in which they want. But Vortex says, I don't care about your intel. Takes off one face. He's in a 2v3, taken out. Now it's up to Mino in the 1v3 to pull off something miraculous for a squad.
It's, again, the aggression that's coming from the side of Godlike is just not making it work. The moment that they actually played a little bit slow, that's when they were able to even it up in that last match. And then sadly, it's going to be the same story here as the bomb is going to be going down here in Bravo. He's going to have the ultimate.
Oh, a little bit too early on that shot there. He's going to give up his positioning, and now you're going to see Trunks and Vegas start to reposition around this bomb. They're going to put their backs towards the map, towards the back end of the map, watch the left and the right, and this play just got that much harder for Mino. But he's going to work the entire time on the clock, the entire 50 seconds that he has left to rotate, find a better angle. He will give up his positioning. Wasn't able to find Vegas there. In the end, it's just getting hard. If he can get one kill, he's in a great spot. Doesn't have any nades to work with, but Vegas is trapped. He's going to take the fight to the right. Shorty comes out, misses the first, misses the second. SMG out, wins the battle, crouches, reloads, pops up, 1v1, rotates left, but Vegas with the slide and burn. 4-0 for Insidious.
Vegas was great with that slide. He could have actually lost that gunfight, but no, that was such a great push by Minnow, just being so patient. We keep seeing it from Minnow and Dante as well. Godlike has the potential to actually push. They keep being patient when they're just down in the dumps. But then going into this rotation yet again, so aggressively going into A, it's not going to be very good for them.
Ooh, Trunks from down. Oh man, he took him out. Learn gets another snipe there on Vortex, and we're not giving Learn enough camera time on his defense, because the snipes in which he's been hitting in this matchup have been so influential for this 4-0 lead on the side of Insidious. Now, Neutrino, he's going to be able to find one. Mino takes down Burns, and we're going to have a 2v2 on the map a must-win round for Godlike. Bomb's going to be down on the site. Not sure if Insidious knows this, but I think they do. They're going to come down for the 2v2 fight. They're going to catch Godlike off balance, caught him off guard, and they will win that fight. 5-0 lead so far here for Insidious.
5-0 off the bat, and we're already at game point. Insidious finally is going to be on the attacking side. And we already saw that Godlike didn't really learn from their mistakes. Kept on going for alpha, kept on going for the aggression, and they just keep getting the same results. That is madness.
Yeah, that is the definition of insanity there. Now, as you're going to have Godlike switch over towards the defensive side of the map, they will get first blood. But a quick rebuttal, 3 kills come out between Vegas and Burns. Just what I'm talking about, how Godlike gets first blood. They're on defense. I'm about to set up the story that maybe they come back on a 5-0. But just that quickly, Insidious is going to check us all, chat, and say, you know what, it's not going to be that easy for them. They're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive and win some gunfights if they want to be able to slow us down.
Minho, just for the last second, you already saw there that he just hesitated. It's all up to G-Shock to be able to pull through. 5 shots into that bomb site. Not going to be able to pull through with the Fennec just because of how far it is. It's not the best one to use, but then finally falls. Learn is so formidable with that sniper. We keep talking about Learn, and that's why he deserves it.
Yeah, nothing gangster about those shots there in the end, folks, okay? In the end, it's going to be a 6-0 victory for Insidious in map number 2. But, folks, let's shift on over towards one of our elimination matchups here as we get a chance to see if Team NS can survive here in the moment.
Team NS, they need to go in and gather the points, but then it just seems to be like that True Rippers is going to be able to get a lot of these points already. 1 in 26, but then just like that, they're going to be able to get a lot of these scrap points, but the rotation needs to come through into this P2.
All right, we see P1 pretty much controlled here by True Rippers, a team that I feel like had one of the closest, even though we saw a lot of 3-0s in our quarterfinals, I think their series against Revenant was the closest one throughout the day. So we'll see if they can come over here and bring that dominance against the boys of Team NS, but Team NS picking up a little bit of that scrap time off of P1. They don't get that early rotation over towards P2. They are playing from the outside, having a breakthrough True Ripper setup, but I will say that I think they got the spawns in which they want to do this.
You're absolutely right. The spawns were in their favor, but then sadly, they just can't keep up with the gunfights. I think they just need to go and polish up with those individual gunfights just because they keep losing them. And we can see already that True Rippers are getting a lot of kills, not only individual kills, but multi-kills for their name.
All right, now, as you see, True Rippers, they're going to break through the setup. The hills contested. We got nades here coming towards the back alley. Beautiful shots there from Greedy, but couldn't get the kills in which he needed. The push out comes through for True Rippers. They're starting to make a play for P3. Now, as these battles are going down, this is the control for next. And that's a big kill coming out here on the side of Team NS to get the entire squad set up at P3. And they will have 3 to 4 players in this area. But I will say Techno is trying to disrupt their setup. He picks up 2. His team isn't even over here just yet, but he's going to give them the slight man advantage in the moment to possibly contest.
For a moment there, I actually thought that they weren't going to get this hard point for too long, but NS was able to pull through with that death machine and was able to get the operator skills to really shut everyone out. But then they're going to be heavily defending this one, and that's going to be costly just because P4 is going to be that money kill. They're going to be investing very heavily over here in P3 with only just 33 seconds left on the clock. They need to go and rotate here.
Yeah, heavily defense here on the top of P3, but even with the verticality, they're not able to defend against that hill and stop True Rippers from breaking in towards the back alley. Ooh, Proton! What game are you playing, brother, okay? I thought this was an FPS, but hacking and slashing, he picks up 2. And now from there, you will see Team NS, they're trying to collect on the scrap time, but what's most important is going to be the rotation towards P4.
Ooh, Greedy Gaming gets a beautiful 2-piece. Will he get a third?
Triple.
Yes, he does get that triple kill. Big kills, and this is the money hill that they needed. He was able to flush out everyone. Oh, no, it's stuck to him.
Oh, we saw the jingle bell hanging from the top of his head, but in the end, you know, he is going to survive that. Team NS, they're going to be fortified in P4, but multiple kills coming through from Cheese and Techno, and Ooh, with that being said, they will be able to break through, get set up. Now, this is going to be a difficult spot for Team NS. They had the early setup. It looked good for them, but now, can they break through?
Biraham, really big kills. Oh, but then gets shot down by Fakes. It's going to be a heavy defense here for the side of True Rippers. They are going to be getting a lot of the scrap points left, and we need to see that rotation coming in. They need to have like 2 players go in for the contest, but then everyone else needs to go in for the rotation. No, they only actually send 1 player in, and it's going to be costly.
All right, now it's going to be very costly here. Now, on the side of True Rippers, they just picked up multiple kills, and they're also rotating off of P4, going back to P1, where they had a lot of success to kick off this game. Now, if you're on the side of Team NS in this moment, you got to play perfect, Mommy. How should they break and contest this next rotation of P1?
They always just need to rotate early. They're always so late. And not only that, there's going to be such heavy artillery already just because there's going to be a sentry gun over there in that corner into Granny's house in the courtyard. It's going to be such strong defense. They keep needing to contest, but it doesn't really just push through.
Yeah, they can't get in just yet. And as we know, on this P1, it's going to be a scrappy hill, folks. On our first rotation, both these squads trade off the time. I believe it was 26 to 25 before we went into that P2 rotation, where we saw the squad of True Rippers really have the most success on P2, and P3 was more contested, but it ain't gonna make a difference here because, as you guys see, True Rippers, they will take map number 1 in their losers bracket matchup. Let's head on over towards our semifinal of Godlike versus Insidious, where we are going to be heading into the domination on firing range, and from the score is looking pretty close to get this one kicked off. It will be the side of Insidious with B Hill and C Hill to their names, but the quick capture comes on over and those home hills will get flipped.
This is what I like about firing range, just because of the exchange that we are going to be seeing. It's always going to exchange from A to C and B. It's not going to be very easy for both of these teams to actually get that triple cap. But then honestly, for a team like Insidious, they can actually go and do that. They need to go in for that spawn control, but it seems to be like they're having a really good time. They need to get that trailer, top 10, and also for the side of tower to get those power positions. That's how you can actually get Bravo.
All right, now, top 10, top wood. You want some of that verticality to be able to shoot down and defend the hill. Hell, if you can get Treehouse, by all means, get it, but it's a risky position to get up there. First half goes in favor of True Rippers, 75 to 43. Now, when it comes down towards Godlike, do you feel like they're going to be on a more advantageous side of the map?
It's going to be, honestly, C flag is going to be very good just because you have sight right now of top 10.
Okay.
So yes, you're going to be having a lot of that gunfight. And that Bravo push, that is going to be essential, but they need to play for Fix. They need to clear it out first before they go for the capture.
And I think you're going to start to see Godlike get off to a great start so far in this round. Multiple kills coming through for them. They're trying to get this quick capture on B so they can have the setup in which they want. But Trunks from the mid-map, he's going to stop that capture halfway and lock it in and just defend the B hill until his teammates can pick up some kills on the outskirts, possibly even flip the map if they want to. But we're starting to see Insidious. They're just working the outskirts of the map, Mommy, just trying to take these gunfights, keep the game as neutral as possible, because since they had such a great first half, they're in the lead. They're not in a rush to capture this B hill right now.
Blaze, you can see here, they have the power positions down, and yes, B is not going to be able to actually get by any of these teams, but you can see that's going to be clearing out for the side of Insidious. Yes, here we go, the AC push, and here we go, the triple cap is in order, and finally, we've been waiting to see this moment, but then it's not going to be that quick as A is going to be pulled through, but then the Predator missile absolutely denies it.
Cleared house there on top of the A hill. And you think about how did the side of Team Insidious execute this one? Start spawning on the A side of the map. They worked the bottom half towards that bottom A bomb site. They got back towards the firing range. They cleared it out, and then they forced their opponents to spawn towards the back end, moved in, captured B, captured C, almost gave up the spawns on their side of the map, but as you said, they had that Predator missile and almost baited out that A hill a little bit to get all those kills to come through. Now Insidious is right where they want to be.
The spawn trap was in order. They were able to beautifully just map out where the side of Godlike will actually go in and spawn. But then the Bravo push is going to be coming through. Finally, it's a back and forth. Alpha and Bravo, it's still not the end for the side of Godlike. Godlike.
It took 3 players from Godlike to be able to get this B-Hill capture, but as they all grouped up, the nades came in, and a few counter nades are going to come through as well. Well, Godlike, they will pick up 3 on the map. They have the man advantage. They will come just short of capping B. They got to give up top 10 just to be able to capture the B-Hill and have a chance in this one. But this is trip cap territory that we in. They have to be able to give, Godlike has to be able to give Insidious a bit of their own medicine if they want to be able to come back in this one.
Absolutely. I want to see Insidious really just go down, and Godlike seems to be like they're giving them a hard time. Triple cap, though, is going to be in order. Yet again, it's all up to Dante to actually stop that, but no, it's going to be able to do that triple cap yet again over and over. Insidious is just absolutely dominating in this domination match.
Absolute domination, folks. It's going to rack up in Insidious's favor. They have kicked off this tournament with 6 straight maps to their name. So far, looking like the team to beat. And they're going to cruise on over and be the first team to make it on over to the winners finals.
It's a donut. We expected it. I expected it coming into this competition. I wanted to be wrong. I wanted Godlike to pull through, but then sadly, it was just a little bit too much. But the good thing is they have another day to shine. They have another day to really just rack up all of the points.
Yeah, it was a donut, mommy, but what kind of donut was it? What flavor?
Honey glaze.
Ooh, I love me some honey glaze. Also love me some maple with some bacon and some jalapenos.
You're making me hungry, man.
Yeah, I really am, okay? Well, Insidious, they just had a full meal, folks, okay? They absolutely shut down their opponents in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and now they can just get to relax for the day and have dinner because we will be able to see that winners finals tomorrow when we kick off our broadcast. But, hey, we still got plenty more Call of Duty action to go. We're going to have to go back and check in on our losers quarterfinals to see which one of the squads of Team NS and True Rippers are going to be the first team to go home in our tournament. Team NS, when we got a chance to look at them on map number 1, they just look a little lackluster against True Rippers. Things wasn't working out for them. We don't know the series layout just yet, but from the 2 matches in which you saw NS play, what do they need to do as a squad to be able to compete against some of the other teams here in our tournament?
There's a lot of polishing up to do with the side of NS just because they keep losing their gunfights and the rotation was actually very late on their end. So I really want to see what actually went down, especially in considering that they need to come through, because if they lose this, it's going to be the end for them.
Yeah, it is going to be the end for them. But, hey, they still got plenty more Call of Duty to play. You know, as you guys going to start to see, you know, the wrap-up here of our semifinals, the Insidious montage that's about to ensue on your screen. And just such great gameplay from them. And I love how they play this hard point here on fire. Sorry, this domination on firing range. Just really just working the outskirts of the map the entire time. Not putting too much focus on B, especially when the times in which they had a lead. They knew that they didn't have to put themselves in harm's way. And they also knew that Godlike, they had to make the plays. They had to go out there and do something special. And they knew that they just wasn't ready for it. So they just stayed cool, calm, and collected and picked up their kills and had an easy map 3 victory.
Cool, calm, collected, and they're just sitting on top very comfortably. And Insidious had everything down. They had the spawn control. They knew where Godlike was gonna spawn. They were that good. Just because we've seen triple cap after triple cap, and that is the testament to knowing how powerful this team is.
Yeah, man. And we saw very consistently there towards the second half of that map, and that is very hard to do at this level. And that is probably the most what is it, that's the biggest slap in the face to your opponent in any of our game modes, is to consistently triple cap them on map number 3 as if you're playing some AMs, some amateur players out there. This is the regional playoffs, all right? And we're understanding that it is levels to this even throughout our 8 teams in which we have.
Godlike needs to really pull up the points. And not only that, this time that they have, they need to retake and really just study their plays in order to be able to beat someone out of every single one of these teams, because Insidious, they are very hard to beat. They need to go again and again, match after match, and if ever it's going to pull through into that lower bracket, up to that upper bracket, maybe it's possible, but there's a lot of time to actually go in there.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of time. So Godlike is going to drop down towards the losers bracket. Now on the flip end, Insidious moving towards the winners finals. Now, they are going to have to play up against either Team Vitality or Revenant? Mommy, you know, when it comes down to that matchup, I don't think you'll be casting that one, but just prophesizing on it, who would you want to go up against Insidious in the winners finals? Who do you think will give them the best matchup between Revenant and Vitality?
I mean, it's no secret. I want Vitality to be there. It's the top two teams of India. South Asia and the Middle East have amazing talent, but these two teams really just showed it up, not only in this tournament, but in the previous tournament as well. Last year, Insidious was able to bag that spot, but for the side of Vitality, they wanted that.
Yeah, and they wanted that. And guys, as you guys can see, Insidious moving on over towards the winners finals there. Haven't dropped a map just yet. We saw a lot of 3-0s to kick off the day. Godlike was going to be the only team that was kind of contested. I think they lost to Domination in their matchup against 3RB, but they may even get a chance to get some revenge or go up against 3RB again, or 3RB may get some revenge against Godlike in the losers bracket at a certain point. And hey, that would be exciting to see. But any surprises so far throughout the day?
I'm very surprised with 3RBA and Godlike, because I already told you before, I already expected that sweep, but going up against Insidious, I was expecting Godlike to give at least like one map, but then it's Insidious that we're talking about. They're going to be in that winners finals for a reason.
Yeah, they are going to be in that winners finals for a reason. Insidious just showing so much consistency here just throughout the day. And if you were out here coaching any of these other teams that's in this tournament, if you had to give them the secret to taking down Insidious, give them that first loss, that first map loss, what would you tell them?
Don't let Learn see you at all. Don't peek at him. Don't sniff him. Don't even get close to him. You need to have a very good sniper to take on a guy like Learn.
And if you don't, he will teach you a lesson, folks, okay? And we watched him teach us all lessons and remind us why he is the player, the caliber of player in which he is. Now, we will be hopping into that Team NS and True Rippers matchup momentarily as we get that one locked in. But so far, so good throughout our tournament today. We've had nothing but excitement. Team Vitality and Revenant will be coming up next. That's going to be our next semifinal of the day, where we'll get that last team moving on over towards the winners finals. But as you said, you're expecting, you would love to see Team Vitality versus Insidious there in the winners finals, because we'll have our 1 seed and our 2 seed out there. But when it comes down to Revenant, if they want to make it on towards the finals, what type of squad do they need to be to take down Vitality?
They need to be top tier. Every single match that they had so far, which is against True Rippers, that needs to happen again. It's been a little bit rocky for their end just because they took it up to that round 11 clutch. But then that win will just absolutely give you that confidence. And pros don't fake. You might not be able to see that here, just honestly.
Yeah.
They know that's going to happen again.
No, we learned today, hey man, pros don't fake, okay? It's the reason why True Rippers are in the losers bracket right now from that Search and Destroy. But folks, as we get Team NS and True Rippers set up again, as we head into that next map, we are going to take a quick break. But when we come back, we will have the conclusion of that series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. The best in the world, now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
Do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
All right, folks, we're heading into map number 2. It is True Rippers versus Team NS. True Rippers with the 1-0 map lead. Mommy, we're here on a search and destroy, and as we're currently seeing a 3v3 on our screens, as you're gonna have the boys that's gonna be Team NS with the man advantage.
Hackney Art Search and Destroy. This is a really good map of Search. I don't like this map for domination just because of how one-sided it is, but then you can see here, Kevin, big kills already with 5.
But can he get the remaining 2 players that he needs to? Snipes in hand, the quick scope comes through. Oh no, is it enough time? It is. 1 shot, don't miss your chance. 1 opportunity.
Enemy in sight.
Oh, he tried it. He tried it.
Just in the last second, just in the nick of time, the denial. And I thought we were going to get another defusal, but then no, Kevin is not going to be able to get that opportunity.
I thought I was going to be able to drop some M&M bars on that one there. You know, I was trying to hype him up there on the play if he wanted to pull it off after that quick scope up close. But we're going to see Team NS, a lot of pre-nades to kick this one off as they get inside warehouse, trying to move through, get some of these power positions, but it will be True Rippers with multiple kills. Now a 5v1, the flank comes in through fakes, can't fake him out. That's going to be their second round on the board.
True Rippers is going to have a lot of those power positions, and NS need to get that as well. It's going to be that control and top L over at Warehouse that's going to be absolutely essential for every game mode, and yes, even Search and Destroy. You're going to be seeing a lot of those teams, especially for the side of True Rippers, get a hold of that.
Now, going to be on board here. Oh my God, the shots from the side on Techno. Sneaky. He finds himself a double, making sure he's defending mid-map. Mystic comes through, he finds a kill. 4v2 is up to Smokey. He'll find 1, can't get the second. And True Rippers at a fast pace. They are absolutely running through Team NS.
We keep seeing all of these fast-paced S&Ds, and I don't know that I don't really like seeing that just because you need to have information. It's a game of information. You need to get that, especially with your sniper, seeing where everyone else is heading. But then you can see here, it's going to be that mid-push. This is going to be big.
We see, True Rippers, they're gathering information, but it's more of a game of confidence for them at this point in the series. They're playing like they're ticked off about something. I don't know what it is, but the way their shots are connecting, the gunfights in which they're winning, you just saw Mystic. He didn't even get the first shot off, but he was able to recover and take out his opponent. 4v2 on the map here for True Rippers.
Protons, Greedy Gaming, they have a lot of work to do, but then Protons is going to be able to get a kill. Might not even get to have the second one. Oh, Fakes is actually going to be able to take him out.
Greedy Gamer in a 1v2. This is doable, folks. He will find Fakes. The 1v1 battle there, won by him. Great way to take it. Great aggression, but Mystics.
Mystic with the head glitch here in mid, all through up in AC. That was a very cheeky spot, and Mystic just played it to perfection. Patiently waiting there, really winning another round. It's a 4-1. One more, it's going to be very troublesome for the side right now, Smokey.
Nades over the top. Will they be able to connect with anyone? No, but the smokes, I love the smoke screen here up against that back wall, allowing the side of Team NS to get into some better positions, but Cheese, he's going to see everybody. Face gets a lot of intel as well. Biram goes down.
Last man standing.
And now it's just a 5v1 Nat quickly on the defending side, and maybe Team NS is too aggressive on defense right there. They need to slow it down and take a breather, but I think they forgot they switched sides.
I feel like it's opposite day just because all of these teams keep attacking on the defensive side. You don't want to be that aggressive, knowing very well that they're just waiting there for you.
Yeah.
They've read them from back to front like a book, and they're just going to be learning a lot of things after this matchup.
And the other team that was doing that was True Rippers in their matchup. So Team NS, I don't know if they just want to be like True Rippers right now, or they didn't go back and watch the VOD to understand how to adjust against them. Multiple kills coming out here on the side of Team NS, and this is a must-win round for them. They're going to have to clean this one up. But Mystic is trying to do something mystical, but he won't be able to. Cheese has to reload the shorty. Can't get the one shot that he needs. In the end, it is going to be a round for Team NS, but now they have to play perfect. If not, they're going down 0-2 in this series, and they have to play perfect from that point on.
This is a tricky situation, but then that was a very important round right now for the side of NS. They were able to actually win those gunfights, but the Holger 26 for the side of True, that's not going to be very good just because of how open and fast-paced this map is.
What? The aggression from Greedy, and you know what? He was greedy for that kill. He had 3 other teammates to his right, and he says, you know what? I'm going to get it before you guys. Almost got blind fired there with the snipe. In the end, it is going to be a man advantage on the side of Team NS. Almost, because as you guys see, Lit may get taken out there. He will be able to get his health back and survive, but there's the nades, there's the explosive weapons here coming out on the side of True Rippers, and they will take map number 2 in a 6-2 fashion. We talk about it being opposite day, mommy. And, well, the one thing is, I guess that's holding true is True Rippers them in a 2-0 lead, probably something in which we expected. But as far as gameplay goes and play styles on some of these maps, and these squads making the proper rotations and plays that they need to win, they're doing the opposite of what they need to do.
They're playing so aggressively to the point where I think they're actually playing team deathmatch, where you need to slow it down for search and destroy. NS should have probably got that information into search and destroy, knowing very well it's a non-respawn game mode. That was the match where you can actually pull through as a team, especially knowing if you're not going to be good at that respawn.
Yeah, that is the match in which they had to get. That's where the search and destroys are super important in these series, for you to be able to possibly just kind of slow it down, come back, take it round by round, just give your team the opportunity for that breather. But they played it like we were still playing a hard point at the pace in which we played that search and destroy. And now you guys are going to start to, continue to see the True Rippers montage on your screen. Multiple plays coming out there from Mystic and the boys. They played fantastic. And this is him cleaning up that 1v1 towards the back end. Now, as we head towards the domination, we're going to see the series layout. But Team NS, they need a prayer. And on the back end of that prayer, what is being prayed for, mommy?
They need to pray. They need a whole rosary and just recite the Our Father Hail Mary, just because it's not going to be easy to rip out the True Rippers from that domination win. Everything needs to be tight. The rotations, the power positions, knowing very well it's going to be in takeoff. Domination and takeoff is so tricky because you always need to be in pairs. You shouldn't be pushing there alone.
Okay. All right. So you're working that buddy system there on takeoff, and that's really key, because when you think about respawns and the play styles in which you can have, every player should understand the objectives in which they play for and how they play around it. But as you're coming off respawn, letting your teammates know that I'm with you, I got your back, play with me, I need help. That little bit of communication will be able to get you paired up with your duo. And so at that point, you guys are running around the map in pairs, maybe in a pair of 3 and a pair of 2. But no matter the mismatch, if you come up against a mismatch, but no matter if your opponent's stacked up on the side, if they're staggered, you're going to always have some help with you. And that's what's most important. That's the point in which we got to hammer home. You need to play as a team. You need to help each other out. And Team NS, they got to come together now. If not, they will be the first team eliminated here in the regional playoffs. It's takeoff. Let's get it.
They need to come along, and this is what they are doing. They're getting big kills right now. I think they should have pushed into Charlie. They didn't do that. They went straight to Bravo. This is a tip for you guys that really want to master takeoff. Go for AC. Go for that AC push. And if they had 2 people in that Charlie flag, maybe they would have gotten already. There's going to be one person. Tanishka is going to be the only one there, eventually getting denied of that Charlie push.
Yeah, and Tanishka was down there by himself the entire time. And like you said, they had that extra guy to get a cap. They slow their opponent down so much, possibly even rotate back to get the B hill. But even with the distraction in which he calls, B was still not capped. It was 3 players at the home hill. You got to be able to move in and get the advantages in which your teammates create in these moments.
B is so hard to cap just because of so many angles that you can actually get killed. You have top laundry, you also have that top lounge, you even have that top over here in the lounge base. There's so many angles, and none of these teams can actually get a hold of it. It's still a stalemate.
Still a stalemate, but Kevin is trying to break that stalemate after he breaks his opponent's jaw there with the scope. Now in this moment here, can the boys of Team NS find themselves another hill? They're trying to get B, but it's not coming through for him. Kevin's hitting snipes. Mystic's destroying people in his 1v1s. Techno's winning his battles as well. And we're slowly starting to see True Rippers move into a possible position to get a trip cap domination from their side as well. But we will see player one flip the spawns, move out and take A. But when it comes down to the A hill and the C hill, Mommy, which one would you rather have your spawn around?
I would rather have it at A, just because of how fast you can actually go into that 2F in launch base and really have sights in Bravo. But then you need to have that 3-man push going into Charlie, which we didn't really get to see from the side of NS. Only one person went in there, and eventually having that fight up a Bravo really that early on is not going to be viable.
Not going to be viable at all. Now, as we're watching Cheese, he moves in, he finds one. Man advantage on the map for True Rippers momentarily. They're going to be breaking off into that buddy system we talked about. They got 3 players playing down low towards C. They had the 2v2 battle up top at A. Now, they will lose the 2v2 battle, and the respawns come in for Team NS at the A side of the map, and they do have that AC setup. But as C is getting decapped, they need to get in and get B, Mommy. But it's being heavily guarded here mid-map with Kevin and his sniper.
That's going to be so hard to pull through just because of how Bravo with the quick scope, Kevin, already with 11. Honestly, I didn't even know you can actually play with another one. Doesn't get the third. That was crazy quick scopes by Kevin.
Man, as I'm saying wow, his opponents are saying ow, because he absolutely destroyed both those players. Cheese, he drops, cleans up the kill. So far, so good on the side of True Rippers. Is looking like they're going to get that first half lead. They're going to hit that 75-point marker first. And as we know, just True, if you can get just a lead in the first half, taking that lead over towards the second, it just allows your squad to make better rotations, to not have to force the fight on neutral too soon, because you're up. You know your opponent is going to make some desperate plays and make some aggressive, we won't call them desperate, but they're going to make some aggressive plays towards B and towards your home hill to try to get that lead back. But that's when you being a defensive squad having a lead, that's where you have to take control over the map and control the pace being that defensive team.
You're absolutely right. You need to go in there really aggressively, especially pushing into that alpha. You can already see the overextension right now for the side of Smokey, trying to go in for that spawn trap. But there's going to be one person for the side right now, True Ripper, that can actually make a difference. Makes that difference. Big kills right now from Techno.
Yeah, big kills came out for Techno indeed, but, you know, we saw it was Smokey on True Rippers who tried to go for that A hill, possibly flip the map and get that hill in his team's favor, but he won't be able to. The score, whoa! Tani with the bow, picking up 3 kills towards the mid-map on top of that B hill.
That was nasty. That triple kill and that denial off of Bravo. It's going to be so strong right now for the side of True Rippers. But then they need to go and cap B. None other than Cheese gets that 15. Fakes, though, on the other hand, is going to be having a hard time. But then the operator skills need to go and push. They need to have those power positions in that 2F in lounge and also 2F in launch base.
Yeah, and right now, currently, the power positions are going to be in favor here of Team NS. But it's a brawl here towards the mid-map. Neither squad can find their footing around a B hill. And it goes back to that point of having a successful first half and just having that lead. You're just going to start to see True Rippers. They're playing for kills at this moment. They're playing for kills until they can find themselves the opportunity that they need to lock in his B hill. And I personally think just Kevin is having a time of his life on this map.
I don't see a lot of snipers in takeoff, and he's absolutely crushing it. But then NS is going to be able to actually get Bravo. Big kills. Now, I'm going to be scared for the fact when everyone else is going to be pulling up all of their sparrows, because that's why it gets banned all the time. You are going to be seeing the greatness that is a sparrow just because you can take out 3 from far away.
A double kill comes through here for Rippers. This is their opportunity to get into the B hill and get it capped. The trophy system goes down, but will it buy enough time for the decap to come through? You're going to start to see Kevin looking for more kills, but Techno in his power position, he finds one, gets naded out, but he needs to give his team enough time. He has to get the decap before the lead change comes through, and they will keep the lead in this moment. Cheese almost got a double kill, but he will get help from Techno once again, and he has not missed the beat so far in this match.
It's a back and forth, and right now for the side of Greedy Gaming, he needs to be that distraction going into Alpha. No! Go back, go into Alpha, because if he's going to go into Alpha flag, everyone else from the side of True Rippers are going to be going into that and really just being distracted and eventually go push for that Bravo for the side of NS.
This is the best we've seen True Rippers play, you know, throughout the respawns in the day. I feel like, not the best. Best we've seen Team NS play throughout the day. And this is a close map, one in which they can get. They almost had the B Hill transfer back over in their favor, but now as we enter the late game, we're starting to get towards that trip cap territory. And it's looking grim here on the side of Team NS. They need a perfect play right now, Mommy. But as we look at our mini-map, as we just saw the setup from the overhead, True Rippers has a damn near perfect defense. And I'm not sure if Team NS can get through.
This is what I told you when I'm scared to see all of the operators out. That Sparrow did so much damage. Kevin again with the 18 with a headshot.
They got families.
We got families. We got prayers here. But then Kevin doesn't really care. He's going to be the devil in the life right now of NS. Just shutting everything down, shutting them to actually go to heaven.
He will rip their tournament dreams into shreds, and Team NS will be the first team eliminated here from the regional playoffs. Congratulations to True Rippers, because that was truly an impressive performance.
True Rippers is always just giving me a mini heart attack here, Blaze. It's like, okay, they're going to win it. No, they're not. Oh, yes, they are. Team NS just gave such an amazing performance in that domination.
Yeah.
I actually thought they were going to win that.
It was really close there towards the end. It came down to that final B Hill capture. They were about a tick away from that going into their favor and them really being able to set the pace towards the back end of that domination and have that control, but they couldn't get it. And honestly, I think Kevin had him scarred most of the map because this snipes in which he was hitting, he could not be stopped. It didn't matter if you had an SMG and an AR, you could not stop Kevin there. And ultimately, between him and Techno's consistent performance, dominant performance from True Rippers as a whole.
Kevin with the quick scopes, he was really just making it a shotgun. He was treating as if it was a shotgun, rushing in there, getting all those quick scopes, getting 19 kills already in a domination match here in Takeoff. There was a lot of bright spots there for the side of NS. They really could have had a lot of those plays, but for some reason, it just seems like they were pulling back into those AC pushes. They really couldn't hold.
And we see how important that AC push was most of the map. And, you know, each one of the squads, they kept trying to play for it, kept trying to contest it, and sometimes it just was not working out for them. You know, in the end, regardless, True Rippers, they had it was a consistent performance throughout the map. They got a lead early on, and they built off that, and that gave them peace of mind to already go up against the skill and the flashy plays in which they had. And I know in that map, multiple times, as you guys are watching our highlight package, that man Kevin was rewinding time over and over and over, saying, hey, yo, watch this clip. Oh, you know what? I'm going to show it to you later, okay? I'm posting it to the TL. You know what? I got time now. We're winning. These guys aren't giving us a threat. Let me post it on the timeline. Shout out to him because, man, what a great performance from him. He put on a show for us all.
Honestly, I feel like he was actually using the Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III because how good it is, how light that phone is, especially going with those quick shots and also going in for the gyroscope. It's going to be interesting how all these players play with this phone.
Yeah, you know, hey, 144 hertz ain't nothing to play with, okay? And that's a lot of power in the palm of your hand, folks, okay? 144 hertz, that refresh rate? Huh. You don't want to mess around with that one, okay? Well, I'll tell you one thing. A few people in which I don't want to mess around with as well is going to be the two handsome gentlemen on our desk who is going to be ready to break down all this gameplay.
I'm blushing. I'm turning from brown to pink right now before your eyes. But thank you so much for the great games and the great commentary, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Villy, and I'm here with my man, Bobby. And Bobby, the people in the chat, they said you needed a chair, and you're able to sit down and enjoy some good Call of Duty action. How was it to get a break and watch these games?
I mean, maybe it's just the situation I'm in, but this has to be the most comfortable chair I have ever sat in. You compile that with the Call of Duty mobile action that we got happening right now, I could not ask for a better situation.
All right, but you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about the games that unfolded, and we're going to have the winners bracket coming up shortly. But still, man, this has been insane. We saw Godlike play against Insidious, where Insidious just looked unstoppable. I mean, talking about unstoppable, in their 2 search and destroy games, they have been 12-1. That is insane, Bobby.
Yeah, they are just next level dominant, and part of it is because these guys have been playing on phones for basically longer than anybody else in the competitive scene. So you can see all the hours that they put into the competition, really, really paying off. And especially to have that level of dominance in search and destroy, it's not just the gun skill that comes from playing on phone, but it's the hours that you put in practicing that strategy and knowing exactly what your game plan is going to be.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at the loser side of the bracket as well. Really unfortunate, but we saw a team go home, Team NS. Keep your heads up high because you know what? I'm feeling like they're going to come back even stronger next time. But still, Godlike, they're going to have another hard game ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely not going to be easy for them. I think that's going to be a really interesting one. I don't really know who I'm going to give the favorite in. It's tough to tell just because we don't necessarily have like a frame of reference because they've all been going against different teams. And so I think that Godlike is going to have the edge, but True Rippers looks really, really good up against NS.
Now, talking about looking really, really good, coming up next, we actually have a banger of a match. Remember Team Vitality, the team that looks just the scariest in the bracket right now? They're facing off against Revenant. And do you think that Revenant might be the ones to stop Team Vitality in their tracks to go to the finals?
I do not. I would love to cheer for Revenant. I think they pulled off something crazy, but they made a lot of mistakes in Search and Destroy. And we talk about Search and Destroy wins championships. So if they can manage to polish things up a little bit, they might have a shot, but Vitality just has so much firepower, so much gun skill. Their strategy's on point. They're going to be tough to take out.
Well, we're going to see if the God Squad of Team Vitality can keep things up and go straight to the finals. That's coming up next, right after this break. Once again, welcome and thank you so far for tuning in to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Let's see what comes up next.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and you guys have been asking for it. We've all been wanting to fight zombies for a while, and Mommy, what did we just see?
Oh, the Undead Siege. I'm honestly so scared of zombies. I never played it, even though I love Call of Duty, yeah. I'm a really huge fan of zombie movies, but I can't play zombies.
Yes, but you know what? Welcome to the desk, though. Like I said, my name is Veli, this is Mommy, and I'm excited to see Undead Siege make a return to COD Mobile. That's going to be a lot of fun. But so far, talking about a lot of fun, there has been some crazy games and crazy results. How much fun are you having right now?
Honestly, being here in the studio is so great. Just because I get to stand, I get to shout, I get to jump around every time I see a really great play. Not only that, I get to cast with the most handsome gentleman in esports.
I thought you was talking about me, but that's God. Wait, you talking about me, right? I'll take it if that guy plays.
She's talking about Bobby, but she ain't talking about Bobby. Because Bobby, not with Bobby's finger. That's a nice ring that you got there. She's officially talking about me, folks, okay? Now, we're about to head into Team Vitality versus Revenant coming up here next. And we're having a ton of fun throughout the day, Bobby, because the gameplay has absolutely delivered for us here today. Now, with these two squads, only one can progress on forward. But you already told us, Revenant might not have a chance in hell against Vitality. Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, I think they have a chance.
Yeah.
It's just not a very good chance.
Okay.
So I think that there's definitely some situations where they can potentially make things happen. The underdog has a chance of search and destroy if they get a domination map where they get a strong side. Maybe a couple things happen.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
Anything is possible here. And the reason why Bobby even felt that way in the first place is because when it came down to watching Revenant play earlier, it was just some of their polishing, okay? Some of the polishing in their gameplay, in their rotations, it just didn't look as clean as they need to be if they want to beat a team like Vitality. As we're heading into map number 1, it's Takeoff Hardpoint, our second semifinal, Revenant versus Team Vitality. Let's lock it in.
And if you look at the kill feed right now, it is Vitality all the way through. I think that's a 6 or a 7 streak for them right now. Oil's finally going to end it, but man, that was a real rough spot for Team Revenant off the start. As you can see, Vitality just absolutely running things, following a little bit of a slow start, gave some time to Revenant, but it has been all them since.
Yeah, it's been all of them ever since here. But so far, a close game. We notice P1 can be scrappy. Abyss is going to find 2 there. But as we're looking at jokes, no jokes for him, no laughing matter there towards the mid-map, because at the end of it all, Revenant is bringing the pain there. They are contesting that hill, but now they will have to start rotating over towards next.
Yep, we do have Vitality taking the lead, but Revenant is set up and ready to go. We'll see whether or not they can hold it, as they do find a couple up in the top side right there, but Joko's making a push. Oh, a huge 2-piece right there. That's 3 in the feed for Vitality, but Bones waiting for him up in the top side, but it's Vitality time and time again finding those kills. Somehow Revenant still staying on top of the hard point, and giving Vitality a real run right now, is they definitely looked a lot more solid in their hard point than they did in the search and destroy. They may have what it takes to go the distance.
Oh, we see Zyro. He gets taken out there. Vitality, they move into P2, and they start to spread out. They have their opponent trapped where they want to. And you're going to have Moon with a beautiful position there on the other end of the map as his opponents are trying to break through this hill. Now, Bones, can he get something done? He won't be able to. Sims takes him out. And so far, Vitality has been feeling very, very comfortable in this P2. Only 4 seconds left, and they already have their rotation towards next, but we'll see if Repples can be able to get in, make a play. Moon's going to shut him down right away.
Yeah, that's a cheeky little angle for Moon. Zyro trying to push down, but he gets shut down immediately. And right now, it's going to be the topside push that Revenant tries to take, but Vitality just has all their angles covered right now. There is no opportunity for Revenant to get in, and as I say that, they get one man in, but it doesn't last for very long. Death and backside should be able to get the trade. Oil gets absolutely turned on right there, and that's why in a game of Hardpoint, it doesn't make a ton of sense to run the RPD. Very slow time to kill, slow movement speed, slow ADS time. I'm curious whether or not he's going to run that for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, we'll see if he does there, man. Everybody who runs in his hill gets traded out back and forth. We will be able to see the Sentry go down here on the side of Revenant, but we'll see if they can be able to get a nice bit of points, a nice accumulation here off of that. But Abyss breaks through. Abyss is finally able to take out Death. Zyro takes out Monk, and it looks like they will get the hold in which they need. They get the rest of that scrap time, but as we see on screen, Vitality has already moved to P4, and this is where they want to choose to utilize their streaks.
And Sam set up his sentry gun with the anticipation that he was going to be able to get the break there on P4, but he didn't. So, number one, that means they don't get any hardpoint control, but that sentry gun also going to go to waste right here. It looks like it's actually still set up right now, so get a little utility out of it. Partially a mistake by Revenant to not go for that immediately and kind of eliminate the threat, but it's going to be reckless. I think killing himself with the Sparrow right there, just like that, Vitality's back on it.
All right, now Zyro got a nice little spawn here towards the back. He can't do anything with it, and he gets taken out. So, in the moment here, Vitality feeling really comfortable with 20 seconds of time left on this hill. We will start to go back towards P1 mid-map. Now, Jokos, he's going to be here locking down his Spire. Finds Bones from afar. He picks up his second kill, looking for the third, but Zyro will take him out and control this middle power position. When it comes down towards the positioning currently on the map to contest this next P1, who are you a little bit more in favor for?
I mean, you got to go with Vitality. They've got a lot of score streaks and operators that they're ready to work with right now, and Sam is frying. You've seen him making the plays with the SMG, with the shotgun. He's doing it all right now. The sentry gun goes down for him. I believe that's actually his second sentry gun that he's gotten so far in the match, so he is streaking out. I believe the Sparrow going to be able to take care of that and keep P1 uncontested for now, but I don't anticipate that's going to last very long.
Yeah, it's not going to last long. As you see, Sam's trying to look like Green Arrow here in the moment with that Sparrow. The shots are connecting. He's going to bring out the Phoenix. Finds two. Well, he found one. Oil will be able to take him out. And only about 19 seconds left in his hill. We know it's a scrappy one. But when it comes down to P2, that's where Vitality has had most of their success on this map. I honestly think Revenant, they need to get an early rotation down there. They will have player 4 in position. He's going to try to go wide, but in the end, we'll see if he gets the help that he needs.
Yeah, there's 2 big kills for Revenant right there. They've got 1 player pushing up, making 2. Zyro is there. Everybody spawning on the weak side right now for Vitality. We're going to have the gravity spikes actually missing because his teammate already got the kill. So another big play for Revenant. They're stacking up on a little bit of time here. If they go uncontested on this hard point, they win this game. Now, that being said, you're going up against a powerhouse like Vitality. Don't expect that to happen, but the katana comes out. It's kill after kill in the feed for Revenant right now.
And
was
just
not
quickly. Revenant trying to turn around with the rapid fire on the Sparrow. Looking like a Pharaoh. He picks up multiple kills there. Now Jokos, he finds one. This is going to be an important team fight for Revenant, and Reckles is doing a great job holding it down. He's going to have some help. He calls out the spawns for his teammates. Sam's on the flank. He gets 2. Can't find the third. They will have all the utility in which they need up there. Zyro tucked in the corner. He'll be able to contest this hill, and now the lead change comes through for Revenant in this map number 1. We talk about who's going to challenge Vitality, who's going to apply the pressure to him, and Revenant says, yeah, that will be us. But now we rotate over towards P3. It's going to be a 2v2 fight in the hill. Reckles picking up multiple kills mid-map. He's actually on the flank. He could make the play for his team in a bit, but his squad mates, they got to hold it down now until the flank can come through. Oil's taken out, and this hill goes in favor of Revenant. Talk about those last 2 hills on that map, Bobby. Break it down for me, because that was exactly what they needed.
I mean, that, to a certain degree, was just absolutely perfect play from Revenant, but you got to also look at the breakdown.
Yeah.
Just almost no contest there for P2 for Vitality, and when you got a team with that much firepower, it really comes down to you got to group up and make a push together, because there's no way, with the way they had that set up, no way that they can actually defend both sides effectively against a strong group push, and they just weren't able to make it happen.
Yeah, man, that P2 was exactly what Revenant needed, and it just shows only one heal. It takes one heal to get your team back in this game. We're playing at 150, not 250, okay? And it's what 60 points on these heals to kind of kick it off on each rotation. So, man, Revenant, that's where they turn it around. And through the first half of these highlights, you're gonna see the boys of Team Vitality control this series, control this map, but then it slowly pulls away from them.
Yeah, and you look at the scoreboard, and they were pretty much in control for the entirety of the game, especially when it came back to pretty much exiting P1 for the second time. Like you see right here, they're at 130, but I think at one point it was close to 130 to 80.
Okay.
Which means nearly, 70 straight points to the maybe 10 or 13 that went in for Vitality. Yep. Just absolute perfection out of Revenant.
Yeah, man, and you know what? It takes a great IGL to do something like that. It takes a great squad to be able to build off all the information in which you're collecting, team fight after team fight, rotation after rotation, for your squad to adjust and start to really just adjust your play style and start competing and contesting against your opponent, taking back the pace of the map in your favor. And that's what Revenant did. They didn't falter. They didn't say, oh my God, we're down by 50 points. Our initials didn't work out. The first half of heals didn't work out. No, they continued to adjust. They focused up and they fought their way back into the series to give Vitality their first map loss of the tournament. Now we're heading on over towards one of your favorites, Bobby. It's firing range on Search and Destroy. And we know the marksmen are going to come out here and they're going to set the tone of the series.
Yeah, the snipers absolutely dictate the pace of the game, especially on firing range with those long angles and basically your ability to control so many of the lanes that players are trying to enter through, especially on the offensive side of things. So I've got a feeling that Team Vitality is going to bounce back right here. Revenant didn't look super disciplined in the Search and Destroy, but I didn't think they were going to win the first respawn either. So at this point, who knows?
So I'm happy that we are playing this firing range on S&D, because we did get a chance to see Revenant play it already. And the one big takeaway that we had was that on defense, Revenant was too aggressive, blowing away too many opportunities. And I don't think Vitality is going to allow that to happen to them, all right? They will quickly, on offense, switch to the defensive team if they need to. But we'll see if Vitality is going to match their aggression. I'm sure they will. Folks, we're heading into map number 2 of our second semifinal. It's Team Vitality versus Revenant.
Yep, you can see Revenant playing a lot more passive on this. So I like the approach. I like the ability to adapt. I think they saw a lot of their struggles because this is the exact same map that they played Search and Destroy on the first time around. So hopefully they were able to look at the film, maybe find out what some of their mistakes were, see if they can make something happen. A little bit surprised that we see Monk with an LMG instead of a sniper. That's typically been his role, but obviously Moon has absolutely dominated with the sniper. I believe formerly known as Moonscope, so a lot of you might know him by that name. But it looks like Vitality trying to spy out the B site. No utility going out yet, but looks like one of the players trying to get an aggressive push right here now that Moon's been able to get a little bit of info. Boyle on the backside. He's going to take some shots right there. It's going to be Bones dropping first blood, going in for death. Another player drops, trades immediately for Oil, who we saw clutch that 1v3 the first time around, but he's going to get dropped as well. 2v2. Closing out the round, and it's going to be one player left alive for Revenant.
Now it's just going to be Zyro, snipe in hand. Bomb's not planted just yet. He has plenty of time to rotate this map, take his time, find a different opening. But as soon as his bomb goes down, he's going to have all the intel in which he needs. But he hasn't been able to move from this positioning just yet. And I don't know if he has time to really rotate the other ends of the map. Oh, stop. You bet not. The shorty to make it the 1v1. The snipes out. He sees Monks. Does he go for the wall bang? He's looking for something.
I don't think it's wall bangable. I think he's trying to wait for the perfect opportunity. The shoulder peek, and then he switched sides. So clean by Monk. Absolutely juked out of his mind. And that's going to be round 1 going in for Vitality.
I absolutely love 1v1s like that. We get to see the thought process of both players. Monk, he was waiting for his opponent to shoot a shot, but instead he took over and got round number 1 in the books for his squad. We got a chance to hear some messages from him early on in our player profile piece, and what a guy. He definitely has everything it takes to be a champion. Moon connecting with that hit marker in 10 was impressive in its own right, but no kill comes through. Nice foresight by him, but we'll see if the defense has the foresight to read this push, and it doesn't look like they did. They'll be a man down.
Yeah, and Monk really was just playing for that initial frag right there, so now that they've, number 1, drawn attention over to the B site. Number 2, 1 player down for the opposing team. Should be an opportunity for them to use some of that utility and open up one of those bomb sites. I'm a little bit surprised they're still playing this as passive as they are. They're without a doubt at the advantage right now. You do hear some of that utility coming out. 1 player getting traded for each team. 2 Vitality players actually going to drop. Jokos pushing in right there to take out Reckless, and it's going to be Monk, Jokos, and Moon still remaining. Still playing it passive.
Yeah, they are. This bomb will go down. Now, the defenders of Oil and Bones. Oil has already clutched a 1v3 in this position before, but Bones says, hey, I'm going to make it a little bit easier on you. It's a 2v2 if I fall. Oil, he sees the shoulder peek. He tries to take over, but Moon, he got,
he sniped the first one.
He sniped the first one and brought the shorty out for the second. I thought Joko's peeked the room here from the middle, but no.
I thought that he missed the snipe on the guy around the corner the first time, but he hit the snipe on his teammate and follows up with a shotgun shot. That is absolutely incredible. There's one man doing it all right there, and that's going to get Vitality now the 2-0 lead. And wow, Revenant feeling real aggressive here on defense. They have pushed all the way through the B site right now. Death is not in a good spot. Bone's going to take him out. And we don't usually see that strategy working out all that well, but Moon is there with the snipe once again. Can't hit the follow-up. Jokos left by himself, 1v2, pretty overexposed right there, somehow staying alive. Not sure that was the move right there, especially when you've got that oil head glitch to work with. It's going to cost him. That's going to be the first round going in for Revenant.
And you know, I respect the play coming out for Revenant. You don't want to go down 0-3 in a fashion in which, you know, your opponent's really just picking you apart off the offense. Match their aggression and give them a different look to think about on these final 2 rounds. Possibly you may have them adjust their strategy just because of that one changeup you made the round before. Death brings death to Reckles. It's a man advantage for Vitality, but Abyss with a flank through the middle will even the odds. The bomb's going down at A, and Revenant, they have the intel. Smoke's coming out. Oh, aggression coming towards the site, but Jokos, he stays composed behind a bomb site. He gets 3 with the plant 1v1 scenario. Jokos, can he get it done? Can he get the 4-piece? Bones, he crouches, he resets the fight. He has a little bit of time to work with, and he's gonna reposition.
He's going to go in through trailer right here. Oh, no, he's not going to go in through trailer. He's going to ego chell it, and he's going to win the gunfight. That was just an absolute mind-boggling round right there. It seemed like so many mistakes on both sides. Bones comes out on top right there. I was going to say something about what happened earlier, but now I can't even remember.
The biggest mistake in the round, Jokos even challenging.
Yep.
That was it. You made a fantastic play with the 1v3 on site. You had your first opportunity in a fight. You got the reset. From there, it's all about time.
I was thinking back to the smoke placement. The smoke placement was completely wide of the actual bomb site, which is where I assumed he was trying to smoke it. Revenant just absolute aggression right here, full sending on the defensive side once again. Bomb is down. It looks like, way back toward bathrooms right there, which is not going to be fun for Revenant.
It won't.
Or not going to be fun for Vitality.
Because you got to clear player 4 out. You got to clear player 4 out.
Oh, that's in like a tiny little corner, too. There's just...
You see it flashing?
Yeah.
It's under that player's body, folks, okay? To be able to get that is going to be one of the hardest things you can do. But when it comes down to it, it's going to be a 1v3 for death. He's going to see oil. I don't think they saw him, though, in the moment.
He's going to give away some audio. I believe they heard the footsteps once he started running. Smoke not going to be in time. Somehow staying alive right here. I don't know why he's not getting pushed. You know that he's got shots in him. Players on the outside just go around, shoot him, and they're just playing with their food right now.
You know what? Hey, you know what? We're just going to chalk it up as discipline. That's discipline here in the semifinals. They say we will not give you the satisfaction to clutch up and make the hero play. We want you to have to walk out of here. So that's exactly what they allowed him to do, and they had every single angle covered. We're heading into the next round. This is actually going to be a switch in rounds. Revenant now the attacking team, the defending team being Vitality. And I think Vitality did a great job taking 2 rounds off of Revenant's defense. But these last few rounds, Bobby, Revenant has been playing super aggressive as if they've been getting ready for their offensive half so they can continue to keep playing at the pace that they were on those back end of the defense.
Yeah, and even if the score is pretty close right now, they have without a doubt completely dictated the pace of the game. A couple mistakes here and there might have cost them, but anytime that you're able to do that, especially as an aggressive team, it's always going to go in your favor. And right now with the bomb down, only 2 players remaining for Vitality is looking good. Sam's checking outside a trailer. Not going to spot anybody right there, but he finds one that is crucial. Moves it into a 2v2. Everybody waiting a bathroom side, but he finds a 2-piece. Only 1 remaining. Monk snipes him right there.
Oh, no.
Huge clutch up for Vitality in the 2v3 situation.
They needed that, man. Great synergy there between both those players to be able to get this one all tied up 3-3, because I love the initial coming out from Revenant. I love that aggression at A, continuing to build off of your play style from the first half, and in the end, they just couldn't close that round out. I think that's the round that's going to calm Vitality down and says, hey, we're defense, stop playing into their hand. They have to play to us now. Joko's tucked in the corner. He sees multiple nades coming to the site. He's getting some intel to his team that, hey, we got some players inside blue. The quick scope from Zyro. He gets the second. And now, trophies going down. Revenant feeling comfortable, but Death, he's going to have to be the Reaper on this map, in this mid-map, if his squad wants a chance at taking this round.
Yeah, Zyro has just been that guy for his team, making the snipe plays when they need him. Looks like the switch from the right tech to the DLQ has definitely been the right one. Is once again, man advantage, only 25 seconds for Vitality to clutch up. We've seen them do this, but not with time this low. Sam's going to peek the corner. Monk going to peek the inside. He hits the shotgun shot. There's only 1 player alive. Abyss shut down by Death. Oh, another massive clutch up by Vitality.
No way! Revenant had such a great defense, bunkered up around A. They had a lot of power positions, but Vitality closing in on all 3 lanes around. I think they brought a player backwood, 1 through mid-map. They had another one at the range, and they got the first kill, and they were able to clean house. 2 great rounds coming out of here for Vitality. 2 demoralizing rounds, if you ask me, for Revenant. And now this is where they have to bounce back.
And this is really where things started to look sketchy for them up against True Rippers. The mistakes they were making. Abyss with another huge first blood. He's been doing that time and time again, and he's just not getting that closeout in the rounds from his teammates.
Yeah, right.
And once again, Vitality down, 2 men. But we've seen this multiple times so far. Bomb goes down, and somehow Vitality has been able to make these comebacks happen. Zyro's gonna spot him, miss the snipe. Abyss gets number 1. Bones gets number 2. It looks like they're finally gonna be able to close out a round. Monk, the only player remaining against 5 opposing players. He's a good sniper. I don't know that he's that good. Somebody jumped right in front of his face without shooting him, but they're gonna get the round to tie things up at 4-4.
Yeah, and you know, Revenant needed that one. They had to stop the bleeding, because if they lose that one, I don't know what else to say for you guys, okay? But let's not get it confused. Revenant is up 1-0 in this series, okay? They are still controlling the pace of this game, and I was going to ask you about strategy. Should they switch it up? But they will switch up. They go directly towards B. Sam's is going to be tucked in that corner, but Revenant, they're going to retreat. Maybe it was something that they saw that they didn't like. Maybe they just wanted to really sell the fake over there towards B. But with Sam's in that power position, he has all the intel that he needs for his team, and he's confident they can at least take one to the grave if they do rush that site. So Vitality showing composure, not giving up their current positionings in the 3 lanes in which they're covering.
And I feel like the aggression that Revenant has had is the reason they're in the position they are. They gave up that aggression, played it cautious, second-guessed their move toward B. Now they have no map control, no idea what's going on. Jokos is going to get one right there. And things just not looking great for them right now. Tried to pre-fire right there, but he's going to get dropped as well. Death finds one. Moon finds one. Oh, Death, wait. Revenant's only down 1 player.
Yeah, Revenant's only down 1 player right now, and so it was probably Death got the kill, and it was Moon who fell. Moon died. So now in this moment, it's still a winnable round for Revenant. Just with Oil picking up 2, didn't get a chance to see it. But now Zyro goes down. Sam's in a 1v1. Shorty in him, but Oil off the head. He says, "I beat you to the punch." Revenant at map point, 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this series. Wow. And so now as we head into this round, it was difficult for Revenant in the previous because they pretty much showed Vitality their entire hand and gave up a lot of positioning on the map. So the fact that they fall back and took that round was impressive. Jokos, Death, Jokos with the snipe again. Death with another kill. They pick up 4. And they says, guys, we got this. Find his last member, and let's go to a round 11.
Yeah, Vitality said, we are not losing this one, not this way. And maybe a couple sloppy plays in the previous round costing them, but...
Oh boy,
ooh,
here we go again. 2 back-to-back round 11s for Revenant. Can they pull away with another one here on firing range? We're about to find out. This could be the biggest round of their entire tournament. Just going up 2-0 in this series against a talented team. Our first seed of Vitality in Sam's. He's going to be back alley, looking for an angle. Won't find much. Moon will be top wood. Going to see if he can catch any players here off the rotation. This is gonna be an interesting round here, Bobby.
Yeah, Vitality playing nice and slow. Revenant maybe making a cheeky play. Smokes in mid. I got 1 player in that mid-map area. It looks like Vitality wants that early push. Not gonna get it. Somehow neither player dies right there. Both teams playing so passive. It's actually gonna be Abyss. First blood onto Death. Super crucial, but it's tied in. Wow! With the plays once again to even things up at 4 players apiece right here. And I mean, it's tough to say that it wasn't just a little bit lucky because it's a no-scope, but at the end of the day, he got the kill. And
at the end of the day, he hit it. It's as simple as that, Bobby, okay? Moonscope is going to eclipse on Abyss there. After Abyss, he played it really well. He played it smart, was passive, got first blood, maybe a little bit too overzealous, tried to get a second, tried to be the hero, but instead, it will be a 4v4 in this round 11. Vitality prioritizing the B site. We will see multiple players be able to move through, clear it, get the intel that they need, but now it needs to be a quick rotation from the bomb at the mini-map. Revenant, they're stacked up mainly towards the A site, and they thought their opponent was there. The way that they were clearing it and checking it out, they're going to find out for the first time that, okay, guys, it's at B. Now, just cover the lanes. Maybe they need a player on the flank. With them approaching from just 2 different angles, this could be easy defense on the side of Vitality, but Jokos, he takes down Oil. Man advantage, 2-man advantage for Vitality in a must-win map, but Bones finds 1. The shot doesn't connect. Bones get a second opportunity at being able to make a play with his teammate Zyro.
Oh, the shotgun shot doesn't go through right there. Big plays, it's a 2v2, but only 15 seconds. Moon set up perfectly. Sam slides through. Double shotgun kills. It's Vitality coming out on top.
We're all tied up 1-1 in our semifinal. What a round there. Vitality showed absolute composure in that last round 11. Those final 2 players just tucked in a corner, waiting for their opportunity. They knew Revenant had to play for that bomb there, but they get the kills in which they need. What an exciting fire range we had. We had back-to-back fire ranges that went to round 11, so I know you're happy, Bobby.
Oh, yeah, I'm having a blast. This matchup has been a lot closer than I expected for it to be. I did not give Revenant nearly enough credit for how good they were. I think they had their struggles in game number 1, but they've definitely shown they deserve to be here, going right down to the wire with Vitality in that matchup. And it was really just the patience, the clinical, strategic plays from Vitality that clutched up.
Yeah, man, well said there. So Vitality, they will survive a scary search and destroy, and it has to be scary because you go down 0-2 against this Revenant squad. From that point on, you have to play to perfection to get back into the series. And the way we talked about Vitality in the tournament, the way the chat talked about Vitality in this tournament, you don't want to go down to this Revenant team. But I know the Revenant fans, even though they lost this map number 2, they are happy that they are competing in this series. They are happy that, they may have some fans flip-flopping from the side of Vitality and says, hey, you guys got room over here? It's looking like it's pretty nice, but the series isn't over with just yet. Revenant, they have a lot more work to do, and next we're going to be headed on over towards raid domination.
Yeah, just another one of my favorites. Watching that moon scope, no scope back the second time, it's just so clean. Like, even though it's not what you planned to do, the way he patiently waited for him to pass by and then hit it, just a thing of beauty. Raid domination definitely going to be the same as this is just another one of those iconic all-time great Call of Duty maps.
Yeah, it really is. I've seen so many great moments on Raid. Even throughout just this weekend, it was with the CDL popping off here for their championship weekend. We saw some awesome matchups there, so it's nice that we get a chance to see it on mobile as well. Raid domination, it's a map in which what's the best way to say it? Well, I'll just go this way with it. Bobby, when it comes down to it, what are you going to be looking for from both these teams off the initial to have early success on Raid throughout the first 2 points?
It's really all about map control, especially on Raid. Having control of top laundry is going to be the most important thing, especially for teams that are spawning over on the A side. So that's what you're going to want to keep an eye out for. Majority of these teams probably going to send an LMG up there to just absolutely spray anybody that makes an attempt to get the B cap. So you will probably anticipate that side is going to get control first. If they're not able to, that's definitely going to be an issue, and could potentially see some attempts to flip for A as well.
Yeah, we may just see that, okay? We know that when it comes down to that B hill, it plays for some exciting moments. It's really scrappy, and we've seen some players make some big-time plays in that moment for their squads, and I hope we get a chance to see them in this map number 3 as well, because between these two teams, they are evenly matched, and both want to make it towards the winners finals. You don't want to go to losers right now, okay? You want to lock in that guaranteed top 3 money by taking this series. Monk with the first blood in this map is going to be followed up there by death and multiple kills from Abyss and Zyro. Like I said, when it comes down to contesting for this B hill, it's going to get really scrappy, folks.
Yeah, Red Room and Top Laundry are going to be the 2 places you got to watch out for. So these smokes, very, very well placed for Revenant as they try to get a little bit of progress there on B. It's going to be Sam entering in, and it is all Vitality in the feed right now. That's going to be a quick B cap for them as they capitalize on those early frags. Bones finds a couple, but not in time, and especially with the setup they've got in Ring right now, they are going to be dangerous.
Very, very dangerous here. We watch Reckles. He's going to rotate there around B, put himself in an annoying position, but he's quickly taken out here by Sam's. B-Hill is going to be in control of Vitality. And we talk about how important top laundry is and having that sight line on top of the B-Hill. Vitality has great control over this side of the map. And they're even pressing their opponent back towards their spawn, back towards Garage. Revenant finally got the spawns in which they needed to kind of spawn there towards Basketball just to be able to get this flank on Laundry and contest both ends of the map.
Yeah, we see a double kill go in for Reckless, and it looks like Vitality's feeling aggressive and trying to go for the triple cap right there. That very well may cost them A. That could potentially be a massive mistake. They get C control, but Top Laundry just going to be so crucial. Zyro gets a huge double kill right there as well.
They could get the triple.
Death's going to get spotted out. just like that, Revenant 100% back in.
Moon has to go huge. Moon has to go huge. Him and Joko's fine 4. And it was getting really scary for Vitality in that moment. It was players on C from Revenant. They were getting flanked from A. And honestly, I say they were 1 kill away. They take out Moon. They have Vitality in a possible triple cap domination spawn at the back end of the map. But 4 quick kills came out from Vitality. They says, all right, guys, take a breather. We've regained control. Now let's not give it up again.
And honestly, the good sign out of that for Vitality is that they have the ability to retake A that quickly.
Oh,
That's not
yeah.
easy to do. So the fact that they took probably what was not a necessary gamble, gave away A, still got it back, definitely a really, really good sign for them. And Sam's gonna find another 2-piece with the shorty right there. It is all Vitality in that mid-map area. Nobody gonna get anywhere close to the B flag.
Yeah, no, they won't. They will absolutely won't. A is going to start to get decapped, but there are players of Vitality on this side of the map, you know, watching it. Big double kill coming out for Bones. That was huge, but they wasn't expecting to spawn at basketball court. The flank comes through, but not before that A hill is captured. And it's going to take some time to decap that A hill. This is the perfect opportunity for Revenant to get some mid-map control, possibly get B. They need to utilize their numbers now.
I'm just so surprised Revenant has not invested anything into maintaining A control. Both times they've been able to get it, they immediately gave it back. And every time they've given it back, Revenant has immediately gone and retaken B.
Yeah, they have. They absolutely have. And that's going to be a great first half here for Vitality. They're going to be up 20 points. And that 20 points will go a long way if they can, you know, just being able to contest for this B hill and be the defensive team in the second half, right? Just take a little bit of extra pressure off their shoulders, make some more sound plays, hit some more sound shots as they get the double kill to kick this one off. But Oil rebuttals with 2 of his own. Give him 3. Does he get the flank? He will not. Monk takes over top Laundry. And Vitality with a beautiful initial. They're trying to flip this map.
Yep, and it looks like they're making some good progress on it. You can see nobody making the rotation down toward poolside, so that's going to be wide open. But everybody for Revenant just spawned down there. That attempted flip going to get immediately shut down. Reckless finds one right there. Regardless, even though they're on C side, we do see Vitality taking control of B as well. It's not going to be easy to hold, but with the amount that they've been able to push up into some of those corners, the control that they have over at Statue, I think they can hold it even without that A control.
I agree with you as well. And you know what? It doesn't even need to be easy. The fact that they did the hard part off the initial and got control in the first place, they know that it's going to be difficult. Our opponent may break it, but the points in which they're getting are about to be so influential as their lead is continuing to grow. And it's going to get to that point where they'll be able to win off of 1. And any hill in which they have is going to be viable for them. And we'll see if it'll be vital. Now, on the flip end, it will be 2 hills in the side of Revenant. They got B, they got C. C will be defended, and Revenant can win off of 2. They're going to have to make sure they keep somebody around this Laundry area.
Yeah, and it almost looks like Revenant is more comfortable playing on the C side.
The BC, right?
Which is interesting because they struggled so much to maintain B whenever they had it in the first half. But you see, they're holding it right now, and it looks like they have enough mid-map control that they're going to be able to pretty much chill where they are right now, and Vitality's going to go for the flip, which I didn't expect because they seem more comfortable on the A side. But they haven't really been able to get any pressure up into top Laundry. Death's going to win 1 right there, but Oil, beautiful drop shot right there. Jokos finds a 2-piece. That's going to be crucial as well. Players on their way. Looks like they should be able to get AC, but not going to be a very sustainable game plan. And they get shut down.
Yeah, so that's 2 players getting taken on right away. Bones and Zyro, the entire squad is going to flip this hill back in their favor. But to see aggression, even just for a bit, it worked out a lot there for Vitality to be able to force their opponent back to the spawn, for them to be able to use their streaks. And now Moon, he gets 2 with the Predator missile. The Sparrow was picking up multiple kills, I believe, by Death in the kill feed as well. But now Vitality, they're feeling comfortable for now. We'll see how comfortable with A-Hill flipping back in Revenant's control.
Yeah, this is so back and forth. It looked like Vitality was going to take the triple cap. Now it looks like they're taking back the double cap. They don't need it for very long, but Revenant calls in the Pred missile.
Oh my God.
Sparrow's on the way in as well.
Bobby,
absolute chaos.
This series is insane.
This is just absolute madness. And somehow, with that tiny bit of progress, it's Revenant holding on, but we see players over on C. They're pushing for A. They're going to get the triple cap right there. That should seal the deal unless Revenant can pull out some type of a miracle.
They're going to get 2 hills back in their favor. Surely this triple cap don't go back in their favor, but they won't even have enough time with the amount of points in which Vitality is getting. That's going to do it. A crazy map number 3 between both these squads. Vitality in the final few seconds where it could have went either way. They managed to pull off a trip cap domination there at the end to be able to lock in map number 3.
Oh my gosh, this is way too stressful, and it's not even the last match of the day. I don't know how I'm going to make it all the way through, but it looks like we might have our first Game 5. With the way these teams have been going, I got a feeling it's probably going to continue to be back and forth. Revenant look good, really good in the first hard point, the way they made that comeback happen. We'll see if they can bring it out for Game 4.
Yeah, we'll see if they can, but oh man, you know, just Revenant is just showing us that, hey, we are here to play. We are here to win this tournament. We don't care what you guys say about Vitality. Revenant's earning a lot of respect amongst everyone, amongst us, amongst the chat, amongst the fans, going against Vitality team, and man, that was a map in which they could have pulled away with it, but I think really the one thing that you pointed out, Bobby, was Revenant finding comfortability in positions in which, you know, some teams just they don't like to fight in. Okay, they were very adaptable in this map to combat against Vitality.
Yeah, I was really impressed where even in the situations where it seemed like it was out of their control, they had such good composure, perfect team strategy, team chemistry, and the way that they pushed the flags, that it was very, very rare that they made a push for a flag that they didn't finish. And that's really what it came down to, is them being able to capitalize on the decisions that they made and maximizing their utility.
Yeah, both teams, they committed. Both squads committed their, you know, to their pushes, to their aggressions. Coming out the respawn, they set a play and they achieved their goal, and they just kind of played away from each other. They played for the time. They were playing for the heals, taking the most favorable fights. But in the end, it is a Vitality victory. What a close series on your screen, everybody. But now we got to head on over toward Summit on Hardpoint. Bobby, how you feeling about this map between both these squads?
I love this one. With the way these teams are matched up, I think it's going to be another close one. We know that it's one where even if you build a big lead, it can flip on its head so quickly. And I honestly don't even know who to anticipate is going to be able to take the initial lead. It kind of feels like maybe a little bit more gun skill on the side of Vitality, but there's just so much chemistry going on for Revenant.
And you know what? We ain't even got to predict it, okay? We just got to sit back, cast it, and enjoy it, and enjoy it with the fans at home, because both these two teams has given us the best series in which we have saw so far in day number 1 of our regional playoffs. Bobby, outside of what we've kind of seen in this series, what has been the most exciting moment that you've seen so far, or one of the best plays?
Oh, definitely the 1v3 that clutched it up for Revenant to give them the search and destroy over True Rippers. That was I still can't believe that it actually worked, let alone for that to happen, to clutch a game. But absolutely crazy. I think we do actually have another matchup going on right now between Unbroken and 3RBA. Not many people expected 3RBA to be down in the losers bracket. So we'll go ahead and take a look. As you can see, we did have Unbroken taking map number 1, but 3RBA able to make some big plays and take maps 2 and 3.
What a close series. 150 to 146 in a domination. I'm mad we didn't get a chance to watch that one, because Unbroken, they are fighting for their tournament lives as well, and we expected a lot out of 3BA, but Unbroken, man, they says we will not go down without a fight, and 3BA is just having a hard day right now.
Yeah, I think there were some high expectations for them. I think a lot of people thought they were going to be the #1 team from the Middle East, and have definitely had their struggles, but it seems like they've got a pretty good shot at making it out. like low-key hope that goes to a Game 5 as well, because I'd love to be able to see the end of that one.
Same. We get a chance to peek in there. Folks, we got two awesome matchups going down right now, and I am so happy to be here. We get a chance to hop into each and every single one of them, and we're wasting no time going into map number 4. It's Summit Hardpoint, Team Vitality versus Revenant. Let's get it.
Yeah, it's a lot of kills going in for Vitality right now. A lot of time on the hill as well. Contested for a second. Moon absolutely frying off the start. Somehow, Revenant able to make that push in, even with all of those kills going in. And that's the thing. They're scrappy. They find a way to make it work, even in situations where it seems like it shouldn't.
Man, I'll tell you one thing, man. In these tournaments right here, I'm going to die fighting on my own terms, okay? I'm going to die taking the fight, shooting first, trying to outplay my opponent rather than getting pushed and playing reactive the whole time. And I feel like both these squads feel that energy as they are just pressing each other, fight after fight, with no fear. And it's giving us one of the best matchup in which we've seen so far. Monk there with the Fennec, able to pick up almost 3. Great effort there towards him.
Yeah, and still the kill feed looks like it's all Vitality. Jokos with a big 2-piece up in the top side. Can't hit the player down below because he's already dead. They got the setup. They got trophy systems. Sam's going to win another one. 8 kills already. We are on P2. That he very nearly made it 10 right there. Monk trying to have his bag. He sends out the concussion nade, not able to get the initial kill, but still turns, finds another one right there. Reckless there to finally get the trade, but this just looks like a different Vitality team than what we saw in the first couple.
You said Sam almost went on a 10 spree, and I look up to the top left-hand of the screen at his player profile picture, and I said, yeah, look at the Grim Reaper. I said, that's definitely him on this map. But, you know, I will say, just off-topic, Bones, Reckles, and Biz, Zyro Oil, I love their profile pictures on the right. It's so clean to read. I wish every squad would do just that when it came down towards their names. But in the end, you will start to see, we headed on over towards P3. It will be Revenant here with these back spawns. But we saw earlier today, I forgot the series, these aren't necessarily the best spawns in which you want to contest against P3 to try to break into that warehouse. Luckily for them, and I say luckily as of now, no score streaks have come in just yet. But I'm pretty sure Sam may probably have a few in his back pocket to use on his hill if he needs to.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a tricky spawn. I think oh no, that's a trophy system that destroyed the hunter-killer drone right there. It's good spawns if you're winning your gunfights, okay. But if you're losing your gunfights, you're gonna get absolutely hammered into the ground as you get spawn trapped. So it's kind of a toss-up right now with the way Revenant's playing. It's gonna be advantageous for them because it is closer to the point, and they got players on the point to back them up right now. So it's going to be advantage for them, and they're able to make up a little bit of that lost time that Vitality was able to get on P1 and P2.
All right, and you're going to start to see Vitality just rotate towards the opposite end of the map, get ready towards P4, and get set up as we're watching Monk trying to cover the catwalk. He sees Abyss, but he's not able to take him out. Abyss with the quick reactions from him while he was tossing a nade to win the gunfight, as I might say so. Sam's here towards the back of the spawn. He is having a fight against 2 players. He won't be able to win it. Moon with the Predator missile. That's a big double kill to buy his team time. But Revenant got the spawns in which they wanted, and that's a great play coming from Zyro and Oil.
Yeah, they pushed that really well. It looked like Death might miraculously survive, but right now it just feels like Vitality is extremely streaky in the way that they're playing. They'll go on these crazy sprees where they stack up score streaks, they get their operators, they get everything, and then all of a sudden they just can't win a gunfight. Like, look at the feed. It is all Revenant. They're getting their Preds, they're getting their sentries, a couple kills here and there for Vitality, but for the most part, they're just getting obliterated.
Revenant because continue to show us how they get better as these maps progress. Just adjusting to their opponent. They were down early on in this one, but they're going to get their first lead change of the game. Taking control here in the moment, trying to get this series all tied up 2-2 and get us to a Game 5. We can only hope, right? As fans of Call of Duty Mobile, Revenant is looking to do just that. But Vitality, as they're getting geared up to get back towards P1 and P2, where they had their most success. Moon with the Sparrow picks up 3, looking for the 4th.
Ooh, he's gonna turn. Oil's right there. It's Vitality. Early rotation. The control back on P1. Tread Missile gonna find one for Moon. Got a sentry gun to work with. Hunter Killer as well. And look at the KDs. Oh, Zyro is just getting obliterated. My man is
why did you call him out, bro?
and 22 right now.
Why did you call him out to the chat?
The fact that Revenant is in this game when he's
when he's not here. When he's not here, bro.
No, it'd be better if he wasn't here because that would be 23 kills that didn't go over to Vitality.
Oh, man, that's 23 kills going into the streaks. Hopefully, they don't come into play, but Bones and Zyro, they're tearing it up, folks, okay? It is currently Revenant having to rotate on over towards P2. We will have members of Vitality in this area. They will have the verticality position here to be able to shoot down their opponent if they need to. Trophy systems going down for both these squads, but Vitality tucked in the corner. They got the spawns in which they want. They're able to fight here on this catwalk very successfully. Sparrow's coming back out for Sam's. We'll see if he can connect.
Yeah, he's trying to hit right there, but they're actually able to evade, wasting the majority of his shots, and he may very well not even get a kill out of that. Knows where he needs to look, but the contest wasn't actually there, and he's finally able to find one. Turns finds another, and now they're at the point where they can pretty much try to close this one out. 7 seconds needed. They should be able to do it right here, but we've seen how streaky Vitality can be.
Oh, no.
Just like that. It's Revenant on the hill. Multiple players pushing in.
No.
Zyro finally
wins
wins a gunfight. That's going to be huge, and now they're pushing out to see if they can get spawned for next.
They win on this! They win on this! Oh, Zyro came back. If he doesn't cut back, if he had tunnel vision on the next rotation, Vitality could have won it in the moment, but we got some time before we head over to next. The back spawns in his hill will be held by Vitality, but Revenant inside the hill.
Oh my
Abyss finds one. Jokos gets in there. He gets taken out, and Vitality gets the seconds in which they need to be your next team progressing on to the winners finals to play up against Insidious. But now, we are not over just yet. We want to cheer and give Vitality a lot of congratulations, but this is another series in which we got to head into, folks. We're going back down to the losers bracket because one of these two teams are about to go home.
Yep, and it looks like it is going to be Unbroken with the lead. They are down 2-1 right now. It is do or die for them. They're winning some big gunfights right here, but Wolf able to push in, finds a huge two-piece on the point. They got a lot of positioning. They are stacking the point.
They're
so
good.
many players over there. They can win it on this one if they hold it right here. With 3 players on it and they're hitting their shots, the entire kill feed going their way. It looks like they might be able to pull off the last-second comeback. Players hopping down. A bunch of kills go in the contest. Ooh. It's going to be enough for them to hold on for a little bit longer, but Unbroken's got to make that push out for next as well while it's 3 RB already getting spawns.
Oh my God, we get to see 2 back-to-back epic late games on Summit. It's coming down to a few seconds. A battle for P3. Boff in the hill. He's looking to take down 2. He gets taken out on his own. Leo, can you do it for your squad? The shorty's in hand. We're going to a map number 5 in this series between BRB.
I mean, this is just so stressful. Every single one of the matches in the past hour has been down to the wire. We got Team Vitality taking the win. We got our first game 5 of the day. Oh man, these teams
dance it up because Unbroken, man, they got here, okay? They got to this point. They may have been underdogs in this series, but they continue to fight. Their spirits is definitely unbroken here.
Yup, I mean, especially against a team that was favored as much as 3RB was. They are really, really showing out right now. And obviously, $15,000 on the line for first place. Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you indeed? That's a lot of money here, folks, okay? And so now we'll get our series layout here in just a second, but we know that we got to go to map 5 of Search and Destroy between both these squads. And as Bobby said, it's our first map 5 of the day. Now, we haven't seen too much of this series to really kind of dissect how they've been playing throughout the 4 maps, but I do want to go back because we hopped into it so quickly just to give Vitality their congratulations for winning a tough series of their own.
Yeah, that was that was, I think, the best action of the day, even though we didn't go to a Game 5. Both of those teams battled it out. Super, super scrappy play out of Revenant.
Yep.
They really gave it their all, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, they're not.
They still got another chance. They can move down to the losers bracket, and I've got a feeling they're going to be making some noise down there.
Yeah, I think they'll be making a lot of noise. They learned a lot from that Vitality matchup in the semifinals, and they still have an opportunity to keep on going forward. We may get a chance to see Revenant in that last series of the day continue to fight for their tournament life to make it towards the losers finals. But as you guys can see, it's Raid, Search, and Destroy going into map number 5. But let's take a double back while we get this next one set up to just let these final moments kind of like air out.
Yeah, it was just pure chaos, so much utility, both teams with easy access points. And when you got both teams, probably got 5 players with concussions, I think there was one point where everybody was just blinded and hip firing and hoping that their shots were going to hit. And it ended up being that Unbroken was the team that hit the most shots. It looked like 3RB was going to claw their way back, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, just not quite enough right there. Wow, what an epic day of Call of Duty mobile action. South Asia and the Middle East folks are not disappointing. This region is insane. This is the first time I've had a chance to be able to cast these teams. I saw a lot of the European region. I saw a lot of NA. But South Asia and Middle East, boy, these guys know how to play.
Yeah, they have a really fast, aggressive play style that you won't see a whole lot in those other regions. So especially when it gets into the Search and Destroy, it can get really, really exciting, really, really chaotic. Sometimes it backfires, but it's a lot of fun to watch.
It is a lot of fun to watch. Now, let's dive in here on Raid, Search, and Destroy between these two squads, Bobby. And now when it comes down towards this map here, what are some of the place characteristics that you need as a squad to be successful here on Raid, Search, and Destroy?
Definitely, Raid, Search, and Destroy, you can play it a lot of different ways, especially from the offensive POV. You can, especially if you have good utility usage, you can smoke off mid and play a lot of those mid-map angles and try to take control. What a lot of teams will usually do is just smoke off top bank room and try to make a push up toward the A side, but I haven't seen this region play Raid, Search, and Destroy quite as much, so their strategy has been, for the most part, very, very different from what I'm used to.
And you know what? And as we are learning a lot of new things as we're watching the South Asia and Middle Eastern region, me and Bobby already said, hey, we're fans too. We're strapping in. We're watching these matchups. We can't predict who's going to win it because they have been so close throughout the entirety of the day. And it's honestly anyone's game. Chat, who you guys think are going to win between both these squads? Because we surely can't call it out over here. But I am so excited to get our first Game 5 of the day because this tournament, we need that, okay? We don't get enough Game 5s in our lives. We get a lot of 3-0s, but we don't get enough Game 5s.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the best part of Call of Duty is when it really goes the distance. Game 5, round 11, everything's on the line. And for these guys, everything is going to be on the line because the loser going home. They get some money, but they don't get $15,000. So we're going to see what these guys are bringing to the table. We're still waiting for our players to get loaded in. I am also noticing that the sun is coming up right now. So that's nice.
Yeah, it finally peaked out, and my whole energy just changed right now. What time is it? The sunlight hit me in my face. But we have had a long and exciting night over here, and hey, I wouldn't want it any other way. I don't know what time it is for you guys out there in your region, but you know, if it's there towards dinner times, towards the back end of the night, we hope that you all had a fantastic afternoon, an entire day watching Call of Duty Mobile, because we definitely did over here. Map number 5 Raid will decide which one of these teams will progress towards losers round 2 and the other's tournament hopes out the window. It's over. They're going to have to start worrying about, going into next season. But man, so far throughout the 3 stages to get here, there's been a lot of action happening, offline, and now we get to get these boys online here for stage 4. Can you break down to the fans when it comes down to the qualification going towards champs? How many teams is coming from this region?
Yeah, so that's the other thing, and probably the more important thing that a lot of people don't realize is the $15,000 is not even the main goal for most of these players. The main goal is that $2 million prize pool that's waiting for them in Stage 5. So 3 of the teams that make it out, the top 3 teams from the South Asia and Middle East region, will be moving on to the Stage 5 of the COD Mobile Championships, and that's where the big money's at.
Ooh, that is where the big money is. And when it comes down towards our 3 squads to qualify, technically you just have to make it to the losers finals. We'll know by the end of the day who those teams are, okay? We're gonna take a look at our bracket so me and Bobby could kind of pontificate on a little bit more and see how it breaks down. So I'll tell you one thing, Vitality and Insidious, both those teams are guaranteed top 3 as it is. So you can guarantee those both those teams qualification spots, especially if they don't already have them as is.
Yeah, that didn't even occur to me that those 2 teams have already guaranteed themselves a spot in Stage 5, which is really just absolutely massive, especially when you think about like the entire 6-week process that the EU and NA players went through for Masters to get 1 spot.
Yeah.
And just like that, couple games, these guys are already in Stage 5.
It makes that last semifinals that we just watched that much more important throughout the day. And, you know, I'm almost mad that we didn't hammer that storyline down just a bit more in our semis. But, hey, they were super excited. But we'll get a chance to look at our losers bracket here in just a bit with these squads, because as you can see, you want to make it towards the losers finals, but you have to get towards the losers semis first. Now, we have seen, we're currently watching 3RB and Unbroken play. The winner of this map 5 will be going up against Revenant, and I don't even know if I want to be in that matchup. See, I would love to be in that matchup to keep my tournament live, but Revenant is going to that losers fight. They trying to get that top 3 position.
Yeah, I mean, not that the rest of the teams down here are bad, but seeing the way that Revenant performed up against Vitality, not that Vitality is the absolute #1. They came into this with the #1 seed. That's just based off of Stage 3, which didn't have a prize pool. So ultimately, these teams were really just playing for top 8 when it came to that, but I think a lot of people expected big things from Vitality, and for Revenant to push them as hard as they did, anybody in the lower bracket is going to be scared.
Yeah, they all need to be scared. And, you know, we saw some great matches from Godlike today, okay? We saw some great moments from True Rippers. And, you know, these 2 squads going to this Game 5 of Unbroken and 3RB, you know, they showed us that they can play as well. Now, these teams evenly matched, but as they go up against Revenant, they're going to have to just keep progressing their gameplay and just continue to move forward, because if you don't win that loser semifinals, you're looking towards next year to qualify for champs. And I know that'd be heartbreaking for some of these players.
All right. Well, I believe we actually had the opportunity to talk to one of the players for 3RB who is about to play in Game 5 to keep their hopes alive for making it to Stage 5. So we're going to take a look at that, and when we get back, we should be good to hop into the action.
My name is Ansh Srivastava and my in-game name is Exo. I'm playing the Stage 4 tournament for Call of Duty with the team 3RBA. I've been playing Call of Duty Mobile from since it was in beta when it came out. I used to watch many streamers actually playing Call of Duty. I didn't have a good laptop or a gaming PC or any console, so I used to watch them, and I used to get hyped up when someday I'll play the game and I'll enjoy it myself as well. I heard the game was coming to the mobile as well, so from that point of time I made a goal that when it comes out I'll start grinding into the mobile scene. Our teams, basically from the Southeast Asia teams, they have been grinding from the mobile devices from a long time. I think that our team power and the strength on the phone will be superior compared to the North American or EU regions. We actually never give callouts in game. We actually stay mute. Even in the intense situations when we are losing, our mics are mute, because whenever we speak, that makes us go nervous. So I tell them to just close the mic, and that's the funniest thing, which even led us to Stage 4. My parents don't really know. They don't know the gaming scenes and everything. I told them about the interview and everything today, but they were confused about it. My friends, they do know about the tournaments I'm playing and everything I'm playing. So they're hyped up, and my parents, they have no clue right now what's going on.
Man, what a great piece right there. And there are 2 points in there in which I have to mention. And, point number one is, because, I used to do this when I used to kind of compete back in the day, but I didn't do it in tournaments. But he says, me and my squad, we play with our mics muted. He said, we don't even talk. He said, we mute our mics. And I'm like, that explains a lot, because you're going to need some comms in this tournament if you want to play. But, maybe it's just because, they have that much chemistry. They understand their positions with the play. They understand the objective. And they could do that with, probably little to no comms. But, hey, to each their own. But the second point was the opportunities that mobile gaming brings towards the esports scene, because, we know when it comes down towards, pretty much majority of the rest of the world, mobile gaming reigns supreme. So for it to bring the opportunities to people who, don't have the connection, the consoles, and to be able to get the PCs and to go the challenges and the CDL routes and opposite routes, the other pathways to get to that point, mobile gaming makes it that much more accessible for esports to be a dream for everybody. And I think that is so cool.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, the amount of the world that it's able to reach with gaming that's never really had access to it before, which is super, super cool. I think we actually had an opportunity to talk to a player from Unbroken Esports as well. So we're going to go ahead and get a word from him on what their game plan is for today's matchup as well.
I'm surprised from Unbroken Esports. Then begin with the Call of Duty Mobile, as it's for starters, it's just like for fun. The pandemic started, as we all know, and I started playing it a lot daily because there is nothing I can do. School's off and all of that, Then I began my competitive scene, I think 2020, at the end of it. Me and my team know each other like from long ago. We know each other in real life, not in boot camp and all of that. No, it's just like we're friends. Second of all, we have like a good chemistry together. We know who will slay at this time of the match and who will camp. In the Middle East, like most of the players, even in the ranked, we'll have to take 1v1 gunfights, 1v2 gunfights and win it. You have 3 teams from the Middle East. It's Unbroken, Undefeated, and 3 RB squad. All the players from that team, they can take you on 1v1 gunfight and they will win you. We don't care about strategies and tactics. We care about how you aim, how you move in the game. The biggest threats in this tourney, first of all, it's ourselves for not being concentrated and not being good. Second of all, there is an Indian team, Vitality. It's one of the hardest teams to be against. I'm surprised from Unbroken Esports, and I hope you support us in the World Champions.
All right, we hear that from Unbroken, and the biggest takeaway I get from that interview is, the one thing he says is that, hey, we're not worried about strategies and rotations. He said it's absolute gun skill. We're trying to get these kills out here. We're trying to get in your face and just absolutely send you back towards the respawn, and we are our own worst enemies there. So, they're going to need that aggression here in this map number 5, okay? Because one team don't even care about strategies. The other team don't even care about their mics.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that either of those would go into a successful Call of Duty mobile competitive team, but apparently that is the case. So I'm excited to watch that matchup. We're going to head into a quick break. Whenever we get back, we should be ready to hop into the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Game over.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Game over. Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Game over.
further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day, all I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin.
The one, gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other, going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1, what is this?
game over? You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Masters. I'm Blaze with Bobby Plays over here. We were just about to head into map number 5 of Unbroken versus 3BA, but we're going to be putting that one off to the side as we take care of some issues there with that map number 5. And instead, we're going to be moving on over towards True Rippers, and their matchup against, I believe, is going to be Godlike. So that's going to be fun to see both these two teams play, because we saw them put up some good fights throughout the day, Bobby.
Yeah, honestly, True Rippers very well could have been a team that took down Revenant. So that gives you, to a certain degree, their skill level. At the same time, Godlike has put up some really solid performances as well. I believe they are coming down from the winner's bracket. So right now, both of these teams feel like they're in a pretty good position to put up a good fight.
Yeah, that's what they definitely feel like. But hey, I'll tell you one thing, they better be in a position to put up a good fight, because if not, one of them is going home, the next is going towards the loser semis, where they get to play for that last spot in champs. So that's how important this is. Let's take a look at our series layout to see what maps these guys are going to be playing on. And it's going to be kicking off on Takeoff Hardpoint from map number 1, followed by Standoff Search and Destroy, Raid Domination, Crossfire Hardpoint, and Hackney Yard Search and Destroy. Bobby, how you feeling about this cycle?
I mean, anytime that we don't have Hackney Yard Domination or Crossfire Domination, I'm going to be happy with it. I love the rest of the map pool, so seeing that we got Raid Domination for Game 3 gets me excited.
Yeah, and we already saw a great Raid Domination map so far in our previous series when it came down to, it was a qualification. It was Vitality playing up against their matchup against Revenant, so that was really fun to watch. Maybe we'll get another one here, and I'm sure we will when it comes down to Godlike and True Rippers, because both these teams understand the importance of this series, and that, hey, this is a must-win. So take off Hardpoint. Let's lock into it.
Yep, I'm excited for it. This is a map that was not in the competitive pool for a long time, and now this year, we play it like every series.
Yeah, because I remember some of the first weeks of Masters.
Yeah.
You and Mommy were so surprised, like, what? Takeoff is in the map pool. What's going on? And then from that moment on, it never left.
Yeah, I mean, ever since then, I'm like surprised if we don't have Takeoff Hardpoint. I was like, oh, we get to play something else? Okay. But it's grown on me.
Yeah.
Like, originally, I was kind of like,
what was the issue with it originally?
Yeah. What?
What was the issue with the map originally, where it was like, it was just a so-so map?
Oh, there wasn't an issue with it at all. It had just never been hardpoint in the ranked pool. So I had never seen it played. I had never played it myself.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to expect, but I definitely like the way that it plays. There's a lot of opportunities for teams to flip the momentum. You can never really tell who's going to come out on top, and overall, just super fun to watch.
Yeah, it definitely is super fun to watch, folks. I'll tell you this, man. Godlike, True Rippers. Only one can progress. The other's tournament hopes are done. That's fun to watch if you ask me, okay?
It sounds like we are already underway right here as we are on the way into P1. It's Godlike getting that initial time on the hill, and pretty back and forth in the kill feed so far. We do see Godlike with a really solid side. When you get an LMG on that head glitch, that is going to be tough to touch, and Vortex got 2 Mino, IGL as a team. Playing that big rolling shots, kind of lurking up in that rotation to the P2 side, and especially with him already set up over there, Godlike is looking like they've got a Godlike set up off the start.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like. They have some forward positioning here towards mid-map. trapping True Rippers here towards the back end of their spawn, but they will finally be able to fight out here, get some control here, get a little bit of scrap time off this middle hill. It is contested, but we got to start asking ourselves about P2, where Godlike hit the early rotation at P2. Well, sorry, True Rippers hit the early rotation at P2, but they're losing some key gunfights to Godlike, and now we're watching Vortex. He is going to be wrapped around here, watching his spawn door here on the side of True Rippers, and he has a really advantageous position as his teammates coming off the spawn, and they're filling in the gaps, locking in his hill.
Yeah, and if you're the player on Godlike that's running trophy system, you have got to at least run up to the hill and toss that thing down, because otherwise it is a non-stop flurry of concussion nades, and especially on a hard point like this, concussion nades are a much bigger threat than grenades because it can basically neutralize your entire team. We see one, nearly two going in right there, and two trades coming in for Kevin, who's been absolutely massive for True Rippers so far. They are going to be able to get the break right here, and not going to get a ton of time, but able to close this gap a little bit.
Yeah, but we've seen these tight corners that Bobby was talking about, why the concussion grenades could be so influential, so important, and even better than frags, because you slow down a group of people like that, those should be free kills coming in for you. Now, as we're getting ready to rotate towards P3, we see Prism picking up 2. Will have his teammates help, but he has to continue to keep rotating. As you're going to see G-Shots, he does have hill control and top side of the hill as well.
Oh my gosh, he's got 12 kills before we even get started on P3 right here. He's not going to be able to win that one. And that topside control is going to be huge, but Mino immediately shuts it down right there. 3 players set up on the backside, but the Death Machine in the hands of Prism mowing through the players of True Rippers right now. And they got topside control. They got Mino on the push from the backside as well. A sentry gun, a Pred missile. Godlike is looking really, really good here on P3.
Yeah, they're looking damn good. Sentry turret goes down as well, and they're just looking for these final 2 members back here towards the hill. It will be a contest for True Rippers, but a brief contest. Well, I speak briefly. They're still picking up some kills. 13 seconds left on this hill, and they know that they need to get as much time as they can. But now we're in scrap time territory, folks. You're going to have a few extra seconds when the hill is locked to make the rotation. But we are going back towards P. Actually, no, we're going to P4, and you will see the boys of Godlike set up once again. They have plenty of score streaks to use. They're going to light our entire kill feed up.
Yeah, it is all Godlike right now. Mystic's able to find 1, but trying to push in from this side of P4 is so tough to do, especially when you get multiple players set up. The only thing that can stop it, a concussion nade, and that's what we see right there. That's why it's so crucial, not necessarily just to run concussion nades, but to get your trophy systems down as well. And that's one of the few mistakes I feel like Godlike has made multiple times in this, is not having the right amount of utility where you need it, especially if you're going to try to hold a hard point. And True Rippers gets the push in, but they invested a lot of utility to do so. They need to get the rest of this hold in order to maximize it.
Yeah, the utility is going to be key. Techno picking up a kill there for the Rippers. He finds 1 more, but Vortex, I think that is going to be 3. We just saw him pick up there on the feed. If not, I'm sure it's a 3rd kill around this corner that he's about to pick up momentarily. But Godlike, they will be able to bully their way through that hill. They collect on the rest of the scrap time, and they're already past that 100-point marker. As we're going back to P1, this is also the hill. This is also a hill in which Godlike won in the first half of rotation. And they got some of that same position that they had before. Beautiful turn from Fakes. He finds 2.
Yeah, True Rippers invested, I believe, at least 2, maybe 3 operators to get that break on the P4 right there. And that was only for 20 seconds of hill time. So that's something that could come back to bite them. It looked like they were in prime position to make something happen right here. And they do get control of P1 right here. So they've got a really good opportunity, but once those operators start to come out for Godlike, it could flip back in the opposite direction pretty quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. 20 seconds left on P1 before rotating towards P2. And it looks like Godlike is starting to get set up around P2 a little bit earlier. Since they know that they got the lead, they don't want to waste on this scrap time. But this is scrap time that is definitely needed on the side of True Rippers. Now, big kill coming in from G-Shots. He's going to reset the fight. Man advantage in favor of Godlike. Nice pre-nades going there towards the window. Doesn't see anyone here towards the left. But Prism gets taken out. Rippers will keep pressing forward. Beautiful fling from Mystic.
Yeah, and that's really early in the hard point to get the break right here. They got a sentry gun set up. You can see 5 Godlike players trying to push in, but they're not going to be able to push past the sentry gun right there. They're all waiting. They finally get it taken out, but that's going to give True Rippers time to get the push up on it. And even through the concussion, the hipfire is able to get the kill right there. Fake still winning the gunfight in the top side. Prism doing everything right now. 33 kills on the board. He's got a death machine ready to go as well. Finds 2 assists right there. That's going to be crucial for Godlike, as it looked like things were starting to flip in favor of True Rippers.
Yeah, that's what it did, especially when we saw that sentry turret go down. We thought it was going to come through, but even with the concussion days, man, some of these SMGs, the fire rate of those guns, it'll still be able to at least pick up 1 kill in a close quarters battle. Now we're getting ready, going over towards P3. We will see members of True Rippers set up, but this is going to be a 2v2 fight for a second.
Yeah, you can see it is just absolute chaos entering the hill right now, but it is going to be True Rippers, 2 players ready to go. We got shots at 29 and 19. Meanwhile, Lesra just not having a fun time. A couple players struggling over on Godlike, and as a result, we see True Rippers taking the lead and actually building on it. They got those death machines coming out. Even with that early operator usage, they were able to frag out hard enough that they got those second rounds. They've got a perfect setup right now. They got a sentry gun. They've got 4 players on the point. Godlike trying to push in. Operators coming out. Prism finds 1, finds 2. Sentry gun, death machine, ASVAL. It's True Rippers out on top. That's going to be them taking game number 1.
Man, True Rippers striking first in this series. But that was a hard-fought battle on the side of Godlike. I forgot who it was, but you mentioned one dropping a 30 bomb. Someone else dropped a 40 bomb on Godlike, okay? I think it was either Prism or Vortex, because when we looked at it, they had 38 or 39 kills and like 15, but still for the L, okay? So that sucks for them that no one was able to really kind of produce off that production. Having 2 players accumulate 70 kills on the side of Godlike, the other 3, they got to be able to come through, you know, with the damage in which they need for them to be able to close out that map here, Bobby.
Yeah, and even with True Rippers making some probably over-aggressive pushes with operators onto hills that are expiring for them to be able to turn that around. And it seems like this is the hardpoint map where that happens. We've seen so many comebacks happen on takeoff hardpoint where if you have the right rotations, you're just able to snowball that once you get your operator score streaks. And once you get especially control of P2 right there.
I was about to say that.
Once they got P2 control, they had the sentry gun set up. P2 sets you up so well for the rotation of P3 as well. Such a crucial hard point.
Yeah, man, that's been a late game swing hill on this map so far throughout the day. This is the one in which we see teams come back on, and as you said, if they're controlling P2 right, you will get those spawns for P3. This comes down to you hitting your shots and rotating at the right time. So good job there, you know, to the boys of True Rippers, because they did that, okay? They were the ones to be able to lock in map number 1. Now we got to get geared up for map number 2 in this elimination series.
Yep, it's going to be standoff, search, and destroy. One of the search and destroy maps that's not quite as sniper heavy, so you don't necessarily have to be 100% dependent on that. At the same time, there are some crazy wallbang angles that don't really make a whole lot of sense, but if you have players that know the right timing, the right angles, can make some absolutely ridiculous plays.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby, when it comes down to the search and destroy maps in which we play here in the league, would you say standoff has some of the most strategy and possibilities from offensive, defense in which you can work with? Because I think those wall bangs are really crucial, and they give you a lot of intel.
Yeah, I think especially as far as like directions that you can plant and ways that you can specifically play a bomb plant on standoff, there's just a lot of opportunities to defend even from the spawn barn side if you play it correctly. I've seen players prone with a sniper and hit a shot underneath the van in the spawn of Barnside. Absolutely crazy shot. So there's a lot of opportunities, and this is always one of my favorites to watch.
Yeah, it is. I remember when we were casting the Masters, I think it was probably the European region, but, you know, I've seen some players just try to get creative off the start with the snipe on this map. Even though we don't see it a lot, if you got the right, you know, person on your team, hey, he can make a big play for you because it's search and destroy. You just need to get that first blood. First blood is the best stat in which you can have in a single elimination game mode. And we know when it comes down to the snipes, that's a one-hit quitter. That's a one-shot kill right there. So we see some close range engagements. The sniper being used as a shotgun today, which has been fun to watch, especially watching Moonscope and the plays in which he's made so far today. But focusing on our matchup, it's Godlike versus True Rippers. We're about to be heading into map number 2. What does Godlike need to do to get back into the series?
I mean, it's really tough to say. I'm trying to break it down based on what we just saw because we've seen so many times where it seems like one team is the better respawn team. They get a big lead on takeoff hardpoint, and then they throw it away, and then usually they bounce back into search and destroy. So I've got a feeling they're really going to bring it right now. Standoff, definitely a super, super competitive one that can be played, like you said, so many different ways. This is a big opportunity for both teams because if you're True Rippers, this is your opportunity to really build that gap and get yourself one step closer to stage 5.
All right, folks, it's map number 2 here between True Rippers and Godlike. Let's get this one kicked off. Search and destroy, and we already see a bunch of kills coming through. 4v4 currently on the map, and Prism is hunting. G-Shots with the back alley. Mystic will take down Prism. G-Shots having some patience, but now Vortex, he wins a big gunfight for his squad. Techno on a flank, but now G-Shots has to make a play. He has to trade out one of these kills close by. If not, he's just going to lose the round because he lost the opportunity of trade, and now he's by himself.
Yeah, this is one of the weirdest standoff search and destroy approaches I've ever seen. The offensive team opting to go full send back alley without any push toward B. It definitely didn't go the way they thought it would. G-Shots up in the top side, gonna get spotted out by Kevin. It's gonna be True Rippers taking round number 1. I don't anticipate that's something they're gonna go with again.
Yeah, I don't think they should as well. They're gonna have to spread out and come out with a better strategy. We saw them lose the bomb in the back alley, and from there, just the recovery opportunity was real slow, but as I say it...
Sticking with... And the utility usage, to me, is just so triggering because there's so many ways that you can use that well, and you see probably like at least 7 or 8 pieces of utility. Every single player throws a lethal. Most of them throw their tactical as well, and somehow it ends up coming out on top for them, but it didn't look like it should have.
So that I will say this, that when it comes down to throwing all that utility there towards the back lane, it's not a heavily covered area, so if you don't get no connections, you don't have your utility for the rest of the round. It's a long round. Still, 2 minutes is a long time at this level, but since they played together and they wolf pack, once they get their numbers, they just continue to just trade out their numbers in the kill, and that's the success of the strategy. But we see them not slowing down whatsoever as they rush into the A site. They're going to take it over right away and get a quick plant. I will say that I do love the aggression here from Godlike. Now they just have to capitalize off their first bloods.
Yeah, it looks like their game plan is to just full send everything they do and hope they catch the opposing team off guard. So I'm guessing next round they probably full send A as well, but at this point it's really a toss-up. Kill after kill coming in. 2v3 right here. True Rippers trying to find something. They find one. It's a 2v2. Vortex waiting on the outside. Not a whole lot of time to work with, and the snipe not going to be able to land right there. Mino hits one as well. That's going to end the round big time. Double kill. Gives our guys at Godlike the lead 2-1.
And I think that got scary for True Rippers right there. Sorry, that got scary for Godlike because those two players, I think they were able to find 2 towards the back alley. They managed to force a 2v2 fight, and it could have quickly went the opposite way, but Godlike strategy here on offense is proven to be true, and we can see Mino calling some, we can see his play calling. He's calling some aggressive ones. The bomb's going to go down to A once again. Mino will be on the flank here on the opposite end of the map. 1v1 against Techno, and he can't win that one. Man advantage. Well, we're going to be back to a 4v4 for now. We'll see how Mino's troops and the rest of the team here on Godlike can hold this A hill.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody's trying to hit the Holger wallbang, but nothing going. Vortex is going to find Techno right there. It's going to soften up the defense, or I guess slow down the retake, rather, as Prism finds one as well. Trades for both teams. It's going to be Kevin all by himself. 1v3 right here, finds one. Can he find another? Lesra rounding the corner. Not a whole lot of time. He gives up on the shot. Could have been a huge one right there, but Lesra gonna come out on top despite a whole lot of missed shots right there.
Godlike here on offense. Off to an electric start. Okay, after 4 rounds, they have decisively pulled away with the lead. We'll see if they can close out 4-1 on offense, okay? And this is a map where the defense has a lot of advantages. It's defense, folks, okay? But offense is proven to be the victor here. As you see, another 4-man rush towards the back alley. Now, this push hasn't been successful for Godlike. Actually, it was successful 1 round that they had it, and they will find that first blood once again, but Cheese finds a kill as well as Mystic. Just a 3v3 on the map for now, and it looks like 8 will be the goal, but Mystic with a great defense, he's able to pick up 2 kills there.
Yep, that's going to be crucial for True Rippers, especially as they find themselves down 1-3 right here. Vortex going to be all by himself, going for the bomb pickup right there. What a pre-fire, but Mystic is waiting on the inside with the shotgun. And you can have all the accuracy in the world, but you are not going to beat a 1-tap time to kill. Gets a big round for True Rippers.
All right, so now we will be flipping sides. We'll see if Godlike on defense is going to play with some of that same aggression that they did on offense, or how they're going to be slowing this one down. And looking at the mini-map, I'm loving their setup. We're going to see a nice little base spread. Have 2 players watch the back alley, 2 players watching watching the A-hill, and then you're going to have Vortex kind of floating around here towards the mid-map with that snipe if he needs to, just being free, trying to find some creative angles to get this first blood.
Yep, concussion goes over. Prism's going to get hit by it, but able to recover in time to lay down some shots onto Techno. Mystic finds God shots right there. Instant trade, going to bring us 4v4, and you can hear the sniper shots whizzing overhead. She's trying to find the angle. Actually going to opt for the nade instead, and Prism just slowly, patiently waiting. Nobody making the push in quite yet for True Rippers, and Vortex hits the snipe right there. That's big time. That's going to give them a 2-man advantage, and Techno is just playing scared here on the backside of Tank. Trying to crouch walk his way up into Cubby right here, but Prism is waiting, wins the gunfight. Can he make it 2? Hit some shots, not able to hit the follow-up though. That would have been massive, and that's going to leave Kevin all by himself, but finds 1. Can he make it 2 right there? 1 player on the head glitch. I would have loved to see him ego channel that. Even if it doesn't work out.
But because when it comes down to clutching up, you have to take any fight in which you can get. It's not going to be the best fight, but that's what makes it a clutch play.
Yep.
Now, let's see if Kevin, as we see, he's on the flank. I don't know if they read this. He may catch Mino. Oh, Mino shoulder picked him and saw. They run. Does Lesra turn around? No, so I don't think Mino did see him. He's about to catch a bullet up the side of the head.
I think they're playing these corners. I think he saw him, and they know he doesn't have any angles to hit a shot right here. Yeah, and Mino's going to hit a shoulder peek right there. Not going to be able to hit the quick scope. Lesra waiting on the inside of Cubby right there. Another big round goes in for Godlike. And definitely, I would say a calculated play. I'm not 100% sure they saw him, but I think the primary game plan was just to kind of wait there behind Tractor and wait for the audio cue.
Yeah, it was still a great adjustment. If they saw him or not, they still put themselves in the best position to win the round. What a beautiful snipe through the center to be able to get the first blood, but multiple kills being traded out, and it will be Godlike with an advantage on their defensive side. A 1-man advantage at that. They're going to be crouched up and down all around this A-hill. Big kill coming through there for TR, but shots in Vortex, they'll be able to find kills of their own, and now we're in a 3v1.
I was just about to say the lesson that we learned is not to challenge Prism off of that bomb head glitch, but just like that, he gets slide peeked around it, so I take it back, but it is going to be a 1v3 right here. Mystic, no sniper to work with. A little bit surprised he didn't go for a little bit of wall bang right there, see if maybe he could find something cheeky. Lesra going to drop. Probably should have won that gunfight, but...
We may see the wall bang now. He didn't want to give up his positioning before. I don't think Vortex saw the cross.
Yeah, you can hear the sniper callouts right there, which makes it that much more difficult if they figure out the positioning. And I think a little pre-fire with the Fennec right there. He's got time to work with. Bombs down over on statue right here. Vortex just chilling. He sees the top of his head. Oh, he's so patient right there. Perfectly played. Tries to hit the wall bang. Not even make it happen. The shorty comes out.
One shot.
This is the first shot. Hip fire away. The 1v2 for Mystic. That's 12 kills on the board.
That's how you come clutch for your team in a big moment. Mystical plays coming out there. Now, as we head into round number 8, we'll see if True Rippers can build off that momentum, build off that clutch play from Mystic, and get this one all tied up 4-4 because, folks, this is an elimination matchup. One team will move on towards a qualification matchup for champs if they win, but the other, their dreams are out the window because this is a loser's bracket and you don't get another chance. You just got to start thinking about next season. So on board with Cheese, as he is going to be looking to make a bold play.
Oh, he gets the sniper call out right there. He knows Vortex at that top side. He gets the hit marker, but not able to connect the kill shot. And oh, that would have been absolutely massive. True Ripper's still going to be at a man disadvantage right here. And Lesra, I'm not really sure what he was doing, just completely out in the open right there. That's going to be 3 points for True Rippers and evening things up to bring us to 4-4. In spot 1 in the backside, Techno opts not to take the gunfight. It looked like they might actually try to push through Grandma's, but they're going to rotate all the way back toward A. One player set up on the inside of 4 corners. Trophy system gone. And this could be a big push if True Rippers can find 1 kill to make it. And there it is.
And Techno pushes in. He gets the kill there towards the backhand. Mystic will be able to see Vortex rotate out. And now we will be in a 4v1. Vortex, my God. Can you do it again?
Targets in sight.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this would be just on another level with the clutches that we've seen so far. An opportunity for a 1v4, and he's got a shotgun to do it.
Oh.
If Techno's on the inside of that corner, he's going to find him, but Techno is ready. Doesn't turn quite fast enough. The flicks from the sniper didn't quite transfer over to the shotty.
Nah, he didn't. Techno was crouched. He had the right gun out. He was in a position that some players don't normally clear first, okay? So that gave him an extra second in which he needed, but now we're going to see True Rippers possibly take a page out of the book of Godlike on this rush, but they say it's no Blaze. We're going to spread this map out just a bit more. They head here into Granny's, and we'll see if they can find a pick because the snipers are out. Kevin's going to have to reposition himself. But as far as the defense goes over here on Godlike, you know, it's pretty demigod-like. You know, I like what I'm seeing. The A-Hill will be open, but I'm pretty sure they know that, and we'll see how they want to choose to possibly retake it.
Yeah, G-Shots is right back in that corner right there, and Vortex going to get sniped by Kevin. Those two are in a battle through and through. Mino going to find Cheese, evened out 4 players apiece. Bomb has made its way up into that cubby area, and Fakes looks like he should have an opportunity to plant. And 1 player right in the backside, G-Shots waiting, but the sniper rips his head off right there. That's going to be another big kill for Mystic. Round after round, True Rippers is making the big plays, and Mino's going to be all by himself. The 1v4 not looking great after that missed spray, and Kevin says, I'm ending it now. That's 5-4, game point, True Rippers.
Talk about a comeback, okay? Because what is that, like 3 straight rounds coming from Rippers?
Yup.
Godlike, they had such a great start coming into this map. They were setting the pace, running different strategies, and forcing True Rippers to kind of play into their hands. But now on offense, True Rippers, they have really took control. But look at the mini map. Look how Godlike is grouped up in there, trying to move as a unit, trying to trade out their kills. They're getting aggressive. But does Cheese see it? He gets the call out, can't find his sniper, which he needed. He may over-challenge.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the challenge to go for. Obviously, you do get the 1-shot, 1 kill, but just so risky when you don't have anybody to back you up right there. Hipfire from Mystic's going to land, but True Ripper's getting shredded to pieces. Kevin all by himself. The SMG absolutely obliterated from the side, and once again, we find ourselves in round 11.
We're going to another round 11 in the day, our 3rd so far. The defensive squad will be True Rippers. The offensive team, Godlike. And actually, I like this. I would rather we end our round 11 this way because I feel like Godlike had the better offensive side. True Rippers, the reason why they're even in this moment is because they're woes on defense. So they want to win this map. They got to show us that they can have a clean defensive win. Bomb's about to go down. Bomb is down. And now it comes down to True Rippers and how they want to break this setup.
Yeah, it feels like True Rippers is playing scared right now, which you cannot do in round 11, but they're going to get the kill anyway. Cheese, big push, but Prism does not miss many shots with that Fennec. He's going to chow, but there's 2 players there. Things are falling apart for Godlike. Techno has dropped, Mystic drops, Kevin drops. Only 2 players remain. Lesra's down as well. It's a 2v2, but only 15 seconds remain. Cheese finds a 2-piece. Vortex all by himself. Can he get there in time? He's gonna get taken down. Fakes, hits the shot. Body shooting. Bomb defuse. True Rippers comes out on top.
True Rippers take a 2-0 lead in this series. 1 map away to progress towards that champs qualification matchup. And man, Godlike, I thought they had control over this map. I thought they were gonna get us all tied up 1-1, but when it was all said and done, True Rippers showed us how they adapt in the late game. And I think they've been kind of showing us that skill set throughout the day, just gathered as much intel from their opponent and just making adjustments to come out victorious.
Yeah, there's been so many games just throughout the day where they've had opportunities to clutch up. Sometimes it's happened, sometimes it hasn't. But I think now that they got their backs up against the wall, they're in the losers bracket, they've got everything to lose right now. They're not giving any opportunities to the opposing teams.
Yeah, no opportunities whatsoever. And that's the mindset in which you need, okay? Especially in a big-time matchup like this one. True Rippers, man, they are in the driver's seat. They have all the momentum in their favor. And they are letting a guy like know that, hey, man, you better step it up if you want to take us down. What do you got? Give it all to us here as we head into this map number 3 next. But, you know, the replays, man, they're going to show you, because this is the moment where things really started to change, okay?
Because
the 4-2 lead, and then you get the clutch here from Mystic. From that moment on, they ran away with this series.
They just seem like the comeback kings, because the same thing happened in Hardpoint. They were down so much and somehow were able to turn it around just time and time again. It seems like back against the wall is their favorite place to be, because that's really when they claw their way out. And you know that adrenaline rush just hits, and you just start frying.
And, you know, it happens a lot in big tournaments like this. If you can kind of replicate that in practice and scrims and being down behind and getting the team to kind of feel that pressure without it being actual pressure, then when you get to moments like these, it's easy. And actually, you probably can level up even further, having some real pressure to your backs in tournaments like this. But True Rippers, man, they are surviving in this series. And if you ask me, I think they are officially thriving. We got to head on over towards the raid domination. And we've seen some great gameplay on this map so far. We're loading up into it. Godlike, you're going to have to play Godlike.
Yeah, it feels like when they get into the end of games, they start playing timid. And I think it's kind of similar to what you see like a lot of teams do like in regular sports. Like they get a big lead and they get comfortable and they're not playing to win anymore. They're playing to not lose. And that's just not where you want to be, especially when you've got as much to lose as these teams do down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, man, complacency at this level of gameplay is not good, everybody, okay? Because a squad like True Rippers, a squad like Vitality, a squad like Insidious, if they see your gameplay change, if they, you know, because the teams can feel the damage on a map, okay? You understand the damage output of your opponent, gunfight after gunfight, you know, the pressure in which it takes to regain power positions. And if it's not there, if you get complacent, these teams, they're like, oh, word? Let's run away with this one and let's take this map. Since you feel like you got it locked in, since you feel that comfortable, let's show us why you shouldn't be. And we have seen True Rippers do that back-to-back maps, but will it be a third? I don't think Godlike lets it go.
Yeah, I've got a feeling we still got some more games ahead of us in this matchup, and you can see big progress going in on B, but not quite enough to eclipse that control. And True Rippers have perfect control of that mid-map area right now, so they can pretty much dictate the pace of the game. I would guess one player probably going to go top laundry. They got somebody in red as well. Big point value from beaming off that B flag, and they're getting most of the kills right now, and Techno doesn't realize Vortex is finishing the flag cap right now. Such a big missed opportunity right there.
Those seconds mean a lot, because now he has to spend the time to get the decap and then get the, recap.
I almost feel like Like, in hindsight, I almost feel like that was calculated because they had the entire map cleared out, and now every single player that was capping right there gets 200 points to go towards your score streaks and your operators.
Ooh.
So that's possible. It may have just been a happy coincidence as well. Just like that, Godlike immediately flips it back right there. So that's 200 more points for every single one of those players. Just absolute chaos here in raid domination off the start.
All right, now, geez, he tried to go super wide, but in the end, the score streaks will come out, and multiple kills being picked up there. Nades towards the back end of this B hill, towards the back end of the Spire. We got some trophy systems down as well. Kevin, he's going to have the Holger in hand, looking to connect with those long range shots, possibly challenge the player across at Laundry.
Yeah, it looks like Godlike's going to be able to maintain this for right now. And we saw True Rippers actually try to go for the flip for A, which is what I usually expect for teams to do right here. It is possible to hold control. You just have to have a lot of off angles, and it's tough to do consistently because a lot of them take a lot of time to actually cover those gaps. So we see a couple players set up, but as long as there's somebody holding top Laundry, which actually nobody there right now for Godlike, but they're winning their gunfights over on the hill, that nade's going to knock one off. Death Machine's going to come out. Shots wins his gunfight. Godlike maintaining for right now. Whether or not they'll be able to do it when they spawn in on C side for the second half, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, but as far as their good side goes, they've been playing it well, okay? And you have to take your advantages on every single map. So if you spawn on good side, it's all about getting enough cushion going into the second half so you don't have to stress yourself in specific gunfights. You can play a little bit more defensively and let your opponent kind of play into your hand. Well, we'll see if that holds true, because we are about 10 seconds away from switching on over towards that second half. And it looks like it is going to end in probably a 75 to 55 fashion. Multiple spawns coming down on the back end of the map for the boys of Godlike. They won't be able to do much, and they know it. They're talking about the second half at this point. They know they can't contest for B or C, and this is where both squads are just going to be strategizing for a little bit.
And honestly, I think True Rippers actually look better in the half. Obviously, they don't have the lead right now, but we're looking at the scoreboard. Pretty much top to bottom, everybody was in the positive for True Rippers, and a lot of people struggling. We saw Mino, who obviously IGL, you do more than just frag out, but he was 3 and 7 pretty far into that round. So that, especially when they don't have that top Laundry control, it's going to be tough for them to be able to maintain like that. Mino actually 3 and 8 right now. Only one player in the positive for Godlike, and when you're playing like that, it's just going to be tough to maintain control from a weak side. Lots of score streaks coming in as a result of that kill disparity right now. So you can see full streaks for Kevin right now. And honestly, a couple of players struggling, but top 3 Cheese, Kevin, and Mystic absolutely cooking.
Yeah, man, they have some consistent, the trio is working together in these big team fights for the power positions at the neutral. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. Now, a big triple cap coming out for Godlike, but you see the angles there towards the back from Mystic. Couldn't get much more, but Cheese with multiple score streaks coming into the hill, and that B hill will not get capped up.
And that wasn't just a B hill saver, but that also eliminated multiple operators. Fakes is going to find another one there as well. So you now see Godlike has no operators to work with. Meanwhile, True Rippers have saved almost all of their utility. They've got operators, they've got score streaks, they got everybody pretty much set up on this push in for B right here. And once they get those players in position, once they've invested enough of that utility, it's probably just going to be a matter of time. And Techno's just, in the meantime, going to beam off anybody that gets close. But Lesro with a big push to top Laundry,
that was a huge flank.
Shuts it down.
That was a huge flank. He doesn't come through there. That's probably 2 more kills that come through for the Death Machine. Lesro goes down. Vortex goes down. Mino's next on the hit list. Kevin with the flank. Prism's the only one left standing, and he's going to try to be sneaky on this side. But with him being taken out, this needs to be a B hill capture now for TR.
Yeah, and it seems like True Rippers has almost played this too cautiously. You see a lot of teams that will just blindly push in for B over and over and over again and waste a lot of time, but I think there's multiple opportunities where they could have gotten it by now and haven't done so. You do see a lot of that progress going in. Cheese taking shots, but he's knocked off again.
At the last
seconds away, and there's tons of Godlike players over there, but we see the Goliath coming in for Kevin. If there's not any FHJs in play, this could be disaster.
Yeah, it could be. He's taking a lot of damage all around him. Still a lot of health there. He's able to pick up a kill.
It looks like he's feeling a little bit indecisive, and he's just getting absolutely blown to pieces. Doesn't look like any backup from his teammates right there, and that's went to waste.
And it's still just a 13-point differential. No one has Cap B the entirety of this game, and we finally get the first capture in favor of Godlike. And this is when they wanted it too in the late game. So they did a good job playing off their lead. But as you talked about the opportunities that True Rippers missed to capture that B hill, I felt like they were just trying to play into their advantage. They were playing it safe. They didn't want to force it just yet. But now everything's flipped. The map's getting flipped on upside down. We'll see if the full spawn flip comes through, because this is going to be a big battle with the bottom portion of the map.
And it felt like they were pacing their utility, their operators and score streaks like you would for a game of Hardpoint. But you can't do that for domination, because that one moment is so important. Most of the time you want to invest all of it at the same time, get a clean wipe, get a clean cap over onto A. But just like that, Godlike remains in control, and now they're back on the side where it seems like they feel most comfortable. We do see Mystic getting a lot of kills right there. Some of those smokes going out. They're trying to slow down the push. They got a lot of players here. It looks like they might have time to still win. I think they have just enough time. They might be a second away from winning with the double cap right now, but Godlike's already there. It looks like they're going to be able to take it back, and that is more than likely going to seal the deal.
Yeah, what a better performance from Godlike in this third map, because they let the other two slip away from them, and that can demoralize so many teams out there, just hurting your confidence. So for them to be able to recover and get back into this map, that just shows a lot about this squad. They're going to miss that trip cap domination opportunity. A second needed for Godlike. No one's going to be able to make it to that A hill in time, and they will get their first map win on the board. Godlike, they said, hey, we're not going out without a fight, and they will stay alive in this series.
Yeah, I didn't think that we were going to see a 3-0 in this one. These teams playing it too down to the wire so far. So I think both of these teams have a lot more left in the tank, and obviously that's going to take us into Hardpoint, which was pretty chaotic for game number 1. So I'm excited for game 4.
What a chaotic day in general,
Yep.
okay? Hell, you know, we are here for the chaos as long as the game plays great, okay? So we hope you guys at home is having a fantastic time. But I know we are up here. This series have been the closest one, I think, that we saw so far today. You know, I'm trying to think back there towards our semifinals, and you know, Vitality and Revenant was really close. It was great. It was a lot of back and forth between these two teams. But as far as matchups go, I guess we could say 3RB and undefeated scoreline was the closest that we had there, and this one is starting to match up with that one.
Yeah, I mean, when you got this much on the line, like, you got to do whatever it takes to get to the top. So I'm excited to see and to think about the fact that we're not even remotely close to the grand finals. It's just going to keep elevating, keep elevating. By that point, we're just going to be Game 5, Round 11 every single game.
Every single game, right? And so we're going to make sure we get our rest tonight so we can be as fresh as we can be for Championship Sunday, where you guys at home will see nothing but finals. We're going to kick off our stream with the winners finals. Then we're going to the losers finals. And then we're going to the grand finals. And if somebody can come back, hey, we got a continuation series coming up right after, well, not a continuation series, but we'll have a reset of the bracket right after into our fourth. So we know 2 of our teams that's going to be there, and by the end of the day we will know the 3rd team that's making it towards Championship Sunday, and also our final team that will be qualifying for champs. So as you guys can see, Crossfire Hardpoint will be our 4th map coming up.
Yep, definitely another one of those that can really flip on its head super quickly, just because there's so many money hills, so many hills that are tough to break. I think these two are going to absolutely go at it.
Yeah, no, they are. You know, we've seen some great Crossfire gameplay today, but if it's one thing that this map has taught us is that you got to make sure that you rotate early. That first point is going to be super important. But then, you know, outside of that, you're going to have to play with your squad, okay? Because regardless of what you've done up until this point, you know, we've seen some players say that, hey, we're focused on individual skill. We just want to slay out. We want to fight. But if you ain't got the teamwork, if y'all not shooting together, if y'all not rotating together, if you guys aren't talking, communicating, then no way in hell you're going to come out here and win this series. and we'll see who got everything it takes to come out on top.
And we've seen some of those mistakes come into play on Crossfire Hardpoint, especially, I think there's only one map that we've actually had on here, but we saw a team rotate super early for that P5 hill, and they didn't even make that entry into the point, and the other team had that chemistry to be able to actually cut off the rotation. I don't even still fully understand how it happened.
Was it Godlike in that series?
I think it might.
No, it was Go9. Who was Go9? Who does Go?
BRB.
BRB. Was it?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So it was them in that.
Aren't they the ones that play without comms?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then that
so
makes
that makes sense why the rotation came through.
Yeah.
It did without any thought right there behind it early on throughout the day. So
I hear the Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III has a really good sound system, so maybe that could help them.
Maybe.
Out with their,
when we saw the video earlier, one of the highlights in that video was controlling the different sounds and the levels and EQs, which I think is awesome because when it comes down to competitive gaming, I forgot which EQ it is, but one of them you can get the footsteps just sounding a little bit deeper, so you can understand. You can hear those flames coming behind you, and just really have eyes in the back of your head, which is something that's super important, folks. Okay. Even more important is us heading into map number 4. This Crossfire on Hardpoint. Bobby, one of these two teams, man, one progressed, the other goes home. And we're about to hop right into it. We're kicking this one off with Cheese here, as he'll be able to pick up 1, but on the flip end, Vortex is going to find 3 to kick this map off.
Yep, it's Godlike getting that early push on in. This is really one of the toss-up hills, so any amount of time that you can get here is pretty much an added bonus as long as you can maintain spawns for that rotation of P2, because that's where things start to get a little tricky, and that's where things can start to slip out of your control if you're not careful.
Yeah, it definitely can, and you don't want that to happen, especially not this late into the tournament. Cheese is going to be going up these stairs, does a quick 180, but didn't clear his left. He's taken out. P1 so far in good hands with Godlike. It feels like they're in safe hands. As Fake moves in, he says, it ain't safe enough, because this is going to be my hill now. He gets flanked there from the top side of the window, but his teammates will be able to pick up that kill there towards the outside. Now, both these squads are going to be worried about the P2 rotation, where we will see True Rippers in position.
And honestly, if you're True Rippers, I feel like you're almost trying to be losing at the start of the game, because that's where you play your best Call of Duty Mobile. So put yourself in a little bit of a deficit, put your back up against the wall, give yourself that extra motivation to really, really play it out at the end. And they've actually got really, really solid control on P2 right here. We do have Lazara, I think, actually just kind of sneaking through the cracks right there, and with the shorty on the inside of this hard point. Could be deadly. Going to win another gunfight right there. Cheese finds a 2-piece. And it's going to be them with the retake right here as Cheese absolutely flicks. And that's going to be True Rippers probably getting close to tying things up.
Yeah, that's what it's seeming like. We got 20 seconds in this hill. It will be a tie game if Rippers is able to collect on all the time. And I do believe that they will. The early rotations are coming down low towards P4. And, they're coming down low towards P3. Well, we'll be up here towards top laundry. You're going to need to get control over it. And it seems like Godlike will be able to get that as Mystic gets taken out. It's going to be no other members of True Rippers towards this side of the map. Godlike is going to have a 4v4 fight, but player 3 is going to have a big role for the side of Godlike. That's Vortex on the flank. We'll see if he can alleviate some pressure there from the mid-map. But as we see 3 quick kills coming out here for True Rippers, and they say, forget your setup. We don't care how you guys are. We don't care what angles you have.
Yeah, if you're Godlike right there, you just got to win your gunfights. Like, the best setup in the world doesn't mean a thing
if you're
losing every single gunfight. That's what happened right there. I think they had 4 consecutive players that are already on head glitches where they needed to be, immediately just obliterated off the hill. Mystic's going to win another one right there. He's got the only operator that makes you move faster, so he's going to be able to start rotating on over to that P4 hill as well. And this, I would say, is the toughest one to break out of any hard point in the game. So whoever gets control of this, more than likely going to get a full 60, especially given the fact that they are already almost at 90. That could put them very, very close to winning this game.
Now we're about to be heading on over towards P4. As you will see, True Rippers set up a little bit earlier than the side of Godlike. Cheese is going to get the trophy systems down, going to take a back position on a spawn. We see some creative headies here. The Death Machine is going to be out as well. True Rippers are feeling really comfortable in this moment, but as we said, you got to hit your shots at the end of the day. It don't matter how good your defensive setup is. Doesn't matter the utility on a hill. Can Godlike move in and clean house? Mino finds a big kill. He finds 2, even brings out the shorty, and he will help his squad get control over the hill.
And that's really huge because they, True Rippers invested quite a few operators just trying to hold that one right there. So obviously both teams throwing a couple at it. It only took one person pushing in for True Rippers to get control back right here. Obviously he's going to get taken down. Godlike going to go ahead and get the rest of that time on the hard point. And unfortunately for True Rippers, they're still spawning like right next to the hard point. So yes, you get a little bit of that scrap time, but what you really want is that rotation to P5. Kevin's going to have an easy angle for a kill right there, but it is Godlike with the setup.
Yeah, you know you spawn next to the hill. That's not the spawn you want. You want to be as close to P5 as you can. And now we see Godlike with their backs to the wall. All 5 players in his area. They will lose Prism. We got some score streaks coming in. Predator missile won't connect. Techno finds a kill. Mystic finds one. It's a 3v3 in the area for now, but Mino says, hey, make it a 3v2, and his teammates will get the spawn. So a quick reset. All 5 players alive, but not for long.
And that Sentry Gun does not look fun to deal with right now. That on top of the 4 players that are just absolutely beaming. And the fact that you've got pretty easy spawns and access for that rotation back into the hard point, Godlike might actually be able to win it right here.
You see that win it right here.
Trying to contest it over and over and over again and just not really being able to make anything happen right there. They're running out of time. Only 5 seconds remain, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to get anywhere close to the hill. And I might take back what I said earlier. P5 might be the toughest to break. You do have to take into account they had a Sentry Gun to deal with as well, but what a beautiful hold for Godlike.
A beautiful hold indeed, and Godlike will force the map number 5, folks, okay? And we will get a chance to see our second map 5 of the day, or is it our third, kind of? I don't know. We've had a few here towards the later portion of our broadcast.
How many days have we been here? I don't
know. I forgot what time it was, to be honest with you. But, hey, we're in and we're locked into this series. And I'm excited because we're here in this Champs Weekend. And when it comes down to it, hey, to qualify, I would want it no better way than in a Game 5 because we know it's going to be epic when we get towards the Search and Destroy. But let's wrap up our map number 4, Bobby.
Yeah, that was very, very back and forth. Sometimes it looked like, I mean, off the start, Godlike looked really good.
Yeah, they did.
Then True Rippers looked really good. Then Godlike, I mean, it was just back and forth the entire time.
A little bit more.
True Rippers got a really good break on P3, and at that point, I thought that was going to be the turning point, especially when they had control of P4, but Godlike was able to turn it around. That break on P4, I think, was the turning point that won them the game.
And, you know, after watching 4 maps between both these squads, I know it's one thing that I can say is that I don't think any of these squads have ever gotten complacent at any given point through the 4 maps. I just think in the first 2, True Rippers clutched the hell up. Okay, they clutched the hell up and they pulled that map out. But now in these last 2, after the domination of the hard point, Godlike says, hey, we could do that too as well. And they match that same energy. Folks, just look at the score. Okay, we don't see games this close, we ain't seen games this close in forever, where all of our respawns damn near ended, you know, with a 30-point difference across the board on average. And so now we got to head on over toward the Hackney Yard Search and Destroy, and this will be a fun map to cast. And we don't know who's going to come out on top. We don't even know. We're not even leaning in favor of either or. We're just strapped in, and we're enjoying this ride, folks, because we got an exciting map 5 coming up here on Hackney Yard.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Hackney Yard so far today, so I'm interested to see how these guys are. Yeah, on Search, I'm interested to see how these guys are going to play it. We've seen them play a lot of things a lot differently from what we've seen from some of the other regions. So I'm excited to see some interesting and very aggressive strategies.
Yeah, I am too as well, because when you think about how Godlike has been playing offense throughout most of the day, they are really decisive on offensive plays in which they want to run. And lately they have been committing, and I think that's been one of the keys of their success so far. You know, wolf packing, getting that first blood, and from that point on, putting themselves in position to be able to trade out kill after kill after kill. And so on the flip end, True Rippers, we saw their defense pretty much win them our first search and destroy to kick this one off. And we'll see if their defense holds true once again, folks. It is map 5 between Godlike here and True Rippers. One team will be eliminated. The other will go towards the COD Mobile Champs qualification match.
And I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see them pushing this aggressively on Hackney Yard. Not because Godlike's not an aggressive team, but because it's really tough to do that effectively with the amount of corners that there are on both bomb sites. So for A, you've got all those corners on the inside of warehouse. For B, you got top office. You got the little overhang that snipers can hop up to. But it worked for him so far. We do see the attempt on the retake for True Rippers. Kevin finds one. I think one player kind of sneaking up behind him. It's Shots holding that corner. Little jiggle peek right there. Get the information. That's going to be crucial. Sniper's going to hop down. He hit markers right there. The deagle shot's not going to land. It's going to be Fakes by himself. Not able to clutch up right there. It's going to be Godlike taking round 1.
All right. Godlike will strike first there from the attacking side. And that's another great attacking round for Godlike. And, you know, if we were to add up all their attacking halves, they may have one of the better attacking halves out of all the teams in which we saw today statistically. Their defense, on the other hand, is a whole nother story. But we'll see how it plays out as they will swap sides in 4 rounds. But the bomb goes down once again here by Lesra.
I'm a little bit surprised Godlike, or not Godlike, that True Rippers sent one player to the inside of warehouse to just be by himself when they know Godlike is full sending 4 or 5 players every time. Like, it just feels like you're setting him up for failure at that point, and he gets absolutely obliterated. It's a 2v2 right here. Lesra staying alive, struggled a little bit today, but big so far in the search and destroy, but he misses the shotgun shot. Shots laying in wait. They're going to go for the defuse right there. They might have the cover that they need. Fakes wins the gunfight.
He wins the 1v1 against Fakes. He wins the round.
Yep.
He was waiting patiently. He saw the player hop the bomb. I love the thought process there, but at the end, he couldn't come through. And the biggest fight in that round has to be Fakes outside. His 1v1 against Mino for control of that, pretty much of the flank of a bomb site. He wins that. He's able to come in with the pinch. Now, you do see more players here to defend from True Rippers off the start than we have in the previous rounds, but Mystic and Cheese, they find multiple kills, but it will be a 2v3. Make it a 1v2. It's up to Mino. He can't get it done, and Kevin puts it right in his chest.
Ooh, the quick scope out of Kevin, looking clean right there. I mean, I feel like Godlike's biggest issue right now is they're becoming kind of predictable. Because I'm saying that, I'm assuming they're probably going to go to B, and that is exactly what happens right here. So I think to a certain degree, True Rippers was almost expecting that as well, that they got to the point where just full sending the A site wasn't working. We'll send them to B instead. They don't send anybody up to the rooftop, which is really a super advantageous angle to have, especially on the push to B right here. And that's going to mean Godlike gets a free plant. They get a frag as well, and that puts a whole lot of pressure on the 4 remaining True Rippers players. They find one on Domino. Not able to win the gunfight is Vortex, and Kevin hitting snipe after snipe. The retake underway, but they're running low on time. 4 players alive, but Shots all by himself. That will likely seal the deal. One player getting shot in the back, but he gets turned on by Cheese. Absolutely obliterated. Another round going on in for True Rippers.
Man, that was a nice little turn and burn from Cheese right there. Bold play. Now, as we head here towards the next, you're going to start to see True Rippers. They're getting their defensive sides, okay? They're able to clean up. Once the bomb is planted, they've been taking their time. Godlike hasn't slowed down with their aggression, and I like how they play here. On their attacker side, hey, just worry about pulling away with 2 of these rounds, okay? And they've been close to doing just that. One locked in, their last opportunity in the first half. And we will see multiple kills come out here for Mystic and Kevin. They pick up the first 2, and now Godlike is going to be in a difficult spot.
Yeah, Godlike is in shambles right now. Mino's by himself, but it's a 1v4. Bomb is down, and they're all looking exactly at the location. He's going to try and see if he can find a way to flank around, but they're going to get audio, and they're going to have information on exactly where he is. Cheese just waiting for that hop-up. Actually, beautiful jump shot right there. I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. He does for the time being, and he's still got a minute to work with.
Imagine he resets this fight. Well, he didn't already reset it, so I guess I say imagine he gets this next kill and then resets it again.
Oh, Kevin.
Oh, he just saw him.
Uh-huh. That information's going to make it that much easier for True Rippers to clutch up, but he's going to the exact spot where nobody is right now for True Rippers, and this is another big opportunity. But Kevin goes ahead, shuts it down. He said, oh, there you are.
I got him, guys. Don't worry about it. He thought he was sneaky. He thought he was sneaky, but I'm controlling the skies, and these are my airways, as Kevin has been connecting with snipe shots all throughout the day. And my God, this man has pretty much put a highlight reel today. Just through all the no-scopes and close-range engagements, we see him using his sniper on takeoff a lot. And he has just been a treat to watch. But as we are here in round number 6, both sides will flip. The defensive team now being Godlike. We see that they got better positioning when it comes down to the warehouse. This forward positioning for them. Which we didn't see TR take a lot in the first half when it came down to the warehouse. They play a little bit more passively and let Kevin do his thing here towards the back, but we will see him group up and head towards B. Player 5 needs to be careful. It's Mino, and he gets caught out there by Cheese. So that was all the intel that True Rippers needs to be able to get down and to be able to get on site and get this plan down.
Oh, Techno doesn't realize he can get wallbang from underneath the bomb right there, so he's going to take a shot. And they're going to be forced to back up right here as a 4v4. True Rippers definitely seeming a lot more analytical in their pushes on the offensive side, which honestly I feel like is going to work to their favor, especially with the way Godlike typically plays. I think a lot of times when you get aggressive, you tend to make more mistakes.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can catch people off guard, but for the most part, especially in Search and Destroy, I mean, that's why the majority of Search and Destroy you'll watch at any level is very, very slow and methodical. So I think that's what's giving True Rippers the advantage right now. You can see even down a man, they're kind of reevaluating their situation. We do have one player down on the inside. Prism going to win the gunfight, and that will likely close out the round for them. It's going to be a 1v4. The quick scope from Cheese. They're making the plays time and time again. I thought I saw somebody behind him. Not going to be able to close out the round. Definitely much needed for Godlike.
Yeah, much needed around there for Godlike. And as you mentioned, you know, you see True Rippers kind of playing this one a little bit slower than Godlike, and I think that is great for them. It's going to be a key to their success, only because Godlike has a tendency of playing at a faster pace, being a little bit more aggressive. And if your aggression isn't communicated well, if it isn't clean, if you don't hit your shots, then you can quickly give up advantages and put your team in some bad spots, and that can be demoralizing at this portion of the bracket, as we are in a loser's bracket, a map 5 in which one team goes home, another goes forward. It's going to be a 4v2 on the map on the side of True Rippers, but with that snipe there towards the back, and actually I'm mistaken, sorry, it was a 4v4, now a 4v3 in favor of Godlike.
Yeah, Godlike's seeming a lot more patient in the defensive side of the Search and Destroy, so especially with a sniper like Vortex, when you got players in the right position, it's just really tough to push these sites, and it seemed like Kevin had all the time in the world. That might have been a little bit of lag right there if I had to guess, because the fact that neither of them hit a shot right there, I like want to say, yeah, probably a little bit of lag.
Yeah, because you know, we had to have seen that one a little bit differently from them, because it just felt like they were stuck in time.
I could have made some egg and cheese.
Looking into each other's eyes, they're like, yo, you want to shoot or you want me to? Like, which one is it going to be? Who wants to go first? But it's a 4v1 on the map. My God, Kevin.
I mean, it's just
30 on the clock. He has the bomb, but I don't know which is going to be a site he can go to. It's definitely not going to be A. Actually does have time to go to A. Oh, bro, stop. They got families. He doesn't get this bomb planted. Surely not, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't think he has the time to rotate to A. I think he made a mistake.
No, he does. 5 on the plant, right?
Oh, my gosh.
5 on the plant. He got a nade in hand. Oh, my God. This is so winnable.
What was it? 1v4?
1v4.
Oh, and
I don't know if he got the div. Chat, you let us know.
Got a turret he can throw down. I don't know why he would use it. Oh, and he finally misses a snipe when he needed it.
Does he use
most.
the turret?
No, it's not. It's not worth using.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not really sure why he has it equipped in the first place. Got a shotgun to work with. Whoa! He's pushing way out, but this might actually be the move.
Yo, he gets high.
He gets a Fennec right there. They haven't started the defuse yet. They're playing it so slow. He's on the perfect flank. He misses the initial shot, hits the follow-up.
The crouch.
Trying to hit the snipe.
The reset.
He's going for it all. He wants the glory. They're not going for the defuse yet. They played it too.
He got it.
No. I don't know. I don't know.
Bomb defused.
Oh, that is a round in favor of Godlike that goes to about 0.3 on the clock. We talk about moments freezing in time. I'm looking at the bomb and it says 0, and I'm like, who wins? Why are you still moving?
I think that if it was possible, I think that was the first time we ever had a tie in a round of search and destroy.
It would have been there, and you know what? He didn't have to push in.
Yep.
He didn't have to push in after that kill. Once he turned the corner and got reset with the snipe, he was good. I know he's scratching his head at that one, but maybe he brings that aggression, that anger, that passion into this round. His teammates get behind him. They find the first blood, and Kevin still with a snipe in hand. He's going to take some parkour tactics to get a better angle on Vortex. And this time, he's like, I ain't missing his shot. I know where you're at. I'm looking for a foot. He brings out the deagle. I like it.
He said, I'm taking the easy shots right here. No risks this time. It didn't work last time. I'm playing it safe just like that. Godlike trades 2, but they're still down a man. Mystic, Techno, Fakes still alive right here for True Rippers. And they seem to be in control, but that was a massive round for Godlike just like that. Mystic and shut down Mino. Lesra able to trade 1. It's going to be a 1v2. Fakes with the bomb in hand. Going to go ahead and put the plant down on B. Pressure on for Lesra and finds the first one. 1v2 looking very, very winnable as he now moves it down to a 1v1.
Very winnable indeed. Man, we've seen some epic just gunfights. And we're about to see another one. Lesra shoots first. Fakes. He repositions.
Oh.
Fakes him around a corner, comes in, gets the kill. That will be, that's going to be a series point.
Oof. Man, these guys are battling it out to the end of every single round that we've had so far. And Fakes with a big-time clutch right there, and that's going to be, this is match point, right? We're game 5.
Yeah, we're game 5, baby.
Gosh.
Okay, as we're heading into this round, no bombs planted down just yet, but we will see the bomb get rotated down low towards the B site from the side of TR. 2 kills getting traded out. 4v4 on the map. Mystic looking for anything. He's not going to be able to find it just yet, but he will be protecting his team's flank at A, giving him the option to rotate if need be, making sure that nobody gets behind them. Now, that play, he knows that Godlike gets aggressive, okay? So he's just waiting for one of these players to push out, but this may be the most composed defensive round that we've seen from Godlike. He gets the shot off the top. Looks down, takes out the trophy system, but player 4 right under, he goes down as well. Now it's up to Lesra and Vortex. Only Vortex to save his team. Their COD champs' hopes on the line. Vortex versus Techno probably towards the back. It's about to go down in a spawn. Vortex wins the battle. Now he's in a 1v3. Can he do what Kevin could not?
Oh my gosh, an opportunity for a 1v4 to save your team's chance at stage 5. Let's see what he's got. Pulling the sniper out. He was able to hit the first one, but he can't hit the shots. True Rippers are the True Rippers. They come out on top right there, 6-3. Game 5 winners, and they will continue on in our losers bracket.
True Rippers, man. It was a scary series for them. But in the end, they managed to close it out. Godlike, what a fantastic effort from them. It's been a pleasure to watch them throughout the tournament, but this is where their tournament run will end, folks. What a great squad for them. Good luck to them. We see them next season, but even better for the True Ripper fans as they move forward.
Yeah, they have been an absolute blast to watch. It's been really impressive the way that they've improved even throughout the span of today. I feel like they've made a lot of adjustments that have made them a lot more effective, especially in the Search and Destroy. That seems like the one game mode they can really go to right now. And if they're able to win just that one respawn game at some point in the series, they're always going to have a shot at taking the match. So I'm excited to see these guys as they continue to progress and still have a shot at making it into Stage 5.
Yeah, I am too as well, man, because I will say this, man, Kevin is a walking highlight reel, and he can make some big plays for this team when it comes down to using that sniper rifle, big openings, especially in the Search and Destroys, because, you know, I think True Rippers, they are going to be one of our better Search and Destroy teams left in this tournament, and they need to lean into that, okay? If they can get one of those respawns, they're going to always have a chance in any series in which they play. But folks, you look at that scoreline, my God, talk about a close one there. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, there were no matches in that, or no maps in that one where everybody didn't give it everything that they had. And just huge credit to both teams for leaving it all on the line.
Yeah, they definitely did leave it all on the line, folks. What a matchup. What a matchup. I am at a loss for words, but I know two people who got a lot to say over all the series in which we just cast, and they want to break it down. Veli, Mommy, how y'all been?
We're feeling good. It's like every time Bobby commentates, we go to a game 5 or a down-the-wire game. It was absolutely crazy. But True Rippers, they pulled it out in a very close fashion game. 3 maps to 2, and it was incredible.
Speaking of incredible, Godlike gave a really amazing performance, but you know what? GG's, True Rippers absolutely ripped through the competition, back against the wall. But speaking of backs, Bobby and Blaze, how are your backs? Give them a chair. Give these casters a chair because they have been so hard working in this casting.
Yeah, but today, filled with excitement so far, but we still have one more game, and I can't wait. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, and we actually have an announcement to make. Heading into Map 5 of the Unbroken first 3RBA match, there were allegations of misconduct towards Unbroken. Those allegations were investigated, and as a result, Unbroken has been disqualified from the tournament. 3RBA will advance to play Revenant and loses round 2, and this is where we send it off to the commentators to start the game off. Mommy and Bobby, take it away.
And here we go. 3RBA versus Revenant. And we did not expect this as all. Such a wild matchup already. And we are going to be starting it off here into Search and Destroy already. Firing range is the name of the game. And there's going to be a lot of spicy gameplays.
Yep, you can see we already have Revenant with a lead right here. And we've seen them making a lot of big plays. 3RB advancing here basically by default. Obviously, they have won some matches today, but like we mentioned, Unbroken DQ'd from the competition, and Revenant feels like they've gone through a lot of these best teams in order to get to where they are so far. So you got to feel like, confidence-wise, they've got to have an advantage.
Abyss was just over pushing here through mid. That's going to be very difficult as the bomb is going to be going down. A 4v3 situation, and it's going to be 1-up already for the side of Revenant. That is not a spot you want to be in if you are 3RB, just because you are going to be coming off really cold into the competition. They've been waiting a long time, and now the fight for trailer is going to be absolutely crucial. It's going to be Wolf right by himself there. There's going to be one more person up in here, going to be guarding in that A bomb side. The bomb is still going to be going down. But then finally the pickup pulls through, and then they are going to be having that rotation off to A. But then the bomb goes down yet again. Sorry, oh my gosh, with a two-piece. Will he be able to get a second?
Yeah, his snipes have been so good all day long. And obviously, we saw Oil clutch up in a big situation, but it's Zyro clutching up right there. 3 straight sniper kills to get his team the round, and definitely another big one for Revenant as they continue to solidify themselves as one of the top search and destroy teams, and definitely just playing this so clinically so far. We do have nades going over top. Zisha could be in danger, but not going to get hit by it yet. And all the utility going out. No kills as a result. 3RB forced to kind of sit back and hope they can find a first blood at the hands of Boff, who's got the sniper in hand.
Passive play here for the side of Revenant and also for 3RB, which is really good. They need to play for picks. The information needs to come through, but it seems like they are going to be committing here into that A bomb side. But then there's going to be 2 problems. But then they were able to really resolve that problem as Boff was able to get that entry frag. That is the information that they needed. The push needs to come. They need to go and plant now.
Ars able to find a big snipe onto Abyss, and nobody down right now for 3RB. Only 2 players remain for Revenant. Big opportunity for them. They need to capitalize and close out on this round. We've seen Oil make these clutch plays before, a little hop up right there, but it's not going to work. Ars able to get the kill, turns the corner. Oil making big plays again. We saw him win a 1v3. Can he win a 1v5 as well? They know exactly where he is. Should not be any issue getting him out of this trailer area. He's hitting shots once again, but not quite able to get the kill. That's probably going to seal it right there. Boff hits the snipe. First round to go the way of 3RB.
That was just too hard to clutch up, especially with the time ticking down so slowly. 20 seconds left on the clock. Absolutely can be doable if he had another gun or if he had a little bit more time, but unfortunately he wasn't able to do so. 2-1 on the scoreboard, and it's going to be still Revenant with 1 up, but then Boff with a collateral gets rid of Oil and Reckless, and sadly we weren't able to see that on the scoreboard.
Yup, more kills, more trades. 3RB comes out on top. Revenant, Bones and Zyro, the only ones left. We've seen Zyro already making big plays so far, but they have no idea where the opposing team is, and they're over on the B side getting that bomb down right now, or I thought they were going to be on the B side getting the bomb down. It looks like they're just trying to spy out the area right now, and that's actually going to give Revenant the opportunity to apply some pressure over toward tires. They're not going to push in. I take it back. They are. Bone's going to find one, gets traded. One player remaining. It's been a long day.
It's been quite a long day. Don't worry. I got you, Bobby. Don't worry about it. Speaking of a long day, it's been a long day for Revenant and also for 3BR, but it doesn't really matter. But then Cyro goes down. Boff has been really good with that sniper, really just evening things out with a 2-2. You know, for the side of Revenant, they actually almost got that one down. 3RB kind of hesitated there for a little bit when it comes to the plant, getting down one person, but it's a good thing they were able to stack the bomb really nicely, and, you know, they were able to pull through at least one more, evening things up at a 2-2.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of snipers have a lot of success with the close range snipes, but Boff has made it happen multiple times in this match alone, so we'll see if he can maintain that, as right now 3RB still content to sit back, and when you got two snipers you know you can trust, most of the time you'll be able to find a pick off the opening. Looks like Oil's gonna push up, might get spotted. Ours wants the wall bang right there, but doesn't quite have the right angle, and I think at this point he's just kind of blindly shooting anywhere that he can find.
Just trying to find if he can actually get that wall bang, and you already know here in firing range, the walls be paper thin. Revenant has a very solid defense here. We have a 2-3 split, have really great eyes on A as well. It's going to be Cyro. Gonna take a lot of that, taking rid of Bot. Is Boff going to be that essential player for his team, and he's going to be down so early in the game, and this is the pick that they needed. But then here we go, Abyss with another kill. 3 versus 5. This is not looking good for the side of 3BR.
Yeah, they are really stuck right now. They got the bomb in their hands, but pressure getting pushed all the way up to the back of wood. The two remaining players, not a whole lot of options. Abyss gets one kill, picks up the sniper as well. GL gonna be all by himself. Reckless finds him right there. Another round going the way of Revenant, so looks to be another back and forth search and destroy. 2-0 off the start, 2-2, now 3-2 for Revenant.
Revenant was doing such a good job at that defense, and now I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing that offensive. But before that, ooh, a very quick snipe here. I'm not quite sure who actually went down. Reckles is actually going to be able to go down, and also GL9 as well. So it is going to be a 3v3 situation. Just like that, even things out by Abyss. Abyss has always been the top fragger, the aggressive slayer for the team of Revenant, doing such a great job at evening things out. Really great plays as well. Not only does he have really high frags, but he really has important timely kings as well.
Yeah, just playing that entry fragger role to perfection, especially whenever you're able to clear out trailer all by yourself. That's going to create so many opportunities for your team. Unfortunately, his teammate, or actually he, is going to get taken out right there. Or no, he's still alive. He's got the bomb in hand. He's got Bones with him as well. Zisha taking a couple shots, but it's going to be Abyss getting shot in the back right here, and he's still crouch walking. Bones tries to challenge, neither player able to get the frag. B is wide open right now, and they might be able to juke him. 3RB going all the way over to B. They're trying to scout out the site, but it's Revenant going back to A. They might be able to get a free plant here, but I think 3RB might have the read.
Yeah, they found the read, but then they're still not giving up sites in B. But then you need to go and plant the bomb already. Abyss needs to go and rush through. I'm not there. That is the reason why he should have placed himself with Bones here in the A bomb site. That reluctance yet again. If you have the bomb, don't go and push in by yourself, or else that will happen. The play will be disrupted.
Yeah, he was 100% second guessing himself. It looked like there was a couple times he was going to go mid, and then he changed his mind and he was going to go around backside of trailer, and then he went to go mid, and by the time he realized he was supposed to go backside, he was sniped in the face.
This is why you need to be committed to a site. And again, a very aggressive push going into A, but then it's a good thing that there's going to be that trailer control. But then Cyro putting down that trophy, trying to make sure if he actually get that one. It's going to be Revenant's side now. Oil with the bomb. He needs to go and pull through. Oil is going to have that trailer control, yes, but then you are at a 2v4 situation. It's going to be very hard. Cyro needs to play for picks.
And it seems like Revenant keeps finding themselves in a position where they're down a man early on. And in the rounds where they're able to get those first bloods, just not really capitalizing, shut down once again. And it continues to be a crazy back and forth matchup as 3RB taking the lead for the first time, but looking like it could potentially go down to another round 11.
I really hope we get to see her another round 11, but a miscom doesn't quite pick up the bomb. You can already see the frustration here just because of that very simple fact that they forgot to pick that up. You can already see they're a little bit nervous, a little bit passive on the play. Just trying to see for information. There's going to be just one person, Reckless. It's going to be the only one with the bomb over here in this wood house. They need to get that information, but then it's going to be a heavy stack going into that Bravo. 2 people on that defense. 1 person here off of the staircase in through trailer is probably going to give that information if the plant does go down here in Alpha.
Boff has been an absolute first blood machine the past few rounds and making the big plays whenever 3RB needs him. Oil making sure nobody chilling on the outside of wood right there, but when you're down a man and you got to get a plant in, at some point you've got to make some type of a push. It looks like they do still have some utility left, and if they've got a smoke, that can open up some opportunities. Looks like Zisha overlooking and very nearly got a kill shot right there, but I believe as a hit marker, Boff finds one anyways. Now a 2-man advantage, 3-man advantage, 4-man advantage, and just like that, everybody's dead.
No man advantage right now for the side of Revenant, and Boff is going to give them the L on that round. It is going to be game point 3 and 5, and I'm very surprised with what I have to see. I mean, we really haven't seen 3RB play for that much yet, so it's so interesting to actually see them perform here into this search and destroy. Oh, it's going to be a team push going into that Bravo, but then you can see here, they don't know that. They don't know a thing. The information doesn't pull through. They need to go and play for picks. They need to go in for the rotation, or else it's going to be a very tricky spot, as we can see here. Oh, but then Bones is going to be able to actually get rid of Boff, and Boff is going to be that one person you want to get rid of for the side of Revenant.
Yep, and you can see Revenant, for the first time in a while, has all their players alive with somebody down over on 3RB. So this is a big opportunity for them. They need to be able to capitalize on this and ideally apply some pressure over toward that A site before things start to get a little bit sticky and maybe we find 3RB figuring out their game plan. So Sniper coming on out for Bones. Nobody in the inside of that side of American. Ours about to find that there's a lot of players on that side of trailer, and he's going to have to back up. Might go for the hop up right here, see if he can find some cheeky shots through the window. Bomb goes down. Nobody down yet on the side of Revenant, and now the retake ensues. Bones going to get spotted. Kill number 1. Oil finds trade. Still man advantage. Time is dwindling, and the sniper in the backside over by bathrooms, not going to be fun to deal with. Reckless finds one, Abyss finds another. Zisha all by himself, not going to be able to do a thing. Revenant with a much needed round right there.
Solid round for Revenant, and you can see that there was no hesitation whatsoever planting into that A, and also having that solid defense when the bomb was planted, and they need to keep doing this. 3RB could have had that round, but you know, in Search and Destroy, it's going to be the hardest to actually go and close out.
Yep. Both teams looking for that first blood. Both snipers missing their shots, but Boff does not miss those. Finding the first blood once again. Abyss with a big trade. Boff is going to be eliminated from the equation, and it's going to bring us to a 4v4 with 3RB content to play it slow, waiting for Revenant to make the push, but Abyss is going to be able to find another. I believe now both snipers down for 3RB. Checking those angles, just making sure nobody camping on the backside, and that will open up the push from Revenant here onto A. One player right around the corner, but the turn from Oil gonna be huge. That should be a free plant. GL not gonna be able to hit the snipe. It's a 2v4. Not a good spot for 3RB.
I was going to say, don't let Oil have the bomb just because of how aggressive he is, but Wolf is going to be able to have one more person down for the side of Revenant. Really just having one more. No, here we go. Wolf yet again having that 2v2 situation. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's very doable. Bones is going to be in trouble. It's going to be a 2v1. And just like that, Bones was able to get that 2-piece, evening things out at a 5-5, and we are going to be going into round 11. And Bobby, I'm pretty sure you have either a curse or a blessing just because of how many round number 11s and game 5s you have for today.
Honestly, esports need to just start hiring me to cast just to extend their events so that they get more watch time. Guaranteed round 11 every time. Nate goes over top right there, and both teams still looking for that first blood. I believe a hit marker for Wolf, but not able to quite connect onto Zyro. 3RB back and forth with this Revenant team so far, but both teams waiting for somebody else to make a mistake.
Revenant has been a little bit better on that defense, so they have that upper hand. But 3RB has... Oh, yes! Abyss with that opening frag! Really just putting 1 out, 11 kills to their name. Still 1 minute on the clock, and the plan needs to ensue. They are going to be in shambles. You can see here the overextension going into that B long. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to go and commit, though, because there's going to be 2 people over there.
Yep. Down a man, not a good spot to be if you're on the offensive. Wolf able to get a big trade, but Abyss immediately trading him out. And once again, Revenant, oh, but Oil's in a bad spot right now. 1 man defending against the 3-man push for 3RB. That should set up the B plant for them, but everybody getting ready to push in. And I'm guessing probably some smokes coming through, or some shots from the smoke, but what a play. But the snipe, oh, it ended so fast, 3RB wins.
What? The smoke was just going down, and just like that, we weren't even able to see what was going down, but then the pre-fire, that was the hip fire as well. That was such an amazing end to our search and destroy. 3RB really proves to everyone why they deserve to be in this competition, and Revenant just couldn't handle it. We've had that 11 rounds of search and destroy down.
I don't really even know what happened at the end right there, because it was just smoke and then the game was over. So congratulations to 3RB. I don't know how you won it. But the smoke play absolutely worked to perfection as they come out on top right there in a absolute grudge match, a grueler between these two.
Just when I said that Revenant was so good at that defense, they just disappointed me at the very end when it mattered. 3RB has been absolutely dominating, especially with Buff with that sniper. That is going to be one of the best snipers that I've seen in this tournament so far. And you know what? Monk and Moon better run for their money if, you know, Buff really just pops off.
Yep. And there were times where it really looked like 3RB was going to be able to run away with that one. And Revenant really kept it close, but big credit to both of these teams. I think that Revenant will be the slightly stronger Respawn team. Obviously, they did take that first game of Hardpoint, but I think this could potentially be another one that goes all the way down to Game 5.
Game 5. I wonder if we're going to be able to actually reach game number 5 for today. I mean, knowing Bobby, knowing that I'm going to be casting with Bobby right now, he does have the luck to maybe even get that search and destroy raid. But you know what? Let's take a look at what happened in Takeoff and Hardpoint. We had 150 and 80, and we weren't able to actually see that a while ago, but we were able to see that firing range search and destroy. 3RB, they are so impressive to me right now, just because we haven't really seen them much in this competition so far, just because of what happened. It was very unfortunate that happened to them. So I'm pretty sure for them, they want to prove themselves to everyone. They want everyone to see how great they can be.
Yeah, they're definitely on the stage to do it, as both of these teams still trying to get one of those spots in Stage 5 of the COD Mobile World Championships. $2 million on the line. I mean, compared to that, $15,000 is pocket change.
Most definitely. I mean, I'm trying to calculate how many Sony Xperia 1 Mark III can you actually buy with $2 million. I can't even do that math. I'm Asian and I can't do that. But you know what? It doesn't really matter. $15,000 is not what they're actually going to be going for. It's the slot to actually go and fight for that world championship.
But also $15,000 is not bad.
It's kind of nice.
Like it's kind of nice. You can buy like a lot of tacos with $15,000. Imagine, oh my gosh, no, that wouldn't be good for a team, because then you just get fat and then you start losing. But we are good to go for match number 3, getting ready to hop into our game of domination. Definitely going to be another grueler as we get ready to hop on into this one. It is going to be Crossfire, and we know that the Seaside always going to have a really big advantage, so we'll see if these teams are able to capitalize in their half, or if somebody's able to snowball it to the point where it's a little bit too late to go back.
I'm not quite sure if it's going to be too late, but then Bravo is going to be captured just slowly but surely. Revenant is going to be able to do that, and it's going to be so unfortunate right now just because C is going to be slowly captured yet again by Revenant. No, I don't know why 3RB actually left it so open.
Wow, and a triple cap off the start. I thought that Revenant was the better respawn team, but I didn't think we were going to be seeing this. A triple cap this early, and we got Oil over there to defend C. It looks like we're going to get the B cap in control of 3RB, which is a good start. And the AC split not going to be easy to hold, but big plays from Revenant off the start.
Not going to be easy to hold, but for Revenant, it's a piece of cake. The Butcher needs to actually be held for the side right now of 3RB, just because it's a power position that you really want to go through. But then a solo play here from Zisha, probably going to be able to get that solo cap with the Predator missile again.
And that's actually a massive mistake from Revenant. What turned from a triple cap into giving up strong side control in the first half, when that's where you spawn, you just cannot let that happen. And now Revenant's got to just absolutely claw their way back into this, putting themselves at such a big disadvantage. GL9 going to get a two-piece right there, completely resetting the B flag right here. And now they just put this game completely at odds.
Now, this is something I don't want to see for the side of Revenant. They started on the very strong end, taking C, and even though that 3RB actually had that spawn originally, they were able to go in for that rotation, but then they just let it go. Both of these teams have been letting it go, but it's a really good retake for the side of 3RB that they didn't really give up on that C flag. Big kills right now for the side of Reckless.
Yep. 8 kills to his name. He's got a death machine ready to go. Doesn't want to invest it yet. It's going to be Boff pulling out a death machine of his own right there and just mowing down the competition. Assist, kill. GL9 making the plays now and trying to push Revenant all the way back into their spawn as they have managed to take strong side control, maintaining B. And just like that, they've got the lead.
Mowing the lawn and the grass is just greener on the other side, but then the response right now for Revenant, they finally get to have that Bravo flag, but for how long, not quite sure, but then Reckless not going to be able to really just flush out those 3 players, and then just like that, we're going to be seeing one Predator missile, but the cap does come along.
Oh, the trophy system just saved 3 lives. There are 3 more Revenant players already pushed up, and just like that, they're going to be able to retake B, which you keep in mind is no easy feat. If they can keep that, make that continue to happen in the second half, they might actually have a shot right here. It kind of seemed like they may have thrown away an opportunity, but right now they're just making something out of nothing.
Close games, 70-68. That is not comfortable for both these teams. As we are going to be closing out the first round of the match, it's going to be absolutely crazy for both of these teams who can actually get that Charlie control. Because after a while, Revenant actually just gave it up and basically gave it to 3RB in a silver platter.
Yep, right now 3RB just has to maintain the advantage that they have. So obviously you want to go ahead, hit a fast push to B. It looks like they are going to actually leave quite a few people to cap A and only 1 player going to B. So I think they're trying to get this main building control before they try to make that push. Trophy system going to go down for Revenant, and they're going to find a kill right there. That's a big opportunity. Pred missile kill goes in for Revenant as well. And
enemy has B.
They're finally going to be able to utilize that Charlie flag, but then the push is going to be coming through at the side of 3RB. Of how much and how long they can actually be able to do that, it's going to be big. But then the sentry gun is going to be going down. Great position of the sentry gun. It's not going to be that easy to actually get rid of. Now, this is solid defense right now from the side of Revenant, and the timing of the operator skills and also the score streaks are absolutely prime. But the response coming in right now from 3RB with the XS1 Goliath, they need to find a way to take that down, especially with the FHJ.
I think I need coffee because I 100% thought that 3RB spawned with weak side in the first half, and apparently that was 100% not the case. So I apologize for that. Revenant capitalizing on their advantage right now, and Death Machine just spraying through the smoke. Reckless, 18 kills to his name. Those nades going over top, resetting that progress over onto B, and it looks like 3RB going to make the push for C right here.
I mean, I don't blame blame me for thinking that it was Revenant's side the early half, just because of how fast they actually pushed into Charlie yet again. Zisha with that solo hold, and Charlie is going to be formidable. But then it's going to be a very fast response from the side of Revenant, going to be able to go in there, but the Predator missile is going to be able to go in for the shutdown. But then one more person, Bones, is going to be able to go in there, and also very solid defense in Bravo as well.
All right, Bones and Zyro going to be able to go ahead, retake B right there. That BC control, so crucial to getting the win, and right now they're just continuing to stack their points. I now realize my confusion is because the triple cap happened and I just forgot everything that happened before that. Now everything makes sense, but for a second I thought I was going crazy. Bones. Triple kill right there. Huge plays time and time again from different Revenant members, and their team chemistry in the respawns is just so good. Bones gonna get a triple as well. The quick scope from Buff. A nice highlight play, but with the score the way that it is, may be too little, too late. He's gonna hit another right there, but they're already in triple cap territory.
He's playing a DLQ in Crossfire during Domination. Okay, I usually see that for Hardpoint, but then for Dami, I don't get to see that often, and Bob obviously is going to be the man to actually go and pull through 19 kills. That is so impressive. And to finally close it out, 145 and 115, Abyss is going to be able to get that 45, not even using his death machine, just because they're just so confident they're going to be winning this Domination. What an amazing end to this Domination round in Crossfire. 150 to 117, and 3RB didn't know what hit him.
Yeah, and right now, like we say, Search and Destroy wins championships, but you got to be able to win one respawn. With the way that the respawns have gone so far, I don't know if 3RB is going to have a shot at making it to that Game 5 S&D.
Hardpoint is going to be the name of the game. They've been having a difficult time in those respawns, so they need to clutch this up, because if they can, then S&D is going to be their game, and it's going to be for the side of Revenant to actually go in there for the catch-up, but then they are going to be at an advantage right now. One more game, and they can actually win this. And speaking of, let's take a look at that amazing win that they have right now for the side of this Domination matchup. The first part was actually a little bit tricky for the side of Revenant, just because they didn't really put their efforts into getting that Charlie flag, but into that second half, it was no question asked. Hands down, they were able to destroy 3RB.
Yup. They, I mean, even when they gave up that control, obviously that was not like as much of a disadvantage as I made it out to be, but still a big opportunity that they could have potentially maintained had they done it right. Obviously, it is difficult to hold that C flag, but if you force them to spawn out over on A, could have been something big. Ended up not mattering anyway. They were just absolutely frying. Whenever you look at the kill feed, it was usually like 3 or 4 Revenant names and then like 1 3RB name. So the slaying power was just way too much for 3RB to handle.
That was absolutely nuts. And speaking of nutty, we are going to be seeing here a 2-1 win. 2 for the side of Revenant and 1 for the side of 3RBA. That take off Hardpoint, we didn't really get to see it a while ago because we really just hopped off on our Search and Destroying firing range, but that was such a close game. I honestly was just holding my breath when I was casting it, just because I didn't know who was going to win that one. Crossfire Domination without any questions asked. Revenant just killed it.
Yep, next one is going to be Standoff Hardpoint, my all-time favorite Hardpoint map. It's going to be an absolute blast to watch. I think that 3RB is going to come out with more in their tank than we saw with them in that game of Domination. I mean, it's do or die for them. You either win right here, or you go home with a little bit of money that's a lot less than $2 million.
A little money, but a lot of depression. I mean, they've gone through so much to get to this point, and to just lose in the first day, they definitely don't want that. Most of these teams don't want that. But actually, I want to touch up on what you said, that Hardpoint standoff. I absolutely love this game mode in this map as well. I usually see a play into that back alley control. Usually that roamer is going to be that really big kill.
Yeah, definitely plays a super crucial role, and I think they've done that super well. We are still working on getting our players in, but Standoff Hardpoint, always a great one to watch. And the beauty of Standoff Hardpoint is I feel like there's almost no money hill. Like, there's some that are tougher to break, but I feel like almost all of them have an equal chance of being broken.
Most definitely. I think the closest hill that probably is the money hill, quote unquote, is that P4. The bakery is going to be very hard to infiltrate, especially if you have solid defense there with the alliance of obviously your score streaks and operator skills as well. And that's why for me, I think you shouldn't really heavily invest in that P3 and just go into that P4 because it's going to be harder to break.
Yep, as you can see, we are underway. 3RB making the push from Grandma's side right now. It's going to be Oil spraying and praying from the top side over there. And wow, it took them a while to actually get into that hard point. As it is going to be a couple points going in for Revenant right here. Hopping down the top side is going to be GL9. Players going at it. Revenant with that first control and Reckless on the way to back him up. Should be able to get a nice chunk here.
I'm not seeing power positions really fulfilled by both of these teams, but just as I said that, we're going to be seeing Bones here in Statue, which is an absolutely essential place to actually go and really just go in for the contest. But then the contest isn't really going to be coming into the side of Revenant. And it's only 25 seconds left on the clock, but it just seems to be like the spawn is going to be at the favor right now of 3RB. And no, they actually don't go in for the rotation. They need to go for rotation because it's already 15 seconds left on the clock.
These players love their RPDs, which is just so weird to me because the time to kill is so slow, but they've just used it so much that they've mastered the recoil, everything about it, and they're able to make it work, which is really that much more impressive. So we do see 3RB, that initial lead in the hard point, one player on the setup, but looking at the kill feed, it is a whole lot of Revenant right now as they push right on into the hard point, contested for the time being. That is the thing, especially on standoff, a lot of players spawning really, really close to the hard point, so it gets chaotic fast. Big opportunity for that Pred missile, but only able to get one off of it. Regardless, Revenant remains in control.
I just want to talk about one thing that we weren't able to see a while ago, but then it was on the minimap. Wolf was actually the only one in his team in P2, just setting everything up, slaying everyone, was able to get one member off of Revenant, but then the communication right now, Revenant was key. Just because we weren't able to see that kill, Abyss was able to get that comp from his teammate that he died, and right now that is why we see such a strong hold. But then just like that, we're going to be another interesting push going in here in P2, but then the rotation needs to pull through.
Yeah, seems a little bit late for 3RB to be pushing this. Could end up backfiring, and as we see a quad feed going in for Revenant right there, definitely looking to be a bad sign for 3RB. As they only got one way in, and there is a prone Fennec waiting for them at the bottom. It's not even going to matter. Players in that top side window able to get the kills, and they will be able to continue to stack on this lead right now. 60 points on the board, and an opportunity for them to clutch this round and continue to move on toward the COD Mobile Stage 5 Finals.
Gas station is going to be the spot right now of 3RB. They weren't able to utilize that really effectively, though. We can see a bunch of Revenant's players are going to be in that hill. It's going to be one Slayer really just slaying everyone out. It's going to be Abyss, as per usual, taking out so many players. And even the rotation, not only that, they're going to get the scrap points as well. The rotation is going to be early, though, for the side of 3RB, which is going to be very good. But there's only going to be 2 versus 3 people going into that next hill.
Yep, lead continues to build, and looking at Reckless, he's got a whole lot of score streaks. Hasn't used his operator. That's a lot of utility that you can invest in. What you said, this is probably the most important hill because once you get spawns and control of the point, so difficult to stop, and especially when you do what Revenant did right there, set up a sentry gun, get a bunch of trophy systems around it, it's going to be next to untouchable.
Next to untouchable, and Wolf was the only chance they could actually get to breaking that hill. But then Boxes is going to be so heavily defended, and they know that, but then the Death Machine is going to be pulled out. They can end it here. They can really just end it here in this hill. We're not going to be having that rotation into that P1 yet again. If they keep this up, the contest needs to pull through. They need to go into that 2F in Bakery, but this doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
We got one player pushed into the top side, but it is not going to matter. It is all Revenant all the way through. Everybody in the positive. Abyss 20 and 10, doubling up, and it has just not been the respawns for 3RB. Revenant comes out on top, and they will continue to advance in Stage 4 for our South Asia and Middle East region.
It's just such a glorious win for the side of Revenant just because of the journey that they had to endure today. 3RBA, we're going to be having to say bye-bye to you, and another Middle Eastern team is going to be leaving in this competition.
Yep, it has been a lot of success for the Indian teams, and especially for a place that's currently a hub and one of the biggest spots for mobile gaming in the entire world. Not too surprising, but we'll take a look at some of the highlights from that matchup for those of you who might have missed out on it. Obviously, a lot of the highlights. Revenant players, so many players going nearly double positive right there, and 3RB just didn't seem to have the gun skill that they needed in order to keep up.
3RB just always playing catch-up, not only with the rotations, but with the kills as well. You already know here in Standoff, it's going to be so important to win those individual gunfights, and Wolf was supposed to be that person. But then sadly, the comms were just too great for the side of Revenant, and they absolutely slayed out 38, 150 and 38. I'm pretty surprised that it was just that big of a margin.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest margins we've seen all day. So for that to happen this late in the competition, was just not expecting to see that at all. I knew that Revenant was the stronger respawn team, but I didn't expect it to be that lopsided. I figured especially with that much on the line, 3RB is going to bring it, but Revenant was just that much better.
Most definitely, and you can see here on the board, there's 4 games, and I'm with Bobby, so I feel like the universe just told him to just take a little bit of a chill pill and not have a game number 5, and then just like that, that is our last matchup of the day, and let's throw it to our lovely host to get that detailed information of what just went down.
Thank you so much, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Veli, and this is God Blaze. You guys already know the deal. Blaze, Revenant, the team that looked scary against Vitality, looked like they were going to cause an upset, are still going strong, even though they're in the losers bracket.
Hey, but you know what? That's something that we expected out of Revenant, because their awesome performance against Vitality was something that impressed us.
Yes.
And we have seen nothing but fantastic plays come out these players all tournament long, and now they progress on there towards those loser semis to compete tomorrow for that last spot in the champs, and not even just any champs. It's COD Champs 2021, folks.
Yes.
Okay, and we only got two teams so far. Insidious and Vitality, they progressed on through, and we get our next tomorrow, and that's gonna be crazy.
And shout out to the region as well, South Asia and Middle East. These players came up and showed out today. And taking a look at the winner's side of the bracket, we have 2 teams remaining. And Blaze, one of the teams right there, Vitality, they look unbeatable at this point.
Yeah, they do. And honestly, I don't know who is going to be able to come out on top between both of those, because Revenant, they challenged Vitality, and that was one of our closest series of the day. It could have easily been Vitality on the loser side of the bracket. But on the flip end, Insidious has showed us the most consistency throughout the day, and I'm excited to see how our 1 seed matches up against our 2 seed in the winter finals tomorrow to kick off our broadcast.
Now let's take a look at the other side of the bracket, the loser side, where we're going to find a winner that will challenge one of the teams up top. These teams are definitely dangerous. We just saw Revenant on the screen, and I feel like they're going to bring the most heat tomorrow morning.
Yeah, man, they got to go up against True Rippers, though. And the thing is about True Rippers is they have been progressively getting better matchup and matchup after the day. And they survived day number 1, okay? And they know tomorrow they got to play perfect. They can't really afford to lose any series. But the fact that they survived the day, they get to take all that experience, go back to the drawing board, take a breather, watch some VOD, okay? Rewind time, all right? Hell, it's the reason why they got these awesome phones here, folks, okay? Go over that VOD from all the moments in which you had today and get it locked in for tomorrow, get some rest, and come back fresh.
Yes, now, Blaze, we're going to close down the desk. You've done a fantastic job commentating today. Any love you want to show the fans out there before we log off?
Man, you guys have been absolutely awesome. Never change. Call of Duty Mobile is some of the best fans in the game.
Yes, sir, and thank you all for watching. And remember to tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. IST as we'll crown our champion of the Call of Duty Mobile South Asia and Middle East regional playoffs, and I can't wait. We'll see you guys tomorrow.